Futures making a case for positive territory right now, coming on the back of a bit of a gap to the downside this morning ahead of. We are expecting comments, at least, from Chair Powell any moment, really. He's supposed to be speaking at an event in Washington this morning, starting at 8:30 Eastern. So we'll keep our eyes open for anything that comes of that. Lots to discuss this morning on the earnings front as we roll towards the biggest names of the week. Keep in mind, Tesla coming up, Alphabet coming up. This morning we get GM to the downside. $1 billion is what tariffs have cost GM in their current quarter. They're still pointing at north of $5 billion on the year. That's an interesting look. We'll talk about GM coming up. Obviously, Tesla back on everyone's mind as well. I mean, not so much Tesla, but SpaceX with a headline this morning. Trump considering this Golden Dome contract and maybe taking it away from Elon and SpaceX. So Tesla chopping around here in the pre-market. It is a little bit higher on the morning. Coca-Cola, another one with earnings out this morning. They are going to make sugar, actual or not with corn syrup, to make a new product with sugar coming on the back of what Trump told them to do. So it's not going to be a replacement, but they're going to come out with a new product. So, I mean, why not?
Which is what we suspect.
It's free marketing. I mean, it's a good idea.
And it's good. The health kick, everybody's doing the health kick these days, Brendo.
Is sugar healthy? I don't know.
Cane sugar, maybe? I don't
know. Healthier than corn syrup, I guess?
Probably a little bit better. There's a lot to talk about today, guys. Circle getting a downgrade down already to the tune of 2 3/4. Tesla's China sales, it's not bad. We'll talk about that, as Brendo mentioned. GM reported earnings down 2.5%. Oracle looking to add a lot of gigawatts, 5 gigawatts with OpenAI and Microsoft to expand power for their data centers. Brendo, Shopify also catching a downgrade, and Lockheed Martin reporting, and we'll have more to say about that if we cover it, because they have a huge drop in profitability.
Yeah, I heard you mentioning that this morning before we came on there. Better part of $5 swing on the per share number there for LMT. There's Coke right now just popping up in front of me at day lows if anyone's watching KO. So we'll keep an eye on where that heads here in the pre-market. Wanted to mention this as well. Paramount not really doing anything, but they're paying $1 billion for South Park, or sorry, $1.5 billion for South Park. Okay, that seems like a huge investment for a company like Paramount, but I don't know. I haven't watched South Park in years.
Neither have I.
I mean, way back when it was a great show, but I mean, it's like they got to be on like season 30 or something at this point. It's been around forever.
What's the direction of this company? Like, what do they do? What do they want to be? Do they want to be a streamer, or they want to stay in legacy media?
Yeah.
I kind of feel like I lack the understanding of their direction.
It's crazy. I was surprised it's not doing something more than that. PARA, though, worth having a look at this morning. I saw an interesting note this morning that was kind of blew my mind, but it's been 18 days since the market posted a 1% or more move.
Really?
So volatility has officially taken a summer holiday.
And speaking of streaks, Brendo, if Google prints another green day, it'll be a record for Google. I think we're on 8 or 9 straight green days.
Yeah.
So close.
I think it was 9, yeah. The Mag 7 as a whole, I saw this morning as well, was 9 in a row to the upside, ahead of earnings as well. So a lot more to come, earnings from Tesla and Alphabet as well. Coming up this week, guys, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. So every time the show starts the same way, we get the fun music and the recap of what's going on overnight, a little back and forth, and eventually it comes to us. And in that time, like obviously, you, Sean, and myself, or Obi in this particular case, we're sitting here, thinking about, okay, well, what are we going to start with? I'm like, I literally had Google up to talk about the win streak, and then right in the end, Shreve just has to go there and spoil the thunder. So I'll pivot, because there was a mention of South Park, to simply say, personally, I'm a big fan of student athletes. And if you get it, you get it. I love that show. South Park is hilarious. They've done some great gags over the years. But going back to the market, we do have Powell talking now, essentially. I don't necessarily think it's going to move the markets too much. But Alphabet 100% is in play. I liked Amazon more yesterday, and Amazon was a good long. Alphabet was a better long. And to the point that Brendan mentioned, the lack of 1% more days. This is a definition of needing to only be trading things that are moving. Because it's just going to be a chop fest in a lot of things that are following the market. You want things that are going. So if I'm looking at the Mag 7, I got to look at the ones that can go. And that's the reason why we spent a lot of time in the afternoon show looking at Open, because that was absolutely nuts. And we've got our guest.
Good morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
This is Randy's eldest, Bree. Come on up. Do you want to say hi?
I don't know what to say.
Anything. Say
Hi.
what's up to the fans.
What's going on?
So the question is, what do you think of this amazing renovation that we've got going on?
I think some work still needs to be done,
Definitely.
but I think it's gonna look great.
There you go.
That's what we love to hear. Okay, the question is, are you going to ring the bell?
No,
Oh, no. Yes, you don't want to?
sure.
Oh, okay.
I'll ring the bell.
We pressured you into it. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Thank you.
Randy, we always want coffee. We always need coffee in here. We always need coffee. See. Now, whoops. What the heck?
Is that what?
Oh.
Oh, yeah. No. It's been wiped down.
Anyways, now I lost my train of thought. That was weird. Anyways, now I've lost my train of thought. The crazy thing about this, you guys can't hear this. So you straight up used to be like you could sneak up on us. You're doing the show and you could walk around.
Can't do that anymore.
But like there's this fine like sand on this finish until they put the next layer on. So now you can literally hear every single step that a person makes behind you. It's actually almost a little obnoxious. No one's creeping up on us anymore there, for sure. I also love that hoodie, Obi.
Thank you.
It's weird. Like it was too hot here yesterday. It's cold.
It's chill. So I woke up this morning. I was just like, yeah, it is really, really chilly. So yeah, it's a bit of a hoodie day. I like N64. We were just talking about the N64. Are probably one of my favorite consoles for sure.
What were you guys?
Best bangers, and yeah. Joe brought up that one of the only consoles that never really had loading screens. So yeah, definitely.
N64.
Long Nintendo.
Favorite game?
I would say Super Smash Brothers. Yeah. Pod Racer. Yeah. There was also this. Tell me if you guys know Wipeout 64. A classic banger where there's futuristic pod racing. Wipeout 64. I know they made a recent. They made a recent remake for. It was on the PlayStation Store. I remember for some reason, but yeah, no, it's good. Just chilling. But yeah, no. Hopefully, we can play some of these stickers on the day today. I'm looking at Coca-Cola. Trying to get a taste out of this one today. We'll see with a little bit of a gap down. 69.37 coming in right now, so breaking some recent structures right here. So yeah, Coke is good. I like GM as well. GM kind of doing something similar. We did gap down a little bit, but it's recovering here as of right now as well. And let's see, some other Philip Morris. That's what it was. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Philip Morris, that was the one. 178.84 was that. No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. And then 170.50s is the low right there. So yeah, quite a drop on Philip Morris as well. This one's breaking down some higher structures at the same time, similar to that of Coke, but multi-month lows on this one, breaking some lows all the way from May and June of this year. So yeah, let's see going forward during the day if there's going to be a little bit of continuation on any of these names. If not, where is the reversion? That's what I'm asking, Neil. So yeah, a lot of opportunity, definitely in play names. Earnings day one, I like that.
No question. And Lockheed is the ugliest of them, for sure. Down 8%. We'll talk about all of the earnings names. We'll get to all of it for you guys, including the movers. I know a couple of references about Open already in the chat. It is coming right back. All right, it's not that far back, but up 20%. The real story was how crazy this thing dropped.
Oh, yeah.
Like a complete, I can't remember seeing that type of a 180 for such an incredibly strong stock. It's already done 60+ million shares in the pre-market. So lots of volume, lots of liquidity, certainly in play again today. FinTech names are in play. Oh, how do we not mention this? FINRA is looking at reducing the minimum amount for the PDT rule from 25K to 2,000.
Bring in that liquidity.
I mean, that's
all I have to
that
say.
would increase liquidity. I know for all of you that trade with the PDT rule, we don't have it here in Canada, but obviously for those of you that deal with that rule, probably going to be happy to see that. Of course, it only applies to boring and margin trading, but at the same time, it's one of those things. Big Brother's told you what you can't do, and hopefully we'll see. It's not a done deal yet. Hopefully they'll loosen the reins up a little bit. I know a lot of retail traders will be excited to see that. Of course, it would be a bit of a boon for some names that we know, although it's a little too early for things like Bull or Hood to be moving on that. To the desk.
All right, a few other things moving around here. Tesla trying to get back above 329 right now. We'll touch on that coming up here a little bit. Just keep my eye out for comments from Powell. He's talking about banks right now. So nothing. Market doesn't care. But just be aware, Powell is at this event in Washington currently. GM, there's Paramount, there's, I don't know which direction you want to go here. There's a little one that's moving around this morning as well. Saw a few people mentioning this HTOO, I was going to say H2O. HTOO, little high flyer on headline here. Might be one that you guys will be looking at here
baby.
at the midday.
But with these ones in the pre-market, Brendo, they have a tendency to kind of not trade as well during the midday, right? I always look for the ones that are really breaking out, at least around that 10:30, 11 o'clock. But this one looks good already. You're getting higher lows and higher highs or above the volume-weighted average price. This does pose a bit of a problem, though, if you're looking to trade it later in the day. The reason I say that is because it worked its way up all the way to $14.50, and that, at least for the moment, is going to be the pre-market high. And I won't touch this during the midday unless and until it clears that pre-market high, and it's already about $3 and change off that, Brendo. So up 140%. Looks good.
Let's go to the other end of the spectrum here. There's a note earlier from UBS on Apple this morning. We'll get to this in the rundown as well. But Apple coming out saying straight up, iPhone sales likely down 18% once again. In the month of June, we have to wait, what is it, a week or 2 weeks still for to hear from Apple. But worth noting going into a day where we start to get a little bit of the market thinking more about these earnings.
Absolutely. They're expecting some pull forward in demand, Brendo, as a result of tariffs, but they're expecting a weak September quarter, which is not good because that's when Apple starts doing its whole presentation on launching the iPhone 17. Widely speculated online that the 17 will have cosmetic changes, especially to the camera bump at the back. We're also expecting the Air, the thinner version of the iPhone, but you kind of feel, at least I do, this is just my opinion, that there's nothing really that novel that moves the needle that gets me saying super cycle.
Yeah.
I don't see that.
Like this Fold apparently is still in the works, unless they come out with something remarkable for a foldable phone. I don't know if that moves the needle.
Different somehow, right? And these Chinese, Brendo, there's so many Chinese manufacturers that we don't even have here. Honor, Huawei obviously was here, Xiaomi. These guys are perfecting phones in a way we really don't see on this side of the border, yet we don't talk about them because they're not sold here.
They're already on the tri-folding phones, let alone just the book. So Apple worth a note here. Guys, market, shouting distance from all-time highs here going into these earnings reports.
100%. But there's something you said, and I want to go back to this 18. We were just talking about something with Apple. This 18 days in a row. I can't believe that stat, Brendan, where we haven't had a more than 1% move. What that kind of tells me is there's a reason why all these mean reversion trades keep working out so well. Well, because if we were continuing morning trend super strongly on a lot of these big cap tech names in either direction, then we'd have more of these 1+% days. And Apple's been languishing a bit, but for everything about the daily chart has suggested that it's been in line for a breakout past 215 since the beginning of the month. We literally opened July with this pressing into 215, and we still haven't broken away from that level. Yesterday, it rejected it again. I'm going to slide this 15-minute to a 60-minute because I think it'll be easier to see when I do that. But the last couple times, that's garbage dark pool wick. But the last couple of times, the breaks of 15 have been heavily included yesterday. So yeah, I think Apple's in the midst of recovery. It's getting pulled back up. It's been beaten up for way too long as everyone has punished them for kind of, messing up their AI rollout. I saw a video the other day, and it was like Apple versus Samsung, and it was like a picture of a guy's holding a sheet of paper in front of half of his face, and you try to eliminate the sheet of paper, and then tries to, obviously draw the other side of the image, what's behind it. Like Apple got beat so bad, which you knew going into it was going to be the case, but like it's turned into this, what's going to get us through the hump on Apple. And with that stat of the market not being super volatile, I think you get into an obvious supply zone and you wait for the curl and fade it. The thing about this market is it's been a situation where you can't, it's like sitting in front of the level hasn't been the way to play it. The last two times it faded 15, the high was almost 216 here and the high was 216.30 there. Yet really, it's like the turn is around that 215. I know you're pointing out the same thing. Yeah. But yeah, I think you want to be shorting pops off that level until we get the actual breakaway. I'm still waiting for it. I mean, I think it'll be good. Like it could go into one of those trends that you're seeing Google on now if it can get through that level.
Yeah, no, Apple was great yesterday, and yeah, that 215 it showed itself. I got short going into it on the front side. I was wicked out on this push through the 15, and then when the sellers stepped back in so aggressively, it was aggressive both ways, Neil. When that 215 went, we were so fast to push into 215.70s and then slammed right back in, right through. You can see that's a 3-minute candle, wiki action just above that 215. Another attempt above that level gets slammed right back in, and yeah, prior resistance as well, selling off all day, pretty much closing near the day lows. So yeah, prior day low, definitely going to be on watch coming into today if those sellers step right back in, or if we push back up to 215s, I'm going to look for more of the same. Is there still supply in an area where we've been shown pretty aggressive sellers stepping in? Unless and until they lift, I think that that breakout is off the table. But if we do distinctly break some of these highs and start holding structures above, yeah, maybe 215 is just a little bit of a bust stop on the way to higher prices. All-time highs definitely well within range. And you're asking what could take this Apple to the next level? Any sort of PR, I think we're looking for, waiting for any sort of AI deal where they have real results. I think that could be something. But regardless, the market is pushing all-time highs. The market is pushing even higher. So again, that tide will definitely lift this ship, I would say. So one thing or the other, aggressive move in the market, strong tailwind, or PR that's directly related to Apple can definitely give us a little bit of that. But until then, I think these supply zones should be watched pretty closely.
Still 20% from the highs, Apple is, considering where we are in the queues.
Yeah.
Apple shareholders have to be disappointed at this moment.
As Sharif says, the dead one.
Ooh.
But maybe just a little slow. I don't know. Lagging.
Still listening to comments from Powell here. It looks like these are just like opening remarks. They're talking mostly still about banking and the banking system overall. So again, he's speaking at an event in Washington. Do you want to just touch on this? We touched on it briefly here early on, but LMT trying to bounce right now off 424. I mean, not necessarily a stock that anyone's going to be day trading today, but this is a decent move to the downside here. Double tapped on that 424 trying to bounce right now.
Yeah, so I really want to mention here, Brendo, that the EPS hit was a result of a charge that they took, but they're not doing well in a lot of segments. We'll get to that. So sales $18.2 billion. That was up slightly from the 18.1 they printed last year, but this is where it all falls apart. Net earnings, they took home $342 million. Compare that to last year, and that turned to $342 million, ended up being about $1.46 a share. Compare that to last year, Brendo, when they took home $6.85 a share. And there's a lot of demand right now, if you haven't noticed, for defense products. So where they are not doing well, the aeronautics classified program, $950 million pre-tax loss. The Canadian maritime helicopter program, Brendo, $570 million loss. The Turkish utility helicopter program at $95 million loss. And if that was enough, they have other write-offs and charges of $66 million. But that's the bad side of the equation. The good side is there's still demand for the F-35. Believe it or not, there's still demand for parts for the F-22, even though they stopped making that a while ago. And they have about $1 billion coming from the Army for a missile contract. So there is some potential tailwind. Just got to make sure those costs get shored up.
Yeah, if you zoom out on a technical basis, there's a huge level just below this as well, down around 423 to 420. You got to go all the way back to basically the beginning of the year. But again, we're opening around 428. down here this morning. So a huge move to the downside for Lockheed Martin. Worth noting, Powell seems to have left the podium. That actually might have been it. So there's a whole day's worth of content to come at this event today, including Michelle Bowman apparently is going to be sitting down with Sam Altman from OpenAI around lunchtime. So Adara's all over that. Speaking of, she's at the screen right now with upgrades and downgrades.
We're supposed to get Trump today as well around the same time, so it should be a pretty exciting lunchtime. Stay tuned with us during that midday show from 11 to 2. Keep an eye on Albertson, our first upgrade of the day, getting a positive note from UBS. Then we've got Cleveland Cliffs with a KeyBank Capital Management upgrade. Citigroup here upgrading our friends at UP FinTech Holdings. This TIGR is the ticker for this one, getting that Citigroup upgrade. And then we've got Royal Caribbean with a TD Cowen upgrade. We're going to move to the downgrade side of things. CRCL getting a downgrade from Compass Point. You can read more about this one on our watch list. Lululemon at a pretty critical level on the daily chart. Now getting a downgrade from JP Morgan Chase to boot. Currently trading below this price target of 224. Shopify with a downgrade as well from Loop Capital. Again, you can read more about this one on our watch list as well. And last but not least, Sarepta Therapeutics, another blow for this company, continuing to deal with issues for its Duchenne muscular dystrophy drug and getting a Barclays downgrade, down 5%. What's the look?
Well, I'm probably going to trade Circle again today, so it's one we'll get to. I'm sure you want to talk about it, but I know a certain person who just left the screen who pointed out a very big level on Lululemon. So because Adair doesn't always get to show the charts, and we do in the aftermarket show, he came in telling everybody, hey, look at Lulu, double bottom here at 220. Sometimes a downgrade will get you there. This retail space has been it's been difficult for them. It's crazy that it's actually gotten this bad. Let me throw up a weekly chart on this as well. 220. It seems almost inevitable that it's going to break. And when you put it up on a weekly chart, it just makes it look more distinct if it loses $220. Just a wild ride and not a good one for Lululemon shareholders or whatsoever. It's not a triple bottom precisely, but it's almost effectively a triple bottom here on the weekly. And you're at 221 right now. Not a lot of extra volume this morning, but still big level there on Lulu. Circle's going to get traded. I'm probably looking at the short that's in the note today, but yeah, Lulu should be on the radar. Anyone looking for a flat bottom break? I mean, Lulu's right there.
Yeah, I think Circle with the downgrade, so a little bit of a double whammy. We saw on Friday that it pretty much reversed all of its move that we got. We got a push all the way up to 262.88, all-time highs. Currently 298s from that bit of a intraday double top flush, aggressive selling, and distinctly different kind of action that did lead into that trend break that gave us some 180s here. But let's pull up some of the anchored VWAPs here. Again, the chart's going to be a little bit messy, but I want to focus on two anchored VWAPs, one from the high, one from the open here as well. And those are bolded in purple and in red. And you can see as of yesterday, Neil, in the pre or after hours session and in the pre-market, we're breaking below this red anchored from the highs and stepping back down. Now again, 190.51 is where the anchored VWAP from the IPO open is sitting at. So we still have a ways to go for that, but $20 down is still well within range of what Circle is capable of doing. So on the day today, let's see if we get more of the same. That wipe, that 100% reversion, which I guess it was more than 100% reversion because it reverted even more and pushed into prior day's levels as well. And on day two of this action right here, coming into the beginning of the week, we saw continuation and strong continuation to say the least as we closed at low day and traveled even further. So with a bit of a downgrade in the morning as well, let's see if Circle can make a full circle back down into its anchored VWAP. That's what I'm looking for, Neil, here. If it can show us that sellers are still dominant on this for as they have been over the past 2 days, I'm going to be looking for more of the same here on Circle. 200 well within range. Let's see what happens in and around there. But trading below that anchored from the highs is something important to mention. Back below that 215 halves as well, that breakout price. So.
Yeah, what was interesting in the afternoon show is that's where it was trying to bounce. right in the afternoon, late in the day, was really trying to hold on to that 215 and that dump, and you can see the volume wasn't able to do it, man. I think we paid for locates on this one, looking continuation, but don't sleep on Coreweave either, because those recent IPOs, that one has also been trending down. And if you're looking for some fade plays, that one, and again, I get
Yesterday
it.
was a beautiful reverse.
No, it was. This was actually, I would argue, Circle Short was good.
It was good, yeah.
But I would argue that the way that this fell from the top and the way that it turned, Coreweave was in some ways easier trade. I hate using the term it was an easy trade, but I think it was an easier setup because you could have had it, like you could have been, well, it just failed an even dollar and get in really early, or you could have waited till it broke trend. And it was so super clean here when it broke that trend line.
Yeah, I think something important to mention as well is from the day before. See, I didn't have eyes on Neil, and look at the confluence in this. So we have this strong selling coming in on Thursday. We broke this structure low. We consolidated below it and then traded even lower. So okay, healthy action in terms of showing us that sellers are definitely still in charge. Coming in off of the open on Friday, still aggressive selling that continued to sell off. Friday open being around 132 halves. And that action coming in off of the open comes right into that prior day high, which is also a bit of support from the day before. So support turning into resistance once again. So yeah, that trend break, a lot of confluence for that selling. And when you see that happen with that strong wick on the 15-minute chart, this is a 15-minute chart, you can see the topping tail, as you guys like to call it, right here, where it signifies sellers stepping in pretty aggressively at the same place where they stepped in the day before. So you're right. I don't really like calling things easy, Neil, but it was definitely straightforward in terms of showing us where sellers were involved and where they, if we were watching it, they showed up and participated in the same kind of way, in the same places and areas as they did the day before. So more of the same on Coreweave. Let's see if that can happen. But it seems like if it's going to start trading sideways for the 2 days in terms of that range, that Monday range, Friday range and Monday range. Let's see what it does on Tuesday. Is it going to travel more of this range and just chop up sideways? I have no idea. But what it's shown us is that there are currently sellers at 134. So that's the limited information we're able to tell for the past 2 days. That could change, right? So unless and until that changes, let's see if we see more of the same on Circle.
Yeah, exactly. And before Go Bills asked me a question about Palantir that I can answer in the chat, which I did, but it's better visually because the question was simply, do I think Palantir is going back to 155 or 145 first? And so I'm just trying to keep it really simple. And when we talk about Alphabet, I'll show the exact same setup of a channel. Palantir has been in this channel, and we've talked about this so many times since April. And yeah, you can make the argument, okay, we didn't really wick the top and actually connect to the top of the channel, but they're selling at the 155, which effectively hit it. That's the thing about drawing a trend line; like it's not some solid wall that you can just put out there. But I feel as if it's more likely that we're on the backspin. I still think it's an upward trend, but I think we're on the backside of it and looking for the retest to the bottom of the trend line. And whenever I see this, like my first thought is, well, if I'm a buyer that's waiting. And until it proves otherwise, like the good thing about this and why I like these sort of trends, and Google will get to that when we can, is you can always pull back into the prior, make a higher low here at a pretty big level, like a 148. And if it holds 48 and then breaks out the top, that could be your signal that it's breaking out even above this upward trend line. So that's the first spot I'd look for, that would be 48. But yeah, I kind of feel like we're going from bottom to top to bottom on that trend line. That's what the beauty of something like that is. It just gives you a bit of an extra edge to have a small bias.
Another one that's been pretty wild here, just real quick before we jump into the futures. QuantumScape just popping up in front of me here at session lows, down again after being absolutely crushed out of the gate yesterday. This thing's been pretty crazy since going back to the end of last week. There wasn't much as far as news. If you remember Monday, there was some cost savings. There was a lease termination that they canceled, saving them about $20 million or so. going forward, but right back down. That entire move now gone here for QS.
It's a tough thing, the solid state batteries. We've been talking about this. Toyota's trying to do it. A lot of companies trying to do it. It's like the holy grail in EV batteries. So keep an eye on that. Big moves down from those pandemic highs. Have a look at that daily chart, guys, before working into that. Should we have a look at futures, Brenda? All right, guys, we're still locked in that range, believe it or not. 6,300 as support, 6,350 as resistance, with the overnight high being exactly that, 6,352 to the top, 63.35 to the bottom. So it feels like we may be able to capture 63.50 today as support. If that happens, obviously we'll be looking, Brendo, to 6,400 as resistance.
The slow grind to the upside, where we're right at all-time highs here for most of the market anyways. If you haven't done so yet, grab that. Absolutely free. Link is down in the description. Top link will get you to the sign-up page. You need your email, and then it just shows up every single day, has everything on it that is moving around in the pre-market, and a little bit on why. Let's go to Circle here to start things off. Compass Point with a full-out downgrade to sell for Circle today, coming off back-to-back huge moves down already. Does this thing make it 3 in a row?
Let's find out, Brendo. Compass Point certainly doesn't think so. They're downgrading, as you mentioned, from neutral to sell, and dropping that price target, guys, from 216.10 down to 130, reflecting really diminished long-term confidence in the firm's economics. The downgrade is driven by recent U.S. stablecoin legislation, which kind of raised concerns over Circle's $53 billion valuation. Despite USDC's potential remains acknowledged, Compass Point is now more cautious about Circle's financial outlook, and Compass kind of anticipates Circle will soon kind of expand its distribution network, likely pressuring margins. Expected competition, though, Brendo, coming from these banks, especially regional banks and fintechs, which will be launching their rival stablecoins in the second half of this year. So it's not just going to be USDC and Tether anymore. In contrast, Citigroup's initiated coverage with a buy rating last week on Circle, saying they had good leadership in the stablecoin adoption. And analysts are kind of divided here post the IPO. The bears point to overvaluation, regulatory uncertainty, and static USDC supply. The bulls, for their case, Brendo, they cite long-term network effects and the first mover advantage, which Circle has.
Yeah, context key. It's choking me up. Context key here. I mean, they have a 130 price target on this, which is way down here. This thing got elevated quick, guys.
Yeah, I just heard Obi say he has a $100 price target on Circle. Let's think about 190 where it could get to first. That's that anchor that is absolutely held like a charm. So take it day by day, step by step. David, thank you for the super chat. Mr. Tretsiak, haven't slept. Pulled a hat trick on Open, Alphabet, and NXPI yesterday. Let's get it. Absolutely, let's get it. And early on, look, it was a long early on Circle in the morning, and then once it reverted the trend, it was just a short later on. We had that one at the end of the day as well. But you guys can see we've just put in a pretty distinct lower high. You had the Sell the News event with Crypto Week last week and a little bit of a pullback in some of these names. You're at peak mania, right? Like everyone and their mother is doing a crypto treasury. There's been such a fantastic run up here, and it is still a potential squeeze play. So I think you want to be careful anytime you're trading this to the south side. But once we lost underneath 220, it was a clear trend reverse. Now you've got the other side. Like the prior resistance, this used to be the anchored from the high when it broke out. And right around 215, 216 is that same level. I'm fading it into that. If we break away, once it's above 220, you got to recognize this could be squeezing on you. But I'm looking to fade Circle, at least until it gets to the 190 area. I'm favoring the shorts. So, I mean, Circle in trouble. Circle coming off of the highs. If you were short, like there's probably shorts in this that are still quaking in their boots. But at the same time, for at least the last day and a half, they've been in control.
Yeah, I think Circle, I extensively talked about this one. I want to see if they're going to continue to be, like we said, in control on the day today. Yesterday they were pretty dominant. The day before, aggressively dominant, 100%, over 100% reversion of that crazy move all the way up to 262s. There's pretty much squeeze action there. And when that buying kind of slowed down or stopped, dissipated, oh boy, did those sellers step right back in. So yeah, I'm curious to know. We are stepping back below some of those anchors from the highs as well, like I pointed out earlier. So just taking it step by step, like Neil said, let's see, where's the next step? That's pre-market lows. That's 206.61s, and then you can see a little bit of a bid coming in prior Wednesday off of 201.25s, and then there's a bit of support here. Strong flush that came in prior Tuesday, got bid right back up off of that 190, which is in confluence with that lower end of the anchored VWAP coming from IPO inception. So we're in a bit of a sandwich here, a bit of a VWAP pinch happening, and we're back within that range. We tried to push above that range, and then we aggressively sold right back into it. So the question I'm asking is, what is the probability, what is the likelihood now that once we've tried or attempted to push the high of the range and then fallen back in, what's the likelihood of us traveling to the lower end of the range? So those 190s I'm definitely going to be watching today. 200, sure, it's a little bit arbitrary, but let's see what happens in and around there as well, if there's any sort of significant transactions going through the 200 level. But looking for more of the same. We could be wrong. We could be totally wrong, and we see buyers come right back in. We're still holding above this reference price from last Wednesday, when that aggressive bidding did come in, and we're pulling back into the lower end of that range. That's what I'm talking about here. So let's see. Are they still dominant? I don't know, but we'll circle back to this one.
Yeah, we'll see. But just very quickly here, Kohl's is going absolutely, it's going crazy right now. It's buy program sitting there on Kohl's. I've just double checked. I haven't heard anything in my ear. I haven't seen anything on the wire yet, but I would suspect you've got something decent going. The first thing that came into my head was, okay, what's going on? Maybe there's some kind of a deal that we don't know about. But Kohl's right into a big resistance level. You've now filled in the gap from March here for KSS. Certainly a squeeze play. Kohl's it's a decent enough short float. What do we got here? Whoa, that can't be right. That's bigger than the last time I checked. I have 66% for the short float of Kohl's.
Oh boy. That's
nice.
Impressive.
Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. I want to keep my ear to the ground, though, because I feel as if there's got to be some kind of a story or a catalyst here, but the shorts quaking in their boots on this one, although they're definitely in control on General Motors. Someone's been selling that thing ahead of earnings for the last at least 2 weeks at the 54 level. Pretty obvious when we'll get to the chart, but let's talk some GM.
A lot of people wondering what the cost of these tariffs going to end up being here. GM out this morning with, that $1 billion on their latest quarter directly related to tariffs. They also said the full year number going to be north of 5, specifically Q2 going to be even more than the prior quarter. So not good here. I think this is the first taste we're getting at least of what the actual numbers are going to be.
Yeah, and we've been waiting for these in the inflation numbers, and they haven't been coming, Brendo. So they've been passing the costs off to some of their suppliers. Let's talk about how they did. EPS of 253, easily beating the 254 expected by the street. On revenue, Brendo, of 47.12 billion. The street was looking for 46.25 billion, so beat on the top and bottom line. But it's not all sunshines and rainbows. Net income fell 35.4% year over year, down to 1.9 billion, and EBIT dropped 31.6% year over year on the quarter. So a bit of a miss there. Revenue also did decline 1.8% despite beating estimates. Now let's talk about the tariffs. So investors are really focused here on the tariff exposure. Trump's 25% tariffs on autos and parts remain in effect, and GM, as you mentioned, estimates a $4 to $5 billion hit to full year profit. They say in the second half of this year, it will be more exposed to tariffs, the Q2 versus the first half. But it has offset about 30% of the cost hikes through price adjustments as well as manufacturing shifts. They announced $4 billion also in new investments in the United States. They're going to build plants, and they're also going to shift, moving Mexican production of 2 vehicles to the U.S. factories. The company will build new trucks, a gas-powered SUV in Michigan, and reduce import reliance and lower tariff impact. And let's talk about the EV sales here, guys, because remember under the previous administration that they had wanted to be fully electric. That's not going to happen anymore. They sold 46,300 EVs, Brendo, in Q2 on total vehicle sales of 974,000, missing that 1 million estimate by the street. The loss of the U.S. EV tax credit, which is effective September 30th, could pull forward a lot of Q3 sales, still to be determined. We'll have to see if it happens. They do maintain their long-term EV ambitions, but they say it's not going to be regulation directed anymore. It's going to be market demand that dictates that.
CFO moments ago echoing that very sentiment, saying EV policy changes will have minimal impact on 2025 total results. That was part of the reason we got that bounce to the upside. Just be aware, earnings call still on here, guys, for GM.
Yeah, somebody was very aggressively holding the stock between $53 and $54 last week. So lo and behold, they clearly believed that this should not be going any higher. I don't think it looks all that sexy today. And if you had this on your charts, I mean, I look at KSS and what's going on. I look at a couple of names on that list lower. We already talked about Circle, where you throw in Open. There's a heck of a lot moving. That said, it's such an obvious sell area, and the numbers aren't good, and you can blame everything you want on tariffs. It's not as if the space was doing that great anyways in the longer run. So I think you got to be looking short. I just don't know if this is something that I would trade first. You know, it didn't make my list. If anything, some of the other earnings names look actually a little bit weaker. Like if you look at some of the other short opportunities out there, they look a little weaker than General Motors and are going to do a lot better volume. But I think you're fading this one until someone proves they can buy it above that 54 level. So, and I'm saying all that despite the fact that it's a broken trend on the daily. It broke a downtrend and looks like this should be, hey, go dip buying in front of $50. I guess we could cross that bridge if we get there, if it gets down to 50.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's wiping right back up, Neil, and bouncing off of some prior resistance as well. So yeah, a lot of technicals coming into play. This is a 15-minute chart, and something that stands out to me, Neil, is that on Tuesday, July 1st, we had that aggressive bid, and we started consolidating within the upper, even making higher highs off of that, within the upper range of that strong bid. We're pulling back into prior structure off of the earnings report here. You can see a bit of a double top. That's what we broke out on that aggressive day. You can see that day also has significant volume along with relative volume coming in on the next day as well for that continuation, which did come in pretty nicely off of that day 1, day 2, day 3, and then been consolidating for multiple weeks afterwards, slowly grinding up. But coming back into that $50 level, it seems like that resistance now acting as support because the flush has been pretty much reverted almost 100% there, pulling back up into $52.20 with a reaction low of $50.60. So I'm curious to know, if we wipe right back up on the initial reaction, we push back down, we wipe back up, are those buyers from that Tuesday, are they still dominant on this kind of action? That's what I'm asking. Do we see buyers off of the open? It is earnings day 1. We do have significant relative volume in the pre-market. We're doing over 27 times relative volume on General Motors in the pre-market session. So definitely in play. Going to be watching it. Let's see what it does off of the open. Sure, I can throw on a bit of an anchored VWAP as well, but I'm watching some of these prior range levels that Neil so astutely pointed out. 52.60s, 53s to 54s, a little bit of a held range there. Let's see if we see more of the same, or can we actually break that range on a day like today? Definitely could have the volume and the umph with that day one earnings volume. So we'll see if that comes in today.
Shopify here, trying to bounce actually right now. Not a lot of volume behind this move this morning, but it was looking pretty ugly there early on, back below 125 briefly. KeyBank not happy with Shop.
Neither is Loop, Brendo. They downgraded Shop from to a hold, from buy, maintaining that $120 price target. They're basically, they want to clarify that the downgrade is valuation driven. It has nothing to do with the metrics of the company or the operations, just saying it's fully priced in. At current levels, they say Shopify is trading at 14.7 times estimated 2025 revenue, which Loop says fully prices in its bullish case thesis. The firm believes the near-term upside upside is limited, making it less attractive relative to other growth names in its coverage universe. But despite all this, despite all the long-term looks here, the Loop still considers Shopify one of the strongest long-term stories in its portfolio among e-commerce and software platforms. The note, Brendo, suggests the core business remains solid with no major red flags around execution or demand, just a valuation story.
Yeah, I mean, overall, if you zoom out here, this thing's still having quite the year, to say the least, back at all-time highs, guys, for Shop.
Speaking of highs, believe it or not, Kohl's is.
It's still
The move is real and it's spectacular, and it just hit $14, now up 35%. Some people were saying they saw 49% as a short float. I saw 65. At that type of a number, it doesn't really matter. This is a pure squeeze play. There's no catalyst that I'm able to see here on Kohl's, and it's just like it's blown through pretty much. I mean, every resistance level that you would think makes sense. It's blown through it, and there's not much until you get to about $15 to $16. Yeah, Kohl's looks great. Congratulations to anyone that's got that one. Shopify, like the stock. Unfortunately, like you've caught the downgrade. I like the fact that it's getting bounced back up here a little bit, but this is going to be on the no trade list for me as a day trade. There's just too many things to be looking at, and we haven't even gotten to, and I guess this is the only chance to mention Amazon because I guess it's loosely related to Shopify, but if I'm looking at something in the space, it's going to be that. What I will point out is I want it on a positive catalyst, and the reason why I'm interested in Shop when there's a positive catalyst is this weekly chart right here. I mean, come on, who's not going to want a 130 break on Shop when it breaks this level out on the weekly? So I don't know if it's tight enough that I guess if you wanted to short in front of it, makes some sense. But yesterday Amazon blew through that seller that was at 226 on Friday. It was a good dip buy. It was a good trend trade. I want to go back to the well in a relatively strong stock there. I'm buying dips prior high and then 228 and 226. On Amazon, and I like Alphabet as well for dip buys. That's another strong name. Shop's a pass for me until we get that breakout. It could happen anytime, I suppose.
Yeah, even with that little bit of a selling that we're getting in the pre-market session, what's interesting to me is over the past couple of days, after that strong bid on Thursday and maybe a little bit coming in on Wednesday as well, you can see that relative volume has been present over the past at least 4 trading days as Shopify continues to bid slightly higher and higher. But in the pre-market session today, relative to the past 4 or 5 days, you can see we're kind of pulling back in, breaking prior day's lows in the pre-market. This was a little bit of support at that 126 and some change. We're pushing that as of right now in the pre-market, trading at 126.15. So have we broken the bid? That's the question that I'm asking. Let's take a higher time frame look. You can see higher highs and higher lows on this one. Even if we go up to a weekly, Neil, you can see the structure that's really building on this one, and I know you pointed this out. If this pushes for that 129.38 level, yeah, definitely poised for a bit of a push. We dipped down pretty aggressively down to $70 and bought right back up. So beautiful reversion, bigger picture, higher highs and higher lows. Seems like it's poised for a bit of a push, but is it going to go? I think we wait till that level actually cracks and shows us that buyers are dominant and they continue to stay dominant on Shopify. Maybe we can go shopping above that level.
Kohl's now 15.5, volume still increasing. What's crazy about this move, everybody, we'll get to Tesla in a quick little second. We still have like 12 minutes to go till the open. What's crazy about this move is expanding candles on a 3-minute, expanding volume candles as well. That's what I was just put in the chat. Be careful with this one. This feels like a dump could absolutely be incoming. You don't usually see this type of expansion going into the open. I mean, who wouldn't be taking some profit? I wouldn't be surprised if we had a big time pullback, either right at the open or right before the open happens, expanding volume. The second we start losing any of that vol, I think you're going to be looking at a hefty pullback on KSS. It's still unable. Like if you look at all of these candles on a 3, look at how it's not closing above the price. It's opening above the prior high and holding every single time, like very, very cleanly. There's one little check up here at about 906, but crazy, crazy move here in KSS. And it's just a short squeeze. We see no particular catalyst. It just went through $16, headed toward head toward the moon, apparently. One stock that is not headed toward the moon and is going to look awfully boring in comparison to, I mean, everything's going to look boring in comparison to Kohl's right now. Tesla.
Not every day you get 100%.
Earnings are going to be a big deal.
Oh my God!
$17.
Someone's blowing up on that thing. That's blowing up accounts.
Someone's getting blown. No, there's multiple.
Is there an ARCA chaser? There's.
No, I'm watching the tape. I don't see anything really chasing, and there's nothing distinct in the book about this except for the fact that clearly, now someone's selling it in. Someone just popped about 30,000 shares and refreshed underneath the 17 level on this stock. Ooh, they got filled twice. It was right in around the 16.5 when it came down through 17, and so there's some bigger sellers starting to jump into this one underneath the $17 level on Kohl's. Look, balance is about to drop out. Let's talk a little bit about Tesla, but I know Kohl's is easily taking that spot away from open, I guess.
I was just seeing there was an update actually yesterday, guys, July 21st of the short percent. This thing's come down quite a bit, but 49.3 I see right now for KSS as of July 21st. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of minor things on Tesla today. It is trying to break out of that recent resistance point around 330. That was China weekly sales. We're down to weekly sales now, we're reporting. Down 20%, I don't know. And we mentioned that Golden Dome thing. Trump might pull that from SpaceX. Not going to affect the stock, though.
It's funny how like everything is really in focus with Tesla now that we're talking about weekly sales. Here we are. They reported 9,900 new insured registrations in China for the week of July 14th to 20th. That's down 19.3% from the previous week, which was 12,300 cars registered with the insurance bureau there. The year-over-year sales for the week fell 5.7%, though the current quarter is still up, believe it or not, 72% quarter-over-quarter, despite, here's the more caveat, being down 4.3% year-over-year. Sorry to throw all this at you, but obviously it's kind of like zig and zag here with some of the Tesla sales. Their Q2 U.S. sales, though, Brando, dropped 12%. Contrast that with the relative resilience in China. Year-to-date sales globally are down 4.8%, showing the broader challenge in North America and the European demand. Longtime sales leader as well, Troy Jones, he's out, who he led Tesla sales over a decade. He's exited the company, Brando. He's going to be replaced by Raj. I'm not going to try to say that last name so I don't butcher it, but he's a senior executive suggesting a possible strategic shift. And Tesla is doubling down in China with the launch of the Model 3 Plus. We don't have that here. And apparently, it's got 500 plus miles of range. The company also surpassed 3 million units sold for the Model 3 worldwide, Brando.
Not bad at all. Just for the record, still nothing official on Kohl's, but we're back to 17 here, guys, for KSS.
This tape is absolutely wild. I'm just staring this down. Like this is clearly squeezed, and the buyers seem like they're not done. Yeah, sure. Sellers step right in a little earlier here, and oh boy, that is my Tesla chart. But we'll just get to that one in a second. This is a weekly chart, so yeah, obviously a lot of stuff on it. It's definitely got a lot of indicators from like the dailies and stuff. But regardless, all that noise. Putting all that noise aside, we are still consolidating. We did make higher lows on top of the 250, and a bit of a flag forming here, maybe some tight compression between these structure highs and structure lows. 275s and 365s-ish, and we're pretty much kind of ping-ponging in between that over the past couple of few weeks here on Tesla. So I'm curious. Let's see if we get that continuation. But I'm watching this. I'm watching this pretty much every day. If there's anything that shows up, nothing really. For me, there might have been something yesterday, Neil, when it kind of flushed and back through these pre-market lows. But on a day like today, after it dead cat bounced for the remainder of the day after the morning session on Monday, I'm just going to be watching this end-of-day range and see if that can give us anything significant. But other than that, Tesla, yeah, I'll keep it on the back burner. I have it up pretty much most of the time. As of right now, trading sideways. Sure, we have some delivery. I think it was sales numbers that came in. But as of right now, I think this is just consolidating in no man's land. So unless and until it can really distinctly get past either that 365 or below that 275, I'm going to stay a little bit patient with this one and let it consolidate.
From one EV company to another, VinFast deliveries of over 67,000 EVs in the first half of 2025, closing in on its first its full year 2024 delivery targets. Look, they delivered 11.4 in June, filled by strong demand for the VF3. That's Vietnam's best-selling electric mini car, and new models from the Green Series. For the first half of 2025, domestic deliveries were over 67,000 as said. Remember, VinFast delivered over 97,000 EVs full year 2024. VinFast is on track to surpass what it delivered last year. Their affordable lineup accounted for 66% of deliveries, highlighting growing middle-class appetite for urban mobility options. VinFast, that's VFS on the NASDAQ. Scan the QR code for more information there. And wow, look, first off, let me just very quickly, Tesla over under 331. I mean, that was resistance on Friday. That was resistance yesterday. If it punches through that, it looks pretty strong. But my goodness, Kohl's just hit 19.89. Just hit $19.89. It's still expanding both on volume and in terms of volatility. The $20 level has held at least for now. 5 minutes to go until the open. We'll talk a little bit about Apple. I know we like some 215 short on that, but before we get to that, just want to show you the imbalances quickly. NCNA is a penny stock. Open is a 2 million buy. Remember them? That we probably would have talked more about if not for Kohl's. QuantumScape, 1.2 million to the sell side. TSLA, 1.2 million to the sell side as well. NEO's is 600,000 buy. Archer, just under 500,000 to sell on the opening imbalances. Big one I would say is QS. 1.2 million to the sell side for them is pretty big. Let's go to the desk and talk a little Apple as Kohl's just hit 20 exactly. 1 cent. It broke it by 1 cent.
Quick double up, you know. Why not? Yeah, let's talk about Apple. A couple of notes here from analysts this morning. I can't keep my eyes off this Kohl's chart. It's going to break. It's just a matter of time.
What a great
That's $20 right there.
Amazing.
Wow. Apple, on the other hand, not doing a heck of a lot here. I was just noting Warren Buffett really or I guess we have to call it Berkshire at this point, not necessarily Warren Buffett. Hasn't done anything. Remember, he sold a whole bunch going into the end of last year, still at 300 million shares, however. Domino's, though, he doubled up on his late 13F, going from 1.3 million to 2.6 million shares of DPZ. What do you got on Apple here?
The only reason Alfred bought DPZ was
that?
because of Warren Buffett. Also want to mention that I was telling you off camera, Berkshire Hathaway possible acquisition of a train company, not exactly which one. I think it's Kansas or the other one. I'll double check that for you guys. But with respect to Apple, officially launching its online Apple Store and app in Saudi Arabia with full Arabic support, making a milestone in the regional strategy. Just to tell you guys that there's no official Apple Store anywhere in the Middle East currently except in Dubai. There is talks to open one in Egypt, and as I'm talking about this one right now in Saudi Arabia and one in Turkey. Apple is also offering configure to order Macs, custom Apple Watch builds, and Arabic English engravings on AirPods and Apple Pencil, flexible payment options, as well as buy now, pay later, all that good stuff that we have over here. And they plan to open their first actual physical flagship store in Saudi Arabia by 2026. One notable site is a UNESCO World Heritage location, which kind of looks that they're trying to signal a luxury brand presence. And in May, President Trump announced a $600 billion, obviously, Saudi investment plan for the United States. So looks like some reciprocating deals here, Brenda. Yeah,
still taking the ostrich approach, however, for AI and Siri, apparently, at this point. Have you heard anything new? I haven't.
They've been very tight-lipped about it, and actually Meta has been poaching some of their people, which kind of makes me wonder, why on earth would Meta take their people? They haven't done a good job.
Doc has all the money to spend, though. Apple today, guys, what's the deal?
Fade 215, because that's been working since May the 1st. May the 1st, 215 resistance. It's gotten above it a couple of times. With the market not doing anything more, like no 1% plus days in the market, it's hard to imagine if you go 1 point and go into resistance on an Apple that you break the trend. So I don't necessarily see it. So that's my first thought of where to go to. There was a bit of a sell. There was no sell imbalance on Amazon. I saw that drop about $1. So Mag 7, no update at 928. There's no big imbalances on the NASDAQ names. It's still just QuantumScape over 1 million shares, and Kohl's going absolutely ham. There's no imbalance on Kohl's either, Obi.
Yeah, no, Apple, I don't know if I'm going to take a bite out of this one today, but that 215, May the 1st, you say, the force definitely holding at that 215s as we know. So May the 1st be with you. That was pretty bad. But I'll be watching for that 215 coming in off of the open, Neil, for sure. Let's see what comes in. Yesterday's aggressive strength was kind of a little significant, but I'm watching some of these names as well, earnings names. So good luck to you all. And Neil, I don't know, that KSS is probably going to be on watch, one of the main ones on watch on today, but I don't have no idea what it does off the open. It's going absolutely parabolic in the pre-market.
This is the heaviest sell that's now come in, and look, right before the open is when it looks like the sellers try to get control of Kohl. But we have a special guest, Randy's daughter, ringing the bell, which is brought to you by Beta Pro. As I try to hit the countdown, Beta Pro by Globex. Shout out to them. Let's get this party started. We're watching Kohls very heavily in 3, 2, and 1. Give it a good ring. Oh, that is
open.
Not messing around at all. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree because Randy's always wanted to break our eardrums. Look, I know a lot of people are going to be watching Kohls right off of the bat here.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like it immediately found a bid at 19, like instantly a bid found at $19 on Kohls and then back up to 21. Look at the wash. It just went 19 to 21 to 19.
24.
It's at the halt
Pure
band.
squeeze,
This is trying to halt at 21, 23 at the band.
Let's go.
It's trying to halt it. Yeah.
It's halting. Oh, reset. Halt reset.
Oh, halt reset. I'm out.
Yeah.
I wanted
boy.
to take the halt.
Yeah,
I
no,
was
that's
gonna
a
take
halt
the
reset
I
right
punched out.
there.
That was so fast. When it's a fake
So
halt in a
fast.
situation like that, if you're trying to go long the halt, you've got to have yourself either a stop or just the ability to punch out really quickly. Because I was going to take the long halt and then see where it gapped, but we're in and out. I think for like 3 cents, whatever, like a small amount there. But the seller's now starting to come in very, very quickly. I'm still watching Amazon. We didn't even get to Google. That's probably going to come in for me on the bid on Alphabet. As Kohls tried to break, but the seller is starting to win. And no story that we know of, everybody. It just feels like an absolute pure squeeze play on Kohls. All right, here comes Google pulling right back into prior highs at 190. This is really starting to come in as well. And I promised I would look at open, but we'll get to that sometime during this open.
Yes, sir. So I do want to get a little bit involved here with open off of the open. I'm watching KSS as well. I'm watching some of these earnings names. We were looking at Google as well, Neil, if you remember. Google tanking off of the open, so no real continuation happening there as of right now. Market also giving us a little bit of a tank as both the ES and the NASDAQ pull right back in. 23,300s coming in on the NASDAQ, trading even lower. Wow, Google giving it up all the way back down to prior day's consolidation opening range highs, and Tesla pulling back as well. We talked about Tesla prior day low. Oh boy, here comes a little bit of an open door. I don't know if it's open for any fresh lows, but we saw the selling step in yesterday. Don't know if this is going to be it just now. But wow, KSS still holding above VWAP, but aggressive pullbacks and aggressive, I guess, volatility coming in right off of the open. Let me know what you guys are trading. Oh boy, QuantumScape. We were looking for continuation, Neil. Straight slap up off of the open. So, oh boy, coming into prior day's anchored VWAP now is QuantumScape. So let's take a quick look at that one. Apple taking a little bit of a pullback as well.
Neo's
so
flying.
QS Neo, or do you mean NIO? So
Well, yeah.
QS coming into $12.40 right now. Aggressive push. Let's see. I like the reversion, Neil. So when I see that aggressive strength, oh boy, I do want to get involved with this potentially. So I'm going to pull this one up right here. Where you at? QuantumScape. Hello. Not in Blue Ocean, but in the NYSE. So let's see if this reversion is just going to be just as nicey as I'm looking for here. Anchored VWAP coming in 1240s. Yeah.
I see exactly what you did there. Like I said, I was like, oh man, we promised to get to open as well. Kohls is it took a lot of the attention in the morning, but open was easily the best stock to trade yesterday for a lot of people. And if you were watching in the afternoon, $4 held exactly at $4. It just held exactly at $4 again. This feels like an obvious continuation play. Google is still dropping in here as it just tagged 189.5 and continuing to fall. I think you mentioned, did you mention Tesla?
Yeah.
Tesla got halfway to that 331, so still 331 resistance on Tesla as the market's looking relatively weak. If you got shorts, I think you hold on to them. The other name we're looking short was Circle, which goes nowhere near $215. It's still breaking down. This is one I want to get involved with to the south side. I thought I was bidding 69s on, no, I was not. Apparently I was bidding 68s. On open, not 69. So I'm not going to chase open. I'm not going to chase Circle down at those levels. But as long as we're holding 360 on open, I want to get another leg out. I think this could be the way Kohl's is doing volume. I think this could be insane. Wow, imagine you traded without a stop. Imagine I traded without a stop. When you take and the mechanics here, just very quickly. When a stock goes to the halt band, the first thing I do is put a stop order underneath that price. Then, if I get the long and it just even ticks a cent underneath, I'm instantly out. Getting absolutely rinsed. Because if you're wondering how the heck do you get out of that trade, it's going to go into a down halt as we speak. Kohl's is going into a down halt. And there it is, halted to the downside, 1693. They absolutely rugged it. It'll be a 5-minute, ideally, it'll be a 5-minute halt. Just going back over to Amazon, I did pick up the dip buy in Amazon. Google looking okay, but Amazon at least a relatively stronger at this particular point. Goes right into the prior day close, 229 and a third, and catches a bit of a bounce the second time through. So I'm going to get this one back into the 230 level here. There was a big seller holding 230 all pre-market on Amazon. So if they can punch through that, I think you got some serious continuation. I might think get out of this and then punch more long on a 230 break. Amazon having a fantastic day yesterday. Let's see if we can get some continuation.
Yeah, so let's see. I'm kind of looking for more potential here on QS as I watch it. Maybe potentially slow down as well. Open pulling back in a little bit. Didn't quite break some of these pre-market levels just yet, but that Google is looking nice. Pre-market lows on open, I think all the way down below that $3.50 here. Trading at $3.64s. So let's see if that potentially comes in. QuantumScape still holding some strength off of the open there. So 12 halves pulling back off of some of those as of right now. You can see the market as well. Market pulling back pretty decently alongside that. Google is one of the culprits. Nvidia as well pulling back pretty aggressively. Softy pulling back into prior days levels. Amazon though, Neil, you were talking about Amazon. Amazon dipped and now ripping a little bit past some of its pre-market levels here. Not quite at pre-market highs just yet, I would say, but yeah, definitely one to watch out for. All right, QuantumScape stopped me out twice. Seems like buyers are definitely still a little involved in this one off of the open. Again, distinctly different from yesterday, coming in with an all-day sell-off on this name. Distinctly different, like I said. $12 coming to $12.60. Bless you, Neil, on that one. Amazon as well. Let's see if we can crack through those pre-market highs. QuantumScape seems like this is not the backside just yet, and Open seems to be catching maybe a little bit of turbulence in and around this 65. But wow, look at the wick.
Seller.
Look at the buy on ES right now. That is a hard wick on the 15-minute candle, Neil.
Whoa, that was a big seller on Amazon that just absolutely turned the stock at $230. I was 2 seconds away from adding to this position. I was gonna add on a 230 break. I'm jumping out of Dodge on that. Like that was insanity. It went to 230 exactly on Amazon. I had to stop to go more long. I'm gonna jump out and wait for the next opportunity there. Just a quick update on Open. It held at 365. double bottom on this. I got some out there at the 370s on the way back up. I'm going to hang on to 30% in the event that we break 360 and then look for a flush. This could be easily down at $3 in an absolute heartbeat. Let's go back over to Adara at the desk, I believe.
I just want to let you guys know I've been looking into KSS. I don't have anything beyond the squeeze, but of course, if that changes and when I have more time, when the session settles down, I will take a deeper look because I do want to find the whole story here if there is one with regards to why KSS is moving the way it is. I do also want to let you guys know here, we do have numbers at 10 a.m. Richmond Fed Composite Index, but I also want to mention some tickers that are running this morning. Here's PONY. This one up pretty decently, 6% short float. We also have another animal-themed ticker here, WOOF. That would be Petco Health and Wellness. This one with this almost 17% short float. So Pony and Woof both moving this morning as we send you back to the guys.
Remember when pets, cats, and dogs used to run together? Yeah. So yeah, it seems like a little bit more
days.
Sympathy plays.
1 minute until Kohl should open
They're
back up.
eating the cats.
Oh, boy. 1
They're
minute.
eating
I think
the
yeah.
pets.
What a short man. Oh
What
my
an
God.
unbelievable flush. You're seeing the market continue to lose a bit here, though. Alphabet is now down 189.5, so I guess that streak is going to be in jeopardy. Well, it's early. It's obviously early, but going red is Alphabet. Circle's dropping like an absolute... Circle's dropping like a rock as well. As we said, like if you got a short, you want to hang on to this for certain. Coreweave was another name to watch, but I got to get on over. I just remembered, not Blue Ocean. Come on, Rigetti. All right, let it load.
Good Lord.
Let it load. There we go. Rigetti lost the $16 level, which was a big one yesterday. This one was on my note. If it can hold underneath 16 for a bit of a fade, it just jumped back underneath. You see it did like an over-under, like initially faded, bounced, held 16 even, and then right back. So I want to look for this one to the south side as well. Quantum names starting to pull back in addition to the rest of the market. Adara?
Keep an eye here on DJT. This is, of course, Trump Media and Technology Group. They're known for Truth Social, but they've also been trying to make a bit of a push into crypto. Yesterday announcing they've made purchased more than $2 billion worth of crypto and Bitcoin-related assets. So either way, DJT looks like a day two move for this one. Pretty strong look. And maybe if you went long DJT, you can, in fact, agree with that Donald Trump quote that was just pushed. Back to you.
Oh boy, yeah, actually. Thank you, Sharif, for that. Yeah, a little bit of a pullback off of that 214 level on Apple there. Thank you for pointing that out, Sharif. 213.34. So yeah, we're looking for more sellers to be dominant. Oh boy, Open is pulling back in to 340s. So oh boy, why do I not have more? I have no idea, but it is what it is. We have what we have. Let's just try to make better decisions with what we have here. So I will continue to kind of post into that. GM breaking that $50 level right now, Neil. So $50. Let's see if that's anything interesting. Yeah, it's trying to crack as of right now. So GM with a bit of continuation, breaking through that opening range low. Oh boy, Open's coming right back into that $3 level as of right now. Are we pushing a little bit lower here? That low from yesterday coming in at $2.79, Neil, only about 50 pennies away. Oh, good Lord.
Believe me, it's going into, halt band is at 320 here on Open. It's going into the halt band as we speak. If it holds and does not halt, I'm going to take one more lot out, but I think it's going into the halt. It's 15 seconds from the point that you get to the halt band. It either goes up or we're going halt to the downside on Open. Oh, there he is. It does at the last second. Oh, that was insane. I was completely resigned to the fact that it was going into the halt there. It was 1 second. I don't know, it's kind of in my head, but I think it was 1 second away from now it's going to break through. So I took another leg out. We'll see how far Open's going to go to the downside. Just going right back over for everybody. Kohl's opened and now even lower as it loses VWAP and continues to fall. Market near the lows. At pretty much everything falling at this moment. I just paid for locates on Rigetti. In my face for not having them, but it looks like it's pulling right back into the 16 to give me another shot. So I will now be able to short this name. Preparation is key, everybody. But the market's still at the low of the day. The only thing that's not looking weak, as I'm trying to get into Rigetti,
boy.
Amazon.
Yeah,
Amazon is
quite
held
well, dude.
jinxed. Amazon had held support at 229.40 and looked like it was going to hold out. Nope. It just broke that low of the day as well. So pretty much everything looking a little bit weak. Be patient. We've seen mean reversions. And that stat that Brennan gave, it's been, what, 18 days since we've had a 1% or more day in the overall market, which is insane to me, but it does tell you that reversions in both directions should be in play when we have that kind of a circumstance.
Oh, yeah. And I'm looking for the reversion here, Neil, as well. GM breaking below that 50 pretty nicely. So holding that downtrend pretty aggressively. I was not part of it. Oh, boy. There's some sellers on open there. And Alphabet as well, pulling back in and holding some of its range lows here as of right now. So, wow, that's an aggressive bid on open. We know how well that $3 mark was defended a couple of days ago. Seems like we're seeing a little bit more of the same, maybe some turbulence on top of that $3 level here. S&P 500, a bit of a wiki action with only about 21 seconds for this 15-minute candle to print, Neil. And again, this is the first 15-minute candle. Look at that wick that's forming, buying it all up, that dip. NASDAQ not as strong in terms of buying on that one there. So GM, I'm going to continue to watch this one here. Open, I'm continuing to watch. And it seems like, am I still, okay, yeah, I'm still in that QS as well. I don't really have eyes on QS too closely as of right now, but it seems like it's still consolidating near its day highs. So might be getting stopped out of that one relatively soon.
Oh, my.
Yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. I'm more than willing to take a look at some of those.
James Choi coming
What's going on?
legit. Thank you so much for the super chat. We appreciate you, James. I'm going to hit the like. Thank you, Neil Dare. Thank you, Obi, as well, for keeping this show live for everybody. That's what it's all about. We're trying to cover everything that moves for you. Appreciate you a lot, James. And look, I just saw in the chat, you were asking what are other people looking at? Robinhood down 1.5% and approaching the 100. I mean, it's not exactly at the $100 level, but it's getting pretty darn close. Didn't get into the S&P, but you know what is going in tonight. So effective tomorrow morning, Block goes into the S&P 500. 80. Look, you want to see something that's actually strong in this market? Block is holding higher. This could break that 80 that we thought could happen yesterday. Obviously, it sold most of the day. Good. I think you had a good dip buy there on Block, but the continuation is in the other direction. $80, big resistance when you zoom it out on the daily. Keep an eye on this. I'm literally, I know we're only short, but every time I say this stock, something is looking relatively strong, what happens? I pulled up Amazon. Hey, Amazon's holding up pretty well. It loses a bit. I call up Block. Block is relatively strong. Block just pulled back and lost the volume weighted average price. So you know what? I should put a little bit of a hiatus on right now, because if I pull up a chart, the first thing that happens is it loses the bid, which means, I mean, I'm only short, so I guess that works. But at the end of the day,
it works.
Yeah, but that's so crazy. Like, Amazon was literally holding the support, Obi, and the second I went to show this to everybody, it lost the bid.
Support, yeah.
Block was at the highs. The second I tried to show it to you guys, because I wanted to go to Robinhood, because you asked about it, it loses the bid as well. Yeah, obviously at this particular point, this market is headed southbound. Hold on to your butts, hold on to your shorts. I don't know what's really strong out here. I suspect when you have this kind of a move where the ES is it's not falling all over itself and it's only flat, there's going to be some relative strength out there, probably some rotational stuff. Maybe check out like healthcare, or check out some boring stocks. I wonder how, like, what's Walmart doing on a day like today? I'm doing this for myself. But see, in my brain, Walmart should be, okay, Walmart doing pretty well. So there's some strength in Walmart. I guess that means Costco's probably up as well. So that could be another good one for you. Just want to quickly give you guys the target here on Rigetti, because I think it's pretty clear. Go out to a daily chart on Rigetti. About 15 to 15, 10 to 15, whatever, 15 teens. You're going to find the last support level. So I think you're pulling back in a prior high on Rigetti. I know it's got a wide gap in it, but it's right in around this 15 area that I'm looking to cover on mom spaghetti, knees weak, arms heavy, all that kind of good stuff. Obi.
Yes, sir. So, guys, Beta Pro by Global X. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily levered ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Oh boy, this open, is this open door? Maybe, I don't know. 319 is the 317, is the day low currently, and the NASDAQ continuing to push lower, man. Oh my God, sellers coming in pretty aggressively on these here names. Where is QS? I'm looking for that VWAP. That VWAP coming in at $11.96. Let's see if we can get down into there and open.
VWAP on mine.
Yeah, I think it's almost at that VWAP.
Okay.
It's hovering right on there. Mine's a little bit different. Again, coming in with that volume and data for all the way from the 4 a.m. open as well. But regardless, market's taking a bit of a pullback here. I'm watching GM. I'm watching open as well. Curious to know what you guys are watching. And yeah, don't forget, we also have this stock leaderboard as well. So please, first of all,
I am shocked at those two on the top of the list.
I gotta refresh it, of course. And then I want to see you guys post it up in the chat, $, and then the letters of the ticker that you want to vote for. And don't forget, if you guys can't vote, probably not subscribed, so make sure you hit that subscribe button and hit the like as well while you're at it. Thank you very much. And here we go. Populating are these names. KSS is number 1. Open coming in at number 2. Hello, APLD and Lucid. Those are also coming in, so make sure you throw it up in the chat. Guess what? I'm going to also throw in a couple of mine as well. So of course, I'm gonna do open. I like open as well, and then I think I'm gonna vote for GM. I like GM. Obviously, that's not really on the list. And wow, there's that HTOO as well. GME on the block, NVIDIA, Palantir, NIO, DJT, and GME as well. Interesting. So we'll let that one cook. We'll let that one come in. So make sure you guys vote on all of those things, and hopefully we will take a quick look at them a little bit after here. GM pulling back, it seems like maybe poised to make some more lows.
You know what I'm most
willing
happy
to give it a couple
about?
tries. What's up?
Pulling the plug on the long, you can like something, and look, I liked Amazon in here at the prior high, and I was in it, and I was willing to add to it at 230. But the second I said there's a big seller on Amazon, like I punched out, it retested the high. So it looked foolish at the time, but my goodness, has this market ever started to come back in? And you've got to be able to be patient about it. You go from one station to the next, 228 and 226 are the next big levels. I'm still in the mode that you could have some mean reversion because the market's been relatively quiet as overall. So I think they were going to get a pretty decent bounce in here. Someone just said, Neil, I guess Tesla, Palantir is headed to 145 before it heads to 155. That's what the pattern suggests. But I just wanted to point out that I was answering a question with regards to which one I thought would happen first. The actual trend support on Palantir is at $140, not at 145. That was the question that was asked in the chat. And I said, I think it's going to 145 before it gets back to 155, but it's 140 that's trend support. I can't fathom us getting there today, but if we do, I'm going long. I was going to make that a lot longer-winded, but if we go to 140, I'm going long.
Oh my God! Have you seen AMD?
Have you seen KSS?
I'm looking at KSS. Hold on one second. What stock is that again? No, I'm joking. Is it all the way back down? Yeah, look at AMD. That's an aggressive sell. A little unusual coming in. These chips again. Chip sector pushing in to the bid pretty aggressively off of the open. I'm seeing NVIDIA, wow, all the way back down to 165s, continuing to flush is this NASDAQ as we trade lower and lower.
I think
Nice short there on Rigetti, Neil.
Rigetti already got to $15. I guess we're out of that one. This is, the market is red. Oh, I hit the wrong, that's the bad bear. I'm just there. I gotta hit the good one. See, you know how I don't even know why I still have the old it's, you know what, that's the new bear, the first one where I'm wearing that ridiculous hat and everything. So we keep it out there for fun. But wow, this market is falling. I said I was getting out in front of 15 on Rigetti that supported, but the 15 teens, it's still breaking down. What's weird is open hasn't broken 3. I want to make sure we get the heck out of $3 if that starts holding on open door, because this one is also flushing. Hold on to your butts, hold on to your shorts. This market is absolutely tanking. For those that were saying maybe the Fed could tank us, well, I don't know. Powell didn't really say anything that was that crazy. Yet here we are. Adara.
I'm not seeing anything right now in AMD, guys. I always like to provide an update. I looked into it. If anything, people are actually really bullish AMD on X. So really unclear as to why this sell-off is happening, though sometimes we do get the news a couple minutes after the fact. Of course, I am keeping my eye on it. And if there are any changes, I will let you know immediately. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Oh, actually.
Thank you very much, Adara.
There you go. So $3 coming in here on open. So yeah, let's throw on a bit of a filter there so you guys can see it slightly better. I think there's about 4,000, 6,000 lots on the bid there. 4, 5, 6, 7. See, I'm not the best at quick maths, but it seems like 6,000 to 7,000 lots sitting on that $3 mark here. As we push in a little bit lower, market tailwind definitely pulling in as well. Seeing QS, oh boy, is that going to push a little bit higher as well? So I want to piece off of a little bit of that one. I was only looking for a reversion down into VWAP, and it seems like it gave that to me. So I don't want to ask for too much more. There's the $3 break on open, Neil. Oh boy, almost at the club with a $4 ticker. And yeah, I don't have any sort of significant size on this, which is pretty bad.
Well, the troubling thing with that is it was a bit of a ways away from the $4 level. I was sort of look, I'm in the same boat, and I was certainly thinking the exact same thing. The $4 level, when it came in, like your entry was off the 3. It was underneath 390, and that's pretty much all you were able to get off of what was an obvious $4 level yesterday and another one in here today. I'm trailing this back through 3 at this point, and if we lose 280, $2.60, if I'm following that's an obvious out for me in front of 260. So I'm not moving the trail just yet, but I'm going to get a bid down in case we get a crazy spike down. I'm not really sure why we're not halting, but crazy movement in this market. We're now, we actually got to 1% almost on the NASDAQ down and actually bounced a little bit there. So we are getting somewhat of a bottom being formed. And the first place I'm looking is Amazon. It's a little bit better than the market. I know it's not quite at the 226, but it's still around that 228 level. And then the one thing I'm going to do is pull up a minute chart here. Oh, just trailed out of open as it came back through 3. And you're probably still hopefully. Yeah, I think I just made the top wick on a trail out for open just there. That was a really, wow, what kind of execution was that? I got slipped to 6. I got slipped to 6 on a retake of the 3 level.
The 06s?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have no idea. This thing, the way the thing's ripping around, but yeah, with the amount of liquidity this thing has, it's crazy to slip that much. But when it moves a few pennies at a time, 3 to 4 pennies at a time. So I do want to be wary of that. That $3 holding up once again pretty well, and QuantumScape as well holding that $12 level. So maybe those buyers that are coming in right off of the open holding up a little bit higher. We'll see. We'll wait. I did cover a decent chunk here on both QS and open. It seems like that GM stopped me out. I was not watching it too closely. Let's go back and take a quick look at it here. So stopped out, going back into some of those levels here, but catching a little bit of maybe some turbulence in and around this $49.50 level. Current day low coming in at 49.28, 20 pennies above the lows on GM. Where will the bid catch? Nobody knows, but we'll wait and see. The market bid may be catching as well. That first 15-minute candle on the ES, what a fugaze on that one. I was like, oh boy, we got a strong bottom wick. Buyers stepping in on the first 15-minute. Let's see if we can see that strength. Guess what?
And
Wasn't
we're still
there.
selling.
Sellers step right back in, maybe using that as a little bit of liquidity as well. But what do I know? I'm just watching these TQs tank to the downside here. 85.70s currently on the TQs, and yeah, NASDAQ coming into 2,300, almost about 120 points away from that one there. $3 reclaim on open, holding still, I guess technically still higher highs. And higher highs on the larger time frame. We're looking at some of these sector funds as well, and I'm seeing distinctly different today, Neil, is XLV and XLP. So consumer discretionary and health sector may be catching a little bit of a bid. And it's funny that XLE as well. So those three sectors with a strong bid, utilities as well. Yeah. We'll be right back with Sector Watch. Are happening now.
As we sometimes have it, we actually got these Richmond Fed composite numbers coming in a little bit early, about 10 to 20 seconds before they were supposed to, coming in at -20 for the Richmond Fed composite index. That is well below the forecast of -2 and the previous print of -7. No more economic data today, though. At 11 a.m. we'll have Donald Trump greeting the president of the Philippines. They'll be having a bilateral meeting shortly after at 11:15 a.m. on his schedule. We'll also get, I guess, a talk between OpenAI CEO Sam Altman and new vice chair for supervision, Michelle Bowman of the Federal Reserve. So that could be an interesting talk. NASDAQ just trying to push lower here. Worth noting, I just got some comments coming through or reports here. Apparently Microsoft is accusing Chinese hackers of exploiting SharePoint. In case you guys missed it, there was a breach there over the weekend. So they're blaming that on Chinese hackers. KSS and OPEN, two of the biggest stocks to watch in terms of names that just gave up their early strength in these squeeze plays. Congratulations to Obi, who was involved in the OPEN short. KSS currently, though, basically at its low of day. Tons of earnings names to watch out for. Here is GM. We also have PM. Nice little, I guess, push here off of the lows for PM. There's some defense plays as well, like Lockheed Martin and RTX, which also reported. So tons of day one's earnings today. Even if you guys are still waiting for these tech names, that doesn't mean there aren't some other opportunities. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content as we send you back to the guys.
Well, it's one day you want to only be short. SockCell down 6.5%. The bleed is real. NVIDIA down 3%. That chart is insane. Advanced Micro Devices is now back to being Advanced Money Destroyer, down 4% as it's absolutely flushing. I can tell you, Open's bouncing back. I might get to that one off of VWAP in a quick little second, but my goodness, Amazon does want 226 after all. After all of that, Amazon could end up back at the 226 level. I'm not seeing a reason to hit the buy key. Nothing yet. If you like a dip by price, you don't have to just sit there taking it and averaging in and all that nonsense. You can just wait when a market is this heavy. And if we get back to that big key 226 level we bought it yesterday, then fine and fair enough. I have no issue with that. Open, I got slipped. Like I said, I got a little bit of slippage on that 3 retake, but it could come right back. And I'm looking at essentially VWAP, but also around the 350 area. I think you want to play some of the tape here, not get anchored to, hey, it's just going to go to VWAP and turn around. I don't think it'll be that simple with a stock like this, but let's let it go a little bit further. Kohl's still, it's catching a bit of a bid. All right, I want to go to a daily chart to see where this pulled back to. Right, not quite to $12.50. Kohl's, if you're just tuning in now, did a ridiculous squeeze and then lost it all at the open. Tried to go into a halt, which I was actually going to take, and I was in the long at the halt band. And I put a stop in, if you're wondering, it got me out automatically. If I had to punch that manually, I probably would have got rinsed. But the second it ticked 1 penny lower than the halt band, I was essentially out of that stock, which is exactly why you do that. But it's catching a little bit of a bid here. $12.50 was that level on the daily. Seems like that's where it was able to catch. that particular bid. And there's strength out there in the market, everybody. I know the market continues to fall. NIO's up 5%, continuing its turn. So the Chinese EV maker looking very, very fantastic. Circle, it's not there yet. Brother Howard said Christmas tree sale on Kohl's. That's absolutely correct. It was Sharif's right kneecap in the chat.
Wow. Okay.
That's an
We're getting,
actual name in the
we
chat.
got a lot of parts. Yeah.
Circle is not at the level yet. I believe it is $190 is the anchored VWAP on Circle from the low. So it's got about $7 to go. If it gets to 190, will also be short sell, meaning the uptick rule will be in effect. It'll be down over 10%. So it's 190. This is the short I didn't get. We got open short, got Rigetti short, but did not grab the Circle trade. You can only get so much at the open. When you're trying to, sometimes you're trying to short a pop, there's only a few things that give you the entries, and to sort of weasel your way into Circle would have been tough for me. But 190 is what I'm looking for at this particular point. Just got to be patient. Amazon 226 is a big level. We saw some liquidity there yesterday and the day before, so I'll wait till it gets to that price. And same thing with Circle. Market's in a downward trend. If you're holding on to stuff, fantastic. I'm just going to circle back to Rigetti, pun not intended. That's not even bouncing. It's still exactly where it was when I got out. So no move yet. No next move yet for me. Just a couple of good shorts early, and that's it.
Yeah, no, those shorts come in and off of the open were absolutely solid there. Neil, open coming in with that strong flush, bit of a continuation from yesterday. So this is what we were talking about in the pre-market session. Are we going to see more of the same? And guess what? We did, with a bit of market confluence as well, but ripping all the way back up. I only have the last breadcrumb left from these highs, but we're pretty much vacuuming all the way back up on open here. So yeah, back through the opening price is $3.39. Wow, we're halting up, Neil. Halting up at $3.69. Oh boy, I'm glad I only have a breadcrumb. So we'll see where this one opens up afterwards. Absolutely wild.
Did you see the size on the bid? The size on the bid was the top two gateways had 1 million displayed as that went into an up halt on open, which is completely insane. Just a very quick note here, the market is trying to bounce back pretty decently. My eyeballs are on a potential trend break on Amazon, but I just look over at some of the other cohorts like NVIDIA, topping tail candle at 166. At least that's what it's looking like. Like we just had a decent bounce. You're looking for follow through. And instantly, the first even dollar that it runs into, and you're seeing a wall of selling. Guess what is, there's Amazon looking for the trend break there. But the dead one, what is dead may never die. And I am now a million for a million, where I try to point out a stock that has been holding relative strength, and the second I pull it up, it starts losing the bid. Like, are you kidding me? This was holding above the pre-market highs, Apple, just now. And then all of a sudden, the second I bring it back up, it's right back into the volume-weighted average price. But a double bottom on Apple at yesterday's lows at 212. It's above VWAP, which makes it stronger than pretty much everything else out there in the market. So if you're looking for some strength, I think that's where you can find it for sure. But I think this could be our opportunity. The market's starting to come back down in. Amazon, not really breaking trend. I'd have to pivot to Apple. Apple's kind of strong here, Opes.
Apple's holding up quite well. Market, taking a bit of a breather here from that selling. Start of this 15-minute candle. How much time is left? Okay, this is not. Okay, no, 7 minutes. Almost 7.5 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to finish printing, and it's starting off with a little bit of a bid. I'm still watching this open to see when it'll open. Last halt, the price was at 10:05.33. So let's see if we open at 10:10.33 on open. Be right back from the dare.
Keep an eye here on CHWY. I'm just seeing apparently this one is Morgan Stanley's top mid-cap e-commerce pick with a $50 price target, currently trading around $38. Likely a note from this morning, but either way, just saw this on social media now. Maybe keep an eye on Chewy. Apparently, Morgan Stanley's top mid-cap e-commerce pick with a $50 price target. Back to you.
Ooh, oh my.
What's going on?
There's some, what a pullback here. I just looked over. Google got to VWAP almost all the way to the volume weighted average price. This market is on a bit of a charge back. I did pivot to bidding in front of Apple at the volume weighted average price. It bounced exactly off of 213. There was a consolidation there. I'll play this one off of VWAP in the 213 level. It's like it's green when the market's red, so there's relative strength. And I'd be out of this. This is not a hold till the low of the day. If this decides to flip, it can get pretty nasty. And what are the chips doing? Not a heck of a lot. Amazon's now starting to break the trend. It hasn't closed above the trend line, but I'm starting to get into the habit of weaseling into half as it's starting to break the prior bar on the trend line and then taking the other half of the position after it's closed above the trend. It doesn't change where I'd stop it out. I still stop it out at the prior bar. So now all of a sudden you've closed above. That gives me the cover to take the other half. And it also gives the option of, well, do I want to give it to this tight prior bar now, which technically would be the trade, or do I still give it more room? And I didn't even get that fill. Don't want to chase it too far. We'll get half now and half later. Kind of like a shady deal. It's like I watch way too much of The Wire. Oh, goodness, I got to rewatch that show. But so Amazon breaking trend, the market's trying to get back to the upside in here. If it gets to VWAP, I would be more than thrilled the way that we're selling off. Open is still not open back up, but that'll be in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, you gotta wait for that one there. Again, 10, 33s should be, if it's a 5-minute halt, and the market coming in with a bit of a bounce here as well. We'll be right back from Midday.
Yet another play with a decent short float that's making a move this morning. CHGG, this is Chegg Inc. I couldn't find any news on this one. They do have, though, as I mentioned here, short float pretty decent, about 10.5%. So CHGG, about $1.50 stock right now. Nice little push to the upside for this one. Certainly no shortage of these smaller cap or retail favorite plays today. That is for sure. Back to you.
No question. And remember, for all the retail traders out there, there was a note this morning, or at least overnight, that FINRA is considering lowering the minimum for the PDT rule from 25,000 to 2,000. I don't know any time frame where that could happen, but certainly I think that could be a big one. Unfortunately, the market doesn't seem to the market's going to the downside, so probably none of the names affected are doing anything. Open, well, we're not going to get a chance to short 4 again. Let's just leave it at that. It opens up and could go into a down halt almost instantly. Yikes. The backside of this trade seems like it's firmly in. I thought we could go all the way back and even retest this $4 area to go back into the short. But let's see what happens next. I just want to quickly go back over to Amazon, which just goes first leg. Where is I thought I put an order in front of 228. Apparently I did not. So I'm going to get that in. I'm just going to even sit in front of VWAP. And when VWAP's up here, and we had pre-market lows legitimately at this 228.6, like I'm probably going to get out of this at the 228.5. It just doesn't feel like an all-the-way recovery type of day to me. Be wrong about that, but we're just trying to pick our spots here. Waited for this to break the trend line, got in a bit early, added to it, and we'll see if we can get to that volume-weighted average price. What else are you guys looking at here? Because I'm telling you, there's no shortage of movement in the market.
Oh, yeah.
As the market bounces, I just got filled on Apple in front of 13. So what was strong, did that just go relatively weak on me? Interesting. So rotation back in other names, and this could lose VWAP? Yeah, and it just did. I had my stop in place. I didn't even have to hit a key there. We're long, giving it to the volume-weighted average price. So oddly enough, the second the market catches a bid, I just want to quickly show you how strong Apple was relatively, Apple's starting to lose it. All right, well, Amazon worked. We were 1 for 2 on the longs apparently here with Amazon working, and Apple all of a sudden deciding it's not going to be any good. Riri Jordan, this is a great question. Why did open pause like that? It went into a volatility halt. So if any stock, it trades NASDAQ, New York, and the US markets, and most markets have some kind of a mechanism, if it moves too big of a percentage, usually 10%, depending on the price. If it's under $1, then the halt bands are a little different. Within a certain amount of time, too fast, it goes into what's called a pause. And it's essentially just a pause halted for volatility reasons. It's either 5 minutes. If longer than 5, it'll be 10 minutes. It's all in order so they can have an orderly auction to have proper price discovery because it's going too crazy too quickly. It happened yesterday to the downside when it lost a bid, and then of course as it just bounced here, you had another volatility halt here on open. I'm gonna get to some of these super chats, and we've had a bunch of them, and a big one. Thank you so much, James Troy. That was very, very, very kind of you. David Tresiak, over under on if open halts in the next 15 minutes. I think we all thought it would. Obviously it did, so everybody would have won that bet pretty easy. IKH, I don't know, I can't pronounce this name, and I'll probably butcher it if I try. You bought puts at the top when you said big seller on Amazon, thank you. And Vanilla Man in America, KO with a strong bounce off 68.69. Why not? And one of the reasons why, like whether we're in trades or not, part of what we do here at Trade to Evil, I'm just telling you what I saw. Like if I was convicted enough, I think I would have, like I could have shorted Amazon up there. It looked like it was a strong buy. I'm gonna go back to my 3-minute chart, and I like longs in Amazon. But if you have level 2 access and you watch enough tape, all I can tell you, it was obvious. That's the best way to describe it. Someone was holding $230 in the pre-market, as you can see on a line. It then retested it, looked like it was going to be a breakout. I had an order to stop long and stop breakout to the long side. And right when that came in, there was a huge seller that dumped it. It tried to regain. And sometimes you can just sort of see it very obviously on the tape. And as I say that, resistance just came in at the 3/4 mark. So I'm see if I can get 70. I just want 72s out there. And if I'm going to offer in the 80s and I see selling come in there, I'm just going to take that next leg out. This is a mean reversion trade into a weak market. Like the market trying to make a bit of a bounce. Do I think we can recover some? Sure. But I don't want to bet the trade that we're going all the way for a V-shaped recovery. So hopefully this can get us to the volume weighted average price. But at this point, it can't turn into a losing trade. I'm going to tighten up my stop from prior bar. I should be giving it at least to the entry on the last little bit, which will oddly enough be right at 227. So just underneath break even is where I want to give this trade to.
Yeah, I'm seeing that circle. I covered pretty much everything on that one as we did halt up, pull back down. Sorry, open, not on circle. But the market catching a little bit of a bounce here. Don't know if this GM is really going to work out as of right now. Still holding, teetering above that day low, Neil. But at Alphabet, strong bid coming in now. Amazon as well, maybe breaking some prior bar highs. After on the 15-minute is what I'm talking about. After selling off pretty aggressively, wow, a low of 226.5. So it seems like it was just yesterday we were observing that 226 level, Neil. The TQs also bouncing pretty nicely. Nvidia with a day low of 164.59, currently trading at 160, just shy of 167, only about 10 pennies away from that one. So yeah, catching a bit of a bounce on this here market. Let's take a quick look at some of these crypto-related names and see what they're up to. All right, Webull sideways, Robinhood. Sure, we sold off of the open, maybe a little bit of a bounce potentially coming in here as well. MSTR, wow, quadunk to the downside. Coreweave pushing a little bit higher here, and it seems like we are getting a little bit of an announcement here. Fire drill?
So loud. It's just, you can probably hear it.
That's what it's for.
But we're going to have the monthly fire alarm in the building is going off. So you pretty much, it's just testing. You're going to hear it. Yeah. Given how open this space is right now, my guess is it might be louder than normal, but it shouldn't take very long. It's just a routine. They do it all the time.
Some of these ETFs that we were talking about, I was like XLP strong, XLV also strong. Those reversions came in quite nice, almost a 50% reversion here on XLP, and almost a 30%, I think, just eyeballing it, 30% reversion here on XLV as well. So the sectors that were pretty strong off of the open, catching a little bit of a bid, a little bit of a sell as the market catches a little bit of a bid. So maybe a little bit of, how you say, rotation maybe happening.
Steve Day
What's up?
in the chat just goes, why don't why don't you have to get in single file and walk outside? Like the old fire drills in school.
Yeah.
My mind immediately goes to Kindergarten Cop when they had the fire drill, because that's a funny movie. What's hilarious, there is a story about this. Now, when the old office, I'm now talking years ago, we were in the top floor of an office building. And so what would happen is, like, I'm a trader on the floor, and the alarm, like a fire alarm would go off, and I'm not making it up. We would send somebody to you shouldn't do this, to the stairwell.
Okay.
To see if other people were going down. And then we'd send them to the window, look down, and just see if anything is happening. Because the market's open, you got positions, and you're trading. Like, you kind of don't.
Do we
want
really
to
need to do this?
And that's where the mentality. And then, again, this is not something you should do. If there's a fire alarm in a building, and you should get the heck out of Dodge. And I know better now, but when I was younger, like, you're 25 years old, it's like, whatever. Maybe you're having a good morning and you're just being stupid about it.
I mean, we're traders. We're like, okay, we know that this is going off, but let's see what majority of people are doing, and then maybe make our decision off of that. Yeah, it sounds. I don't know. You're saying don't do this. Sounds about right to me, dude.
No,
assess the information, make a calculated risk. I think that's what it is.
It's still not the right decision. I think it's a little crazy.
350 is holding so well here
really
on Open Door. I want to know what you guys are trading, because I know the earnings board was definitely stacked, and some of those names coming in quite nicely as well. I know LMT selling off pretty aggressively. That's catching a bit of a bid. Coca-Cola pretty much sideways. General Motors, oh boy, there it is. It's ring-a-ling-a-ling, school bell ring.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling, school bell ring.
There you go. See, I know some music.
Shaba. Although he was the first dude to ever get canceled with Shabba Ranks.
Was it?
Look it up. Yeah, he was straight up canceled. Reggae artist from Jamaica. Look, we're gonna go to Adara. I know there's a bunch of small caps we haven't talked about. Good time to do so now.
Unfortunately, Neil, there's no way I'm going to be able to cover all of them, because a lot of them are literally giving up the move as I'm pulling up the charts, or moving pretty, I guess, in a volatile way. But if you really like these small caps, definitely check out our midday show from 11 to 2. Sharif will trade these very frequently and has a great approach to them, so definitely check those out. Here's the IWM. This is super choppy. These first two 15-minute candles, literally a barcode. Let's see what happens here, though. Again, really self-contained, very much range trading here in this $1.50 range for the Russell so far today. TLRY really strong. I also just saw CGC pop up as well. I'm not seeing any articles from Marijuana Moment to explain this move, but either way, keep an eye on these cannabis tickers. Clearly pretty strong today. We also have LNZA. This is LanzaTech Global announcing this morning they've received a £6.4 million grant from the UK government. So keep an eye here on LNZA. And last but not least, we have CHGG. I mentioned this one earlier. Probably one of these small cap tickers that is the most consistent with this uptrend. Good look here for Chegg with a 10.5% short float and no news that I was able to find. Back to the guys. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Very much. That GM breaking through day low. All right, so I was wrong on that one there. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm looking. Yeah, Pug Life saying I'm on the sidelines, not a degen. Yeah, exactly. Good. That's how it should be. Waiting patiently for your setups to show up, and then maybe just being really light until they do. If you do want to participate and take stabs at things, or take practice trades or reps, that dynamic sizing definitely something I got to do a little bit better with as well. But it's starting to get there, Neil. Trying to be the most size on some of the best trades can be a little difficult, but once you've started to track them a little bit better, things can start seeming a little bit more clear as well. QuantumScape actually wicked the high, so I got stopped out of that one. Circle still trading near its lows there. Alphabet maybe trying to catch a bit of a bounce. So Circle, we talked about that 190 being that anchored VWAP area. That's coming right in.
That could happen.
Well, 197.70s right now. It could definitely happen.
It wouldn't surprise me, and maybe not today, but it wouldn't surprise me if tomorrow Palantir bounced exactly off $145. 145.06, everybody, as that heads right back into the upside. It gets to the volume weighted average price and is still going and holding pretty solidly as we speak. I'm just in it. The shorts are pretty much Gonzo. I'm just holding Amazon for us to get to 228.5 and see if we can grab that one. And if we can, great. But you gotta keep things in a little bit of perspective. Look at the cues here. More importantly, look where we're consolidating. Not great. Not necessarily great because it's underneath support from last week on Friday. So when support turns into resistance, that's generally a bad thing. You want it to be the other way around. If we can't break away from this 23.2, at least test up to yesterday's lows, you could be in a bit of trouble. So that's why I'm still taking target here if we can at 228.5 on this bad boy. Nick is saying, look at Coreweave. Why not? I have circled up on it. Really? Why is Coreweave so strong? All right, let's do some work, Coreweave. Yesterday, you had to wait for this to get to $133 where the resistance is. So that's what I'm going to wait for again today. I paid for locates on this. My plan is to, on this end of the trade where it looks like it's trending down, to favor the shorts. Nice double bottom. Congratulations if you got that one long. I'm waiting for a place to revert this. And I guess it has to break at least 131, if not 132, before it gets to that price. Good strong day for Coreweave. Will the chips go the other direction? That's weird.
Yeah, a little weird there. But trade the pool, guys. With Trade the Pool's swing trading programs, you can get access to up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk thanks to a one-time evaluation fee. No monthly payments, no hidden cost. Take Vincent, for example. One of Trade the Pool's swing traders. He's already locked in $23,000 in profits. His top performer, NMAX. He shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in a whopping $6,777 gain. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off with Trade the Pool. Open pulling back in off of that 370 high, so that halt up was a little bit toppy there as we pull right back in. So anybody chasing a push into that halt up, definitely a little out of the money right now. 335s coming in. Market also just consolidating near its lows there as well. So yeah, I've tried GM a couple of times. Sometimes I'm light, sometimes I'm heavier relative to what I'm seeing. But we'll see if this time it'll potentially come in. But if the market's going to take a pullback, again, I'm more than willing to be wrong a few times on this one to give it a proper chance, right? I think we talk about allocating certain portions of your daily risk. That makes sense. So yeah, giving GM a couple, giving myself enough room to give GM a couple of tries, if not a few, as we look for a potential reversion. The short off of the open was absolutely beautiful. Oh boy, right through that $50 mark. That $50 breakdown came in quite nicely, trading 70 pennies lower. Not right away, but a nice grind. It took a few minutes to get down here, but definitely a little bit of a continuation push on GM as it trades a little bit lower here. I'd like to know what you guys are trading. LMT still continuing to curl up a little bit there, so shout out to the longs off of 420 longs. Nice. 419.10 was the opening low. Yeah, of course, LMT 420 makes so much sense.
Yeah, of course it is. Who wouldn't make that connection between Lockheed Martin and 420? Just one quick update. Looks like the futures are not really pushing through that level, but I'm out of Amazon. The mean reversion trade, it goes halfway, but once it breaks this consolidation down, held at 228, I'm out of that trade. You're waiting for it to make that trend break, but you're also not, I'm also willing to acknowledge it's still overall higher time frame and downward trend. Not the best looking chart. If we test back down at 226, that's still a big level, but we didn't actually get there. We got to 226.5. So this could break the low, and there's still an area that I'd try it one more time for a long trade. You take what you can get. Like just Take what you get. Try not to be upset that it didn't go the entire way. If you got a long that worked today, I think you're pretty happy with it. Mostly it's been shorts. I thought we'd get a little bit more of a bounce on Rigetti to get back in. On a 15-minute, it held 15.5. I was kind of looking a little bit closer to this wick low. Doesn't end up happening, so I'm not going to rush in. Let us know what you guys are trading. Joe's pink. So, okay, we have Sharif's knees in the chat.
Okay.
And Joe's pinky is in the chat saying, look at H2O America. I mean, H2O is printing. Well, this stock is not printing any volume, I can tell you that much. Although, you know, it will make me drink some water. But it is not printing anything, unfortunately. The volume not looking too good on that bad boy. But hey, you have a creative name, so I'll pull it up, and I have no issues with that. Looks like we got out of Amazon at just the right time. And Mark's Cars, not trying to sleep. We mentioned NEO a couple times, not trying to sleep on it. I'm perfectly happy with what we traded. Rigetti, Open, and Amazon have all looked pretty good and given us good opportunities. But yeah, NEO is still on a tear. This is, I don't know how many days in a row. There's a couple of red days in here since it broke away from the bottom, but it's not yet at that 5.5, 5/3 to 5.5 level on the daily chart where it reversed the last time. Feels like it's got a date with that particular price as it's churning toward the $5 level. You know, it actually looks good for a VWAP retrace, I think. This looks very good for VWAP retrace. The other thing to consider with Chinese ADRs, they'll tend to slow down in the middle of the day, especially going into lunchtime. So if you get a pullback into VWAP, that's usually a great time to pick it up down there. I think I would add it to the list in that regard. I already talked about Amazon. Circle is the other one. It's still heading lower. 190 is the price I'm waiting for an opportunity for the reversion long as the market continues to look weak. We haven't made any fresh lows, but at the same time, it's not like we've broken distinctly this downward trend everywhere. A few stocks have, but not participation across the board. Let's go back up to the desk with Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path, instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million and they've earned more than 1,000 five-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV, that is TTV, to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com, that is top1futures.com, and start trading towards your next payout. Back to you.
I have. So we were just sort of talking about some names that we were tracking throughout the morning that I wanted to get back to. Block. Now remember, Block being added to the S&P 500, that is effective as of the open tomorrow, meaning this is the last day of trade that it is not part of the index. It's relatively strong, up 1.5%, and it's even got it's not an even dollar break, but 79.5 was resistance at the open yesterday. It's resistance as we speak. Yeah, I'm gonna like Block. This one was on my list, and I said I had it as an over under 80 play, which technically means I should have been shorting in front of it, but given its relative strength now, I don't think that's all that valid. I want to play maybe long into it into a breakout here for XYZ. And then remember that all day long, anything can happen on the stock. Once it gets in closer to the close, I start thinking about what the imbalance might be and working off that trade. But for now, I'm going to look for a little bit of a breakout. I want to be cheeky long into the 80 so that I don't actually have to take the breakout trade there. So I'm just going to set a stop order so I can look away for a second, because Carson Fellows, I do want to look at HIMS. I've seen a lot of people talking about that name, and as I look over and Open's not giving me a trade, and Circle's not giving me a trade, and Rigetti is not giving me another re-entry, I'm going to get my stop here on XYZ, and then we'll go over and look at HIMS, which I have not looked at in a while. And in case you're wondering, last night in Blue Ocean, because that's what I hit first, it did that. But we don't care about Blue Ocean and overnight, at least not yet. But certainly this is a name which is much, much stronger than the overall market. There's a line that we used to get said, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place it can go. But there's a better thing. If it does break the low and then breaks the high, then you know it can fly. I actually think it's a better long setup when a stock liquidity grabs like a double bottom like this at the open and then breaks out, as opposed to just holding a level like this. Because you trap shorts, that looks pretty good, but timidly, unfortunately, $52 seems like about as good as you're going to get on any kind of a short-term trade. I was thinking maybe there's a swing bottom on there, but I'm not really seeing it with that resistance. But plenty of room as a day trade to 52. So continuation makes a heck of a lot of sense here in HIMS. Maybe like a 49 break or a pullback into this level, 48.15. Good looking stock. I love when you get that rinse of the low for long continuation, especially when the market's been so weak, because that just means people were looking for shorts to join, and they probably got burned with HIMS here. I'm guessing.
Well, yeah, no. What I'm noticing, Neil, is like a lot of these stocks that have very strong day ones, or day, if you want to call it day one, like directional price action, where you're opening relatively, I guess, extended from, you're closing relatively extended from the close, so from the open. So you're just like, you open lower and then you close higher, or you open higher and then you close lower, and it's a distinct kind of a trend. So coming into the next day, I'm like, okay, well, sellers were dominant yesterday, or buyers were dominant yesterday. Let's see if we see more of the same. And more often than not, what I'm seeing in this specific market, Neil, is it's about, it's all over the place. More often than not, I'm seeing that on the ones that are super directional, you're going to see an aggressive push. And we saw that happen on, what was it? It was not QuantumScape. There was one of the stocks that I was watching, and we got a full-on reversion coming in right off the open, and I think that was QS, maybe? Yeah, it was QS. Yeah, so let's pull up QS and take a quick look at that one here as well. It seems like this one may be trying to work here. So we'll kind of push into that one. But yeah, let's go. Where is QS? Right here. So QS, you can see aggressive push right off of the open. And I was like, okay, where are you going? Why are you running? And yeah, not looking distinctly different from what it was doing yesterday. What was it doing yesterday, you may ask? Let's pull it up and take a quick look. Oh boy. Kohl's with the reversion, probably one of the best reversions on the day. I missed out on that one there. Got to get good. But yeah, open pulling back into that $3 mark as of right now, Neil. But we're looking at QS. So let's take a quick look at QS. So this is what I'm talking about. Strong action on the day, pretty much selling off relatively lower to the open. So I'm like, all right, sellers are definitely dominant. But coming in off of the open, even though we trickle down in the pre-market below prior day's low, look at the aggressive bid that just comes in and slaps higher, sure, back into prior day's range. So it's like, yeah, if you're looking for that continuation coming right in off of the open, that's pretty aggressive as well. So yeah, it's a good example. I think Circle, maybe distinctly different, as it did give us the continuation. So sellers were in charge day one, sellers were in charge day two. Guess what? Sellers are in charge day three. And once again, Neil, I am not short Circle, here at least, but 200 coming in as of right now, consolidating in and around that 200 is that Circle with a low of 196.45. So, oh boy, what a beautiful continuation this one's been having on the multi-day. So I don't know if have we gone through some of these super chats, Neil?
I think
David,
I got most of them.
Open.
Oh, I missed that one.
Open. David saying open like a new kitten, just need to have a play toy to direct it, and it's predictable. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, okay. So KO, Von Clark. Hate to say it, but look at Faraday Futures, FFAI. Now that's a name I have not heard in a long time.
It's been a
long time. So let's take a quick look at Faraday Futures and see what that's doing. Here. Is it doing? Whoa, hello. Thank you very much, Von Clark, for pointing this one out. Currently doing almost 17 million shares on the day. It's a charger, right? It is a charger. So I want to see if Plug or ChargePoint are also having a similar sentiment on the day like today. Plug distinctly different. CHPT, how you doing, buddy? Let's see. ChargePoint is gonna load if my chart loads for me. Okay, cool. ChargePoint, nothing. So it seems like FFAI is where the party's at. So thank you, Von Clark, for pointing that out. We also had Vanillaman with KO, but we'll be covering that in a little bit.
Well, if you're looking for those types of plays, like Faraday popping up on your scanner, Kohl's this morning, you're going to want a reliable platform, and that's what eSignal is going to give you. And the best part about it, still 1 month free. First month, they're waiving the fees. You can trade smarter, not harder, on an easy and customizable platform. Back test your strategies, deploy every scanner imaginable, trade multiple markets, direct trading through multiple brokerages so you can execute your trades live through the platform. You also have the ability to automate trades through an API. You have level 1 access so you can see the bid ask on multiple stocks. Fantastic platform. I've used it for years, and many people on this floor as well and throughout the company will speak very highly of the platform. But the best part is it's a month free. So you scan the QR code, you click the link in the description, you try it out, try to step up your trading game. Data matters, information is critical as we're making all of these decisions, and eSignal provides you with the best opportunities there. And I still like this breakout eventually on Shopify if it ever happens at 1:30. Probably not today, the way this market is going. But yeah, check out eSignal, and thank you to them for sponsoring that part of the show. And Tesla went ham, because that's what Tesla does sometimes. A big V-shaped recovery on Tesla. Maybe it's going to do us the solid of pulling back into the volume weighted average price, which also happens to be yesterday's low. Do you know what? 331 is big resistance on Tesla. We could just break that out too. Like it failed 331 the first time. You could just bust through that and go long into 332 on a high break, but I'm not going to diddle with it in the middle. Either it's retaking the highs above 331, or we're waiting for the volume weighted average price over there. Block is going to break any second now, and if this market is bouncing, then Rigetti is nowhere near VWAP. I kind of figured if the market was bouncing, Rigetti would be at a resistance level that I could trade, but it's not. This one is nowhere near where I wanted the entry. Unfortunately, so I'm just going to start scanning for some other opportunities. NVIDIA is at the volume weighted average price. That looks pretty strong coming into VWAP as opposed to weak. What is AMD saying? AMD is also looking strong above VWAP in this moment. So that's not really looking like much of a short either here, Obi. I'm looking for something that I could fade with the market at the volume weighted average price.
I mean, I can't see too much into the future here, but thank you to Vaughn Clark for pointing out Faraday futures. And if you're looking for something to fade, I think some of this aggressive buying that's coming in, we can just be patient for that to kind of start to step off. But before that, let's see what's going on with the rest of the market with Sector Watch, guys.
It's pretty interesting because the NASDAQ is down in the day, as we know well, but you wouldn't necessarily guess that weakness if you looked at non-tech sectors. So I'll start with those. Finance, great look. Berkshire Hathaway, which has been pretty beat up since we had the announcement that Warren Buffett was going to retire and step down. It's actually up 1% today. Visa, MasterCard, Bank of America also strong. Eli Lilly leading the health technology sector to the upside. Consumer non-durables doing pretty well, except for the two earnings names in this sectors. That would be Philip Morris and Coca-Cola. Producer manufacturing a bit more mixed here. Consumer services pretty green. Utilities green. Communication, great look here. We'll get both AT&T and T-Mobile reporting tomorrow morning. Transportation looking pretty good though, as is retail trade with the exception of Amazon. And that brings us into the notable tech weakness. Electronic technology, big downside moves at NVIDIA, Broadcom, A&D, Micron, then of course LMT as well to the downside on earnings, though it's bounced really nicely off the lows. Technology services also a bit of a sore spot here for this market. Oracle, Palantir, Netflix, Meta, all red, though some other names are like Adobe and CRM actually green. So overall, not a great look for tech. Pretty good look if you're anything else. Make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. I'd like to see in the chat what you guys are trading, what you guys have been involved with. And don't forget, guys, we still have this leaderboard. So let's take a quick look at what this leaderboard is up to, the stock leaderboard. So far, 63 63 mentions of NEO, or NIO, however you want to call it. I'm not really judging. Open coming in second place. KSS and NVIDIA fighting currently for third place position as of right now. And don't forget to use the money sign, $, then the ticker to cast your vote here. And oh boy, Fabian, I think you're doing a great job with this, man. It's looking beautiful. Look at that Skyfall and GME 2. Bless you. Palantir, DFLI, Lucid, NVIDIA. Oh boy, we're moving around. APLD, AMD, and Hood. So throw it up in the chat. I want to see some votes coming in. I know there's thousands of you watching, not a lot of votes. So participate, don't anticipate. Cliche. We'll be right back from Midday.
Faraday future here looking pretty bright. FFAI earlier today, they announced that apparently they're marking their first step into their Web3 finance strategy here through a collaboration with Habit Trade and support from RWA Group. Regardless of the catalyst, great look here for FFAI. We're talking about a 90-cent move here, 90 to 80-cent move from these lows of day, also a 27% short float. It's worth noting this catalyst did not come out during the day. This is actually a pre-market catalyst. So again, the short float here is worth noting. And in case you missed it, 27.2%. Back to you.
Just a huge move up on this. I'm trying to get locates on, well, okay, I've got them. I'm just getting them for Obi on Faraday. A lot of times when I'm looking at this, or when I'm looking at anything of this realm, if you're thinking about any type of a sniper trade, I'll move my time frame as I just did from a 3-minute to a 1-minute to look for it to break trend. Because when it gets this steep, I think a lot of times, like if it breaks this channel, it's going to happen really, really fast. And you want to be a little bit faster. So if you see me pull this one up, I might be looking at a different time frame chart. I usually have a 3-minute chart up, but I'll be drawing trends on this stock on a 1-minute as Faraday looks absolutely like it's going ham. All right, Tesla could be pulling into the volume-weighted average price. Another V-shaped potential recovery. Hopefully I don't jinx another stock. Another potential V-shaped recovery. The 145 bounce on Palantir headed towards 150. So this looks like it's, I mean, I want to say it's obviously relatively strong in a sense, but the problem with saying that statement is you'll look and see it's 1.8% down. So clearly it's bounced better than the market from the lows, but we're still down more than the overall market on Palantir. In a general sense, I still believe overall it can be headed toward 140, but the 145 bounce looks pretty distinct. If it holds above 150, it gets more interesting than Tesla for me. But the difference is Tesla got all the way and broke the high. This was an actual V-shaped recovery on Tesla. So I want to look to, as Obi would say, revert the reversion down and go back into the long. Because since this bottoming tail, which is a gorgeous one, this looks like a long. So if we catch a trend break here, that's a 1-minute. I guess I usually want a 3-minute. I'm going to go back to my 3-minute chart. I'm going to look for a bit of a trend break back to the upside on Tesla and join what I think is one of the strongest bounce plays. Already green Tesla is in front of their earnings this week.
All right, so it seems like, I mean, we got 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes left on the show, and you guys have voted pretty decently. I saw it in the chat. You guys were throwing it up. So right now, NEO has taken the lead. You know, NEO, Open, NVIDIA, and Tesla. It would seem like I'm just going to refresh this as well, just to see if actually, I think if I refresh it, does it wipe the whole thing? Oh, there we go. All right, so it's back.
Well, if it did, we'd have found out.
Yeah, we would have found out. We'd be like, oh boy. But no, we remember what they were. NEO, Open, NVIDIA, and Tesla. So let's take a quick look at some of those. Oh boy, $3.05 is the high on FFAI. GM stopping me out multiple times. All right, so if you're going to show me that sellers are still dominant and it's about 10:45, I'm going to be like, all right, I'm gonna pack my patience on that one. Don't need to spend more risk. Shout out to Sharif. Than I really need to on that one. And yeah, packing patience. If there's one man who is showing us who can do it, it is definitely Sharif there. So let's take a quick look at NEO here and what NEO's been up to. Oh boy, okay, all right, so a little bit of a bid. $5 incoming on NEO. Neil. So $5 may be an interesting price when it comes to
Probably
stocks.
a mil on that stock at 5.
So I think if you guys don't already know, I think it's what certain institutions can only transact with certain stocks above $5. Above $5.
It's a big price.
4.95 is the high right now, and we saw that $5 rejection yesterday on a stock as well. I forget which one that was. Might have been
What was it? Oh yeah, Open.
Billions of shares traded. Wall at $5. Oh,
The turn just happened on FFAI and I missed it.
interesting.
Look at the fail at $3 on Faraday. Did miss that trade. Let me throw a 1-minute chart up. Like, it made the topping tail candle. I was a little bit greedy. When it did that topping tail, I was trying to get filled too tight to $3. And I should have just taken 94s or 95s instead of trying to get 97. They're just saying that the fire alarm is probably done, is my guess. So Faraday's starting to come back into the downside. Hopefully somebody caught that short. You could see the pretty distinct topping tail candle in there for opportunity. And as you just said, Obi, pumping higher and losing $5 yesterday was Open. Big level when it gets to $5 for NIO. I'm not saying in any stretch of the imagination that Open and NEO are remotely the same. Like, the manner in which Open got to $5 yesterday is unprecedented, but it's trending into 5 here. If it loses the trend line, then I'd look to revert this. It never pulled back into VWAP, so we didn't get that opportunity, as Tesla's trying to do right now. We didn't get that opportunity, but I'm thinking there's going to be a fade here. So the next trade I'm hunting is a mean reversion, similar to what happened on FFAI, although I would suspect in NEO it'll be a little bit more orderly, everybody. So I'm going to make sure I load up and save my trend line here for NEO, letting you guys know that's the thing that I'm waiting for. Next, let me know what else you guys are watching. We got about 10 minutes to go in here. Yesterday, there was no lunch because the entire office, the water was off for the entire morning, so the back office wasn't even here, so there was no catered lunch or anything. So we couldn't do the what's for lunch because we all got our own thing.
Yeah. What did you get?
I just grabbed the sub.
Oh, okay, nice.
Like, I just wanted to go for a walk. It's not too far.
Yeah, the weather was great.
was
Like I
nice
said, yeah,
weather.
the weather was beautiful.
Perfect.
I had some pizza yesterday. I had some Soul's Pizza.
Good call.
But yeah, let's see what's going on in the world of money. Money talks with Adara.
Going around the world of money, unfortunately, is more USD weakness. Here is the DXY. This is now going to be our third straight day to the downside. Every time this starts to get a little bit of a move off of the lows, it then sells off further, makes a lower high. We've been in this sell-off pattern since the start of the year, so it's now about 6-7 months almost of just this USD weakness. Let's see if this ends up reversing. But as of right now, even though this trend line is getting a little bit wider, and we're, I guess, seeing a little bit of a change here in terms of the trend itself, the velocity. The lower highs and lower lows are not changing. Again, we'd have, as of right now, to make a higher low, we'd have to get a push above that 98.5 level, currently trading around 97, so that seems unlikely today. We did have comments from Fed's Powell earlier. We're going to get Fed's Bowman talking later today to Sam Altman, oddly enough, the CEO of OpenAI. I'll be covering that and let you guys know if there's anything of note happening there. But Donald Trump is expected to do a meeting at the same time, so I'm going to try to cover both these events as best I can and provide you guys with any updates that might be moving the market. Back to you.
Thank you, Dara. And just very quickly, right away, just as we were going to Adara, XYZ square block. All right, so I just block, just bounced off the volume weighted average price almost cleanly. 79 is adjacent to where it is. It's like a couple of pennies above the volume weighted average price, but started to find sellers right at 79.20. It's been very range bound the last couple of days since the announcement that it's going into S&P 500 effective at the close tonight. So you'll see this in the S&P tomorrow, 79.5. Clear range, so long here to the $0.50, and I think a breakout above that for now. If it loses the bid, you wait till the bottom, which, I mean, arguably 77. You can make an argument about 77.5. Patience. I will favor, in the afternoon, I'll probably favor looking for the long if there's a buy imbalance. It's a New York stock, so we'll get early indications as to what the imbalance is looking like, if there is any over on Block. So long off VWAP there. Tesla's not at volume weighted average price yet. And then NIO is on the warpath to $5 and just continues to trend higher and higher and higher. If it gets to 5 and fails, that's where I want to catch a little bit of a turn. You know what? We didn't even talk. There's all this strength in some of the Chinese ADRs in particular, as Sharif says, China.
Since the beginning of the year. Honestly, like, have you seen FXI?
Oh, of course.
You know what I mean? Well, like we're just trending up on FXI, and these ADRs, of course, following in step. The bid is definitely there.
Well, I'm looking at BABA here. It's just straight up consolidating at 120. Like it regained the 200, regained the 50. If you were to do the thing that I like to do, which is draw a trend line from the high, well, look at what's happening as we speak on Alibaba. It is trying to break above this trend line. The second you break out around 123 here, you're effectively taking out that trend line. Closing above 120 looks pretty good as well. So, some of these Chinese ADRs looking very, very good. Obviously, NIO and BABA have nothing to do with each other outside of the fact they're both Chinese companies, but BABA's one that I'll usually trade. And I see this breakout looming. Got to make sure. I'm going to put this one on my iPad, and if I don't do it now, then I'm going to forget. So I'm just putting BABA. And that'll remind me to do something and put a number next to it, which will just be 123. And then I'll put trend line next to that. And that'll remind me to set some kind of alert on that bad boy. So obviously we're watching NIO here. HIMS is making a bit of a run, apparently. AMD. The worst chip name this morning that I saw anyway, in that flush we had at the open, was AMD. And it was just program selling. Nobody wanted to be on the bid. $150. What a clean turn. If you're ever trying to catch a mean reversion trade, this candle is what you're looking for. The spike, the initial spike through 150 is the biggest volume candle of the day, and it closes above. That's your signal that the buyers are back in the stock. A lot of times it'll be a little cleaner this entry. I'd argue you might have had to take this a couple of times to go long, but we're running out of steam a little bit here on advanced market devices. I do prefer a little bit to watch some of the stronger names. Like I said, Tesla, looking for it to break this trend or bounce off VWAP, V-shaped recovery there. That's a better continuation play for me. And then Block, we're playing it into the high. It's halfway there now.
Yeah, I kind of like this idea on NIO. So you know what? Might as well put it to work as as we say. Sorry, what was that?
You're already short? Oh, no.
I'm starting a little bit of a dabble here on top of or against that 5. Let's see if that potentially comes in. Going to keep it relatively tight. Willing to give it multiple attempts as well. But yeah, a little anticipatory. Let's see what potentially comes in on this one. GM, I got involved a couple of times, and then the last time, I remember I was like, okay, well, the sizing can be definitely a little different. I was pretty aggressive on that last one. It gave me like 10 pennies. I'm in the last little bit of that one. I was probably the most aggressive on this current entry, but I've taken out most of it already as it's just consolidating, churning within the range. I'm just like, all right, well, if it's going to do more of the same, I'm just going to take this 15 penny range and walk away from it. NVIDIA and the chips definitely taking a little bit of a bounce here, Neil, finally coming in with a bid. So let's take a quick look at NVIDIA. I know you were just looking at AMD, and oh boy, was that reversion quite nice. 164.59 bounce, and you can see as soon as that selling's done, oh boy, we take a full-on reversion back into VWAP. Sure, a little bit choppy, not that clean, but comes into fruition. So price action, definitely my king. The market, the queen. Yes. So gotta respect the royalty here.
That's the first time I've ever heard. I like that.
So, price action's my king. The market's my queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And I'm married to the market. The king might not be too happy about that.
You just make that up now?
Yeah. We're doing it live.
Well, I don't know, man. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. You can say whatever you want to say.
What do you mean? We're doing it live.
We're doing it live.
We're doing it live.
Oh, that's grand theft.
We're doing it live.
That's for this show and this show only.
What do you mean?
First of all,
it comes from that, what's
come
his
on, man,
name?
it's-
Yeah, we started doing
That
it.
Bill
newscaster.
O'Reilly.
Was it Bill O'Reilly?
Bill
Yeah.
O'Reilly, yeah,
Yeah,
man.
where he like spazzes out. He's like, I can't read the teleprompter. That's not what it says. He's like, I'll do it. I'll close it off. And he's like, we'll do it live.
Do it live.
Do it live. And then at the end, the best part is the way he like, loosens up his tie, like throws, whatever. He's like, yes. I was like, let's
You got to.
get.
And first of
So
all,
we're doing it live.
taking lines from other people and using them, it's like it's a form of flattery. Speaking of stealing things, I'm hungry. And there's no food at this desk right now
Whoa.
because I've pretty much eaten everything except for my apple.
This is a banana.
But I am happy to announce we actually get lunch today. And
So
what do we
what
have
is-
for lunch?
What's for lunch, Neil?
Black pepper beef,
Oh boy.
steamed jasmine rice, garlic bok choy, Asian slaw salad, and fortune cookies.
Okay. Nice.
So of that, I'm going to get a salad, which I have no idea what's going to be on it, but I will definitely steal a fortune cookie. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna save a couple fortune cookies for the show, and
Oh,
we're
we
gonna
can
open them, and then you guys can see what my fortune is or our fortune is, and we'll see how accurate it is as well.
I like that.
I give it about a 50-50. That's usually,
a 50-50 that'll be accurate.
no 50-50. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I give it
50-50. If it has a high, 50-50 probability, but if the R to R makes sense, maybe it's worth taking.
That's fair enough. Hey, we just got a super chat in here at Shaolin. We'll get to that in a second. I just want to point out, look, XYZ was a VWAP to resistance. It's clear as day, the resistance. If it tries to break out 79.6, I still want to take that long, but I'm going to get back on the bid here. And just if it continues to do this trend, I am favoring longs on this today as it's going into the index tonight. What about Tilray? First of all, hit the like, and thank you so much for the super chat. We appreciate all of our community. You don't have to send us super chats, but we appreciate when you do, and we'll certainly answer your questions to the best of our abilities. That being said, that's the other one. I guess it probably hit the other. I have no idea if it's up or not. That would have sucked if I hit that key and it was down 15%. But it's up 15%, so there you go. The other day, was it 2 days ago? Or was it last week? Whatever. It might have, sorry, was it Friday or was it yesterday? I feel like it was Friday, the last time we talked about this. Tilray is making this break for 90 cents. It's above that 75-cent level, so thank you for pointing it out. Strong name. I'd like to see a little bit better volume on this move, but that was a good breakout at 75. That's the level to watch. I think as long as it holds 75, there's something here. I don't know where the volume has gone, but it is 11 o'clock, so you'd expect volume to slow down at least a little bit here. Could be a name that gets traded on the midday if the volume picks up, because Sharif 100% needs more small cap names to trade.
Hey,
He does not have enough.
bring it up.
Clearly, he needs a few more here or there. So I think we can add Tilray to that list. Thank you so much, Shaolin, for the super chat. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, everybody. But right for now, you've got the professor, you've got Joey options. Go get them, boys.
Oh, boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. This dude right here is Joey Options, is your boy Joey Options, and I am Sharif, and we're doing it live. We're doing it live. Only on this show. Shout out to Ronaldo.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hold on. We're going to get to that, Joe. We don't have to jump in so quickly. We got to shout out to the people, baby. All right, guys, I'm looking for new names. Let's go. Sharif's right kneecap. I need answers. What happened to my kneecap? It's because I put my leg on the desk one time. That's it. You're going to start, making weird names. I like you. Who else? Come on, Ed Miller. Who else? If you're new, throw your name in there. Shout out to Chris. Let's go. May Reyes, Vaughn Clark, Jim Bob. We got J1 Nice, Marius Colossus, Brown Lighting. We got Heiserton. Who else, man? Rowboat, Sippo Sunshine. I might have done that one before. I don't remember. Sonny Littletree. Travis Martin. Come on, let's go. Ryan O'Day. Where are the new names at? M Pink. We got Monty. We got the Silly No Show. Mr. Toranga Sama. We got Durango Julian. Oh, I like that one. Ryan Wade. Shout out to Ryan Wade. Feels like a new name. Po Wa Chan. Shout out to Be Smart. West y'all. He's obviously an OG. We got Garrett Steven. Green Day Dean. Love the band. Vaughn Allen. The Stock Impaler. I remember that one. Who can forget that one? Shout out, there we go. 1790 of some currency. To Papacito. All right, shout out to Papacito. I like your name.
That's your shekel.
And Joseph also pretends to learn your language as well, so all good there. No, I'm just playing.
Whoa!
Nah, maybe I should do that to you today, because today might not be the day to get Joey hands. Thanks, Rob. Content. That was fantastic response, Rob. All right, guys, we're doing it freaking live. We got a bunch of positions. We're gonna go to your boy Joey options. Hold on, Joseph.
Bro,
save the content.
I'm not taking it out.
Save the content. All right, guys. Let's just get this done with.
Get it over with.
All right.
Yeah.
So you guys saw the social media video that Ram posted yesterday, where we talked on Friday about the 4.
Hold on. Have they seen it though, Sharif?
Show them, Joey. Show them the video. Because we need answers. Your boy Joey Options is insistent that 4-inch shorts are okay. So much so that when I messaged him about it yesterday, he was already at the park wearing said 4-inch shorts. Thankfully, I didn't receive a picture, but you know, we all know what that entails there, Joey. Show him the video.
This is the video. This is probably the
I love how Borat was in the 4-inch shorts there.
Ramin did
Fantastic stuff,
here.
man.
It's insane. My guy Borat there as well too. But these are the 4-inch guys. Come on, that's not that bad, is it? These are the old 4-inch. That's not horrible. You know what I mean?
So Joey, we got a lot of room right here, right? Like the point is, behind the big boys over here, like behind us, we got the pole, so we can't do really a runway show. But I think that the audience should be able to decide what is acceptable and what isn't.
Yeah.
So Joseph, we're gonna do it live.
I think those are acceptable.
We're gonna wear 4, 5, and 6-inch shorts. And we gotta let the audience decide what is acceptable and what isn't.
6 too long.
We're not gonna mention the tights.
6 too long for me.
We gotta go to Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I was not prepared for the fashion show. Keep an eye here on this market because we do have Donald Trump waiting to meet here with the president of the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos Jr. I have this stream up right now. They're just kind of waiting for them to get outside the White House and meet up. The more important thing to note here will be the bilateral meeting, which occurs after the fact. It's set on the schedule to happen around 11:15 a.m., but we know sometimes Donald Trump is a bit late, so we're gonna have to wait and see what happens there. Either way, I will provide coverage on this event for you. We also, again, as mentioned earlier, have Michelle Bowman set to speak with Sam Altman. If I get any details on that, I'll let you know as well. Back to you.
Yeah, I found your pictures as well too. I'm
I'll openly tell everybody about it. The thing is, though, Joey, when I wear said tights, I make sure to wear a long shirt. You can't be showing too much. If you're gonna go skimpy on the bottom, you gotta go conservative on the top. You're gonna go skimpy on the top, you gotta conservative at the bottom.
That's certified unk right there.
That isn't unk, bro. That's just Quadzilla.
If you go,
I got videos. I don't even want to brag, but
that's unk, man.
That's unk. Get out of here with that unk, bro.
If you just go with the tight, if you just go tights, no long shirt.
Well, you got to be able to do it.
Yeah, you got to be able to do it.
You got to be able to do it.
Doing it.
All right, let's do
Enough
this,
of that.
baby.
Yeah, let's get into these markets, man. Remember, I got chopped up in Tesla here today. There's no one kidding around. Let's get right to it. I mean, boom. We go.
I'm sorry, guys. We're starting off the show live. We're doing it freaking live.
You got to lighten the mood up a little bit.
Sir.
So boom. We take a lot of shares here. Get stopped out. Don't flip it short. Try it short one more time. Get stopped out. So absolute massacre on my behalf with Tesla here today. Maybe we can get this move into the volume weighted average price. That's what I'm looking for right now. Other than that, I don't got too much going on. I bought some MU, just full disclosure on swings. Bought some MU yesterday, bought some more in the evening. Then just got rinsed on it this morning, so got stopped out of that one. So then what did I do? I impulsively bought some VIX calls. Yeah.
Of course he is.
Yeah. So
Of course he is. Shout out to Big Spot.
I impulsively bought some VIX calls, so let's see if that works out. And then I also dabbled into a bunch of ETHA, because we'll definitely get into that, because the primary beneficiary of this Genius Act and the Clarity Act is going to be Ethereum, because most of these stable coins are based off of that blockchain. And my guy Tom Lee says 10 to 20,000 potentially in Ethereum can potentially trade at that. And it has vastly outperformed Bitcoin in the past 10 years. Debate me. I have the infographic to show you guys. I need Diggy Do shorts that hang lower than, what am I reading now for?
I don't know, bro. I don't know, man.
Oh my God. Anyways, yeah. All right. Anyways, we're on to the next.
We're
thing.
doing it live.
We're doing it live. We got a lot to talk about, lots of things to cover today. Yeah, exactly. Hamster, 100%. I'm out of MU, told that thing to go do something else without me being involved into it, and then I decided to buy some VIX calls on the dump. Those aren't working out too well, and then I also bought some Ethereum as well too. So let's see what we got going on. I mean, they could be bad plays. I think the Ethereum will be working, but the VIX is probably something that is not going to be too well for me. Only a couple contracts. We'll double that up if things start to really cook for us, and the market wants to continue to sell. So that's the game plan. Lost like $400 on the MU. Small potatoes. But now we're going to be looking to make some money on VIX and Ethereum.
All right, guys, I see QVCGA going buck wild. We're going to cover it in 1 second. I'm just going to QVCGA. That's the ticker. This thing's on the rampage right now. I'm in a couple of positions. I'll mention those in a minute because some of them are good, some of them not so good. We'll talk about it. But QVCGA, that is QVC Group, formerly Quartate Retail Live Social Shop. So it's exactly what we thought. It's that shopping channel. Big breakout. Don't really care what the news is. As per normal, bull flag number 1. We are forming bull flag number 2 right now. 549, excuse me. That's wrong now. It's 560. This thing is on the warpath to the high side. Be on the lookout. I don't even know what the short float is. I haven't had an opportunity to load up all the data, but we're going to have to pull this up on a trading screen right now. QVCGA. On the NQ. All right, so let's keep an eye out on this one. I'm going to have to switch to the 5-second chart on my top screen. There we go. So now we can kind of trade this one and see exactly where the micro pullbacks are coming in. All right, back into the 10 EMA on the 5. Let's have a look over here. This is the kind of the higher low right now. I see definitely a buyer at 510, 5 to 510. Also, there should be a buyer at 530. Let's see if that buyer at 530 steps up here. There was a previous area of support at 530, and I got in right just like that. It popped up 20 pennies. There we go. Where are we in? We're in at 37s. Into 44 it goes. Let's set up at 49. $0.50. There it goes again. QVCGA to the warpath on the high side right now. Be on the lookout for the reversal. That $0.50 tends to be a local area of support and resistance, and I'll flatten out there for the remaining amount. Good trade. Looking to get back in at 5, between 485 and 5. Let's see if this one pulls back into that lower area high. That's what I'm looking for there. Let's see if we can actually get back in here super quick because we did make a higher low, but we are still putting in lower highs. 575 high. Every incremental crest has been a little bit lower. So I'm looking for a break above 560, 555 to 560. That's where the seller on the last area crest was. Let's see, do we hold up at that 5 1/4, 5 1/3? The answer right now inconclusive, but I would be a buyer in between 4 mid-80s and 5. 4 mid-80s, the volume weighted average price. 5 obviously being that psychological area of support. This one's coming down in a hurry. Watch out for this one. Here's that 5-ish area. So what we can do is I can get in here. I'm going to get in here and DCA into the volume weighted average price. Okay, here we go. We're at VWAP now. This has to be the trade. Missed it. Dang it, man. I have to freaking chase these. I need hotkeys on these. All right, let's try to give this one an entry again, man. Again, it doesn't let me in. So frustrating. We need hotkeys with this. All right, anyway, let's keep an eye out on this. It did find a lot of support at VWAP. It could have had a nice 20-penny winner there super quick, but we're still putting in lower highs. So the scalp A little dangerous. No, we can show the screen because what I'm looking at is the 5-second chart. I don't think they really want to see what I'm looking at, but yeah. So what I'm seeing is lower highs. Let me show you exactly what my view is on this. We're still putting in lower highs there on the 5-second chart. What I need to see is kind of a bit of a trend change. So show me some higher highs. Now we're using 510 as an area resistance, at least locally, a bit of a compression pattern. We have higher lows, but we also have lower highs. So that area for the moment, not really stepping in as an area of support, Joey. So keeping my eye on this one, looking for a break above 510. That is where the selling is coming in. So I won't keep talking too much about this one. What do you got?
Just saying up to Carney. What about the Clove options, Carney? There, brother. I don't know any relations to Mark. But yeah, no, this is what we got going on. Let me know what you want to know about Clove options, and then we'll do it. Or do you just want me to look at them? But if there's anything specific, just put it in the chat. Make sure you tag me so I can see it.
My money,
but there we go. My positions board isn't updating right now. I can make another transaction here shortly, but let's see where we can go. I want to see if we can break through the volume weighted average price. All right, I'll do something, just take a little off just so that might update it. And no, it still has not, but that is okay. So we'll figure that one out here momentarily to see what we got going on with that. But here we are, boom, 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 short, we double it up. There was another ad opportunity right there, but I was just not focusing on that. Boom, boom, boom. And then let's see if we can continue and break through the volume weighted average price and then hit that primary target of around $12. That'll put us right around 324 right there on TSLA. Just looking for the continuation and weakness here. You can see those opening drives throughout the market were extremely, extremely weak. So it may just take some time in order for us to continue in that direction if we decide to. Why was I short Tesla? Okay, we have some pre-market highs right around this realm. And then sure enough, we go up, we wick higher, and then we print this inverted hammer candle. Now looking for the break of VWAP into 324 there, Sharif.
All right, guys. So I'm going to let QVCGA do its thing. It's at VWAP right now. It hasn't really given it up that much. It's below VWAP. But the downtrend to me is unabated. Okay, and I'm looking at the 5, and you guys made me chuckle there in the chat and be like, tell people the truth. You're looking at the 10-second chart. I swear I'm looking at the 5. It don't make no difference. So this is what I'm seeing on the 5. It's uninterrupted to the lower lows, lower highs. So let this one kind of get a grip, and then we'll get involved with this one. I don't need to be first, but I realize it's at VWAP, which is an important area. Let me talk about my other trades. CHGG, this one holding the 10 quite well. It's about a couple of pennies off the highs. I've racked in my entry here at 65. It's showing me 66. Let's see if we can get the print on Chegg. We're doing real well on Faraday futures. You know, not the biggest move. Took a 15-penny winner. It's coming back into my entry. Faraday, we got 77s. Best print I have there is 90 on Faraday. Almost exhausted the shares on Faraday, but look at CLDX. Beautiful hold of the 10 exponential. We have shares on here on CLDX, so let's go and wet the beak here with a little bit more to de-risk. So this one looking real good. We got 72s. Best print I have so far on this bad boy, 82. So not big win. Next area I'm posted 85, 86, and then 88. Let's see if this one can continue putting in those higher highs and higher lows. Back to Chegg. See, finally we get a print on Chegg, and now it's showing me 67s. Alas, I'm waiting at 67, but it's not crossing to the other side. So we definitely needed to cross to the other side. I really wanted to sing there for a second, but I'm like, no, I can't do it right now. You know, we're in the heater mode at the moment. Let's wet the beak here on Faraday at 85s. Let's see if we get the print there. Now I've taken all I want out of Faraday, so let's go ahead and wait a little bit nearer that 3. So we're going to wait at 94s and then 99s. Faraday Future, if you don't know what this company does, you don't really need to when you're trading technicals and momentum breakouts, but they happen to trade electric vehicles with a gnarly looking car. Maybe we'll show you what it looks like when we slow down a little bit over here. So yeah, these are the positions. I've got 3 positions on, all doing quite well. Let's see if they continue up because we're punching in near the highs, guys. So risky by definition. Let's go back quickly here to QVCGA. This is why you don't fall in love. Joey, look at this. This is why you don't fall in love with these ones. This is what Obi would call, I don't want to put it in his mouth, but I'm pretty sure you agree with me. Oh, have a look at the screen. QVCGA, this is as mean reversion as it gets. Super quick. You make A breakout there from 325 into 575, and now you're down into 4.25, Obe. You just lost $1.50 in 1 5-minute candle on a $5 name. That's big move there. So be on the lookout, guys. This one is on the warpath to the downside. Chegg, give me another print there. Now we're waiting at 68, Joey. There's about a few thousand lots posted at 68. Let's see if we can take them out.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Yeah, I got a different thing, and I got a lot going on here, Sharif. Jeez, holy days. All right, I'm okay here.
Everything good? I can take over, brother.
No. I just got to... I don't know what's going on. Anyways, all right, yeah, so we're still short here. Let's see what we got going on. We did take a little bit off. The position boards isn't updating just yet, so we'll figure out what's going on with that one. Still short here. I did take some more off this and put through a transaction, so we'll keep an eye out on this one. Did it dip a toe? Yeah, no. Well, we didn't break VWAP, so that was a nice VWAP bounce right there in Tesla. So let's see if these we continuously form these lower highs. I think that's going to be positive for us. So as long as we don't construct something new, then we'll hold this for the break of the volume weighted average price. Market's slowly starting to curl around here as well too. So just keep that in mind. Much appreciated for that.
Bang.
And yeah, we'll see what we got going on. So you can see the market really cooling off here. The volatility did pick up. That's why I decided to grab some VIX calls. And boom. Sure enough, now we're starting to curl back over towards that low of the day. And we'll see what we got going on from there. But Tesla, pretty strong, actually, to be honest with you. A nice bounce off of the bottom, and then just continues to climb higher. So there, we decided to go short off of this inverted hammer candle, get a little bit off. That's nothing there of what we're experiencing at the lows. And then now if it squeezes, breaks through that, then I'll just hop out of this trade break even. That's all I got going on right now. Ethereum's looking half decent, wants to crack through some of these pre-market highs. Let's see if this consolidation phase is going to be enough in order for us to do so. All right, so we'll keep that in mind. That's what we have. QBTS looking like it wants to break down as well. When I was running my scans, I had nothing really other than, I guess, Tesla that looked half decent. But other than that, there was nothing outstanding on the scanning that I ran this morning. I said, hey, Joe, take me. Even though we are starting to run into earnings seasons, nothing crazy going on. It wasn't necessarily a star-studded lineup. That's for tomorrow. We'll leave Google and Tesla after the market, and we'll be looking forward to that one here. But Tesla starting to rebound. As long as we don't crack that high of the day, I'm going to continue to sit in this position. So that's all that I got going on right now. Clove, we'll take a look at Clove's options chain. I know someone was asking about this one here. So we'll see what we got going on. If there's anything outstanding, I know this one doesn't have too much. Yeah, there's nothing crazy from an open interest standpoint other than that $3.50 strike price. You got 15,000 current open contracts. Other than that, it's all about a couple hundred, a couple thousand, nothing substantial whatsoever. So that's what you got going on. You cooking anything up over there?
Yeah, we're doing okay. Right, I was just talking. I was talking to ADL in the chat, man.
Okay.
Give me a good. Do you have more to say?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was talking. He was telling me basically that candle on QVCJ was quite telling because it was so extreme in its movement away from VWAP, and I happen to echo that sentiment I happen to echo that sentiment. All right, so here's what I'm looking at, guys. I just got into Woof. This one is breaking out at the highs, but I'm not going to really put too much into this one because the volume's a little sus on this one. We'll see how this one does, though. Chegg doing well, coming back into 66s, though. I'm looking for this one to hold the 10 EMA on the 5, but we might have to end at fair day a little early over here because it's coming back into my entry at the 10 EMA. It's going to have to hold the 10 EMA. I'm really annoyed by this candle here. For whatever reason, there was an area of illiquidity. I tried to get multiple outs at 90, then 89, then 88. It wasn't letting me in, and now it's coming back down to the 10 EMA. Alas is still bull flagging. Look, if I'm going to flatten out here, I'll get back in at VWAP. Let's go ahead and set up an order at 65s. I'll front run it 67s just so that it gets to be a crowded trade. That's volume weighted average price, so I'll look to get bottom wick on that. Good trade though. We'll see if it continues going. Chegg still putting in higher lows, so that one is all right. And then this one over here, CLDX, taking a bunch of prints, but that 85 seller remains a stubborn seller, and that is the high of the day currently on CLDX. Where are we in on CLDX? We're in at 72s. So now we're showing 84s, 85s, not bad. Let's see if this one's got the juice to let the buyers loose upon that 85 seller where, yeah, he's been holding us down. He's been keeping us down. We'll see if we can kind of move him out of the way there. Chegg still putting in higher lows, and then Wolf. Okay, Wolf is stair-stepping up. Full disclosure, very light position here on Wolf. I liked Wolf because it took 385 out. There was clearly a seller at 385 once, twice, OB. He is the one thrice. And then we took it out here on the fourth time. And now we're showing 92s. Let's go ahead and set up at 93s. And then we'll also set up at 96s. So that's what I'm looking at right now, guys. Those are the three that I'm involved with. We're involved in QVC GA. QVC GA seems to be finding some buyers here. It's below VWAP, so it breaches my rules for a long position, but it seems to be respecting the 10 EMA on the 5. It does not seem to be a VWAP respecting stock at the moment. It's got a double bottom. Both the opening and the closing prints on the 5 are above the 10 EMA. And here we go again. Now we're coming into VWAP from the south side. So I said it wasn't an important indicator for QVCGA in terms of support. However, does it act as resistance now that we're coming to it from the south as opposed to the north side? So I'm watching this one. This one's got a lot of volatility, a lot of volume, and we've already seen it's got the propensity to rocket up dollars in seconds. So it does present a good possible opportunity for some money. All right, let's go back to Wolf. We just took our first print on Wolf, showing me 95s. Now I'm waiting for 96s, knowing full well we are very close to that dollar area, meaning that we could encounter some resistance, psychological resistance. That is showing me 96. I'm waiting at 96. We're going to have to clear. There it is, Joey. We take out 96. Now I'm posting at 98. And now we're going to post a little above 4. So that'll be, oh, no, we don't want to do that. We'll post a little bit above that level. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. Quickly now, back to QVCGA. Just want to see if this one's continuing to hold the 10 EMA on the 5. The answer to that, at least for the moment, is yes. So we're going to pack our patience there to see if it gets back above. Maybe we can get involved there. Oh, bad word. Didn't get the ad, sadly, on Faraday Futures at VWAP. It breaches the 10 EMA on a wick basis, and now it's working back up. I'm going to leave this order active, okay? I perceive a bull flag here being formed on Faraday on the 5, so I'm going to leave this order active, but if it does break out of the range and start making higher highs, I'll punch in there as well. So we'll see what we get with this one, Joey. Keeping my eye on all of them.
All right, cool. Yeah, so we added a little bit more up here to see if we can get this move back towards the volume-weighted average price. If this does work out, then I'm going to just double it up here and see if we can get that move. It does look pretty strong, to be honest with you. So, yeah, that's the thing. This is some bullish type price action. We're right back towards these pre-market highs. Let's see if this candle comes into play. If we do come back into this level, I'll just have to take a loss on it and then just wait for something else to arise. Ethereum working pretty good for us. So I'm going to be talking a lot about this name here now recently because I bought some. And yeah, exactly. We like Ethereum for the long term here. You know, my guy Tom Lee's buying it hand over fist. Oh. And then we have the Ethereum machine as well too. Was listening to an individual last night just talking about Ethereum and how it's outperformed Bitcoin, and how there's just many benefits to just owning it because of the ability to stake. It generates yield. You can obviously stake your Ethereum, and that's going to just generate more security for that blockchain, and you have the ability to just consistently produce profits off it. So Ethereum's looking pretty good. I like this one. So shout out to what was his name? Oh, I know it. What's the Ethereum kid's name?
Oh, the Russian guy?
Yeah.
I forget his name. I know who you're talking about.
It's on
skinny,
the Vitalik or something. Vitaly. Yeah. Shout to him. He went to Western or something.
Did he actually?
Yeah. He went to Waterloo or Laurier or something.
Yeah. Probably Waterloo. All the
something along those lines. So shout out to him.
Neil went there.
Yeah. And here we are. Yeah, we're just getting squeezed out of Tesla. So that's what we got going on. Nothing else really cooking up. Maybe some QBTS shorts here on the day, considering if it wants to break through this low. I'd like this slow curl over. So what we want to do is try to catch the top end of this range and then look for that move towards the low of the day and even south of that. So QBTS looking poised for a nice short. Failed breakout yesterday, Sharif. So you can see that we punched through some key resistance zones, liquidity grab, boom, and then now flushing towards the middle of this range and even the lower end of it. So keep an eye out on that. Maybe some continuation to the downside.
Attaboy, Joey. All right, guys. Yes, Vitalik Buterin says soul status. Appreciate you. Oh, yeah, Carney, Neil's definitely not a nerd, but the truth of the matter is Waterloo is like a great engineering school. Exactly. A lot of the very smart people who do well in physics, calc, all that good stuff in their last year of high school. They end up going to Waterloo. So it's super high achieving. I'm not saying Neil's not. I'm just saying that's where all the engineering students go. My buddy did mechanical engineer, aerospace engineering there, man. He swears up and down by that place. All right, and great alumni, by the way, too. All right, guys, we're doing it freaking live on CLDX right now. It's up 40 and change. Where are we in? We're in at 72s. We just wet the beak there at the high of the day. That's 88. Shout out to CD Lamb. Hopefully he has a better season this year. We still got shares on this one. We're going to continue looking for more into $3, okay? Faraday Futures, I'm out of. It lost the 10 EMA, and now it's in a full-blown kind of sideways compression pattern. I'm game. I'm game with Faraday, but it's got to set up the right way. Continuing to watch Chegg. That seller at 68 is prohibitively large. We already see several thousand lots posted on the level 2. It's what we can't see, really, that's been preventing us from ascending. We just got a 5,000 share print there at the mid print, and we didn't even budge. We didn't even budge. So that seller at 68 continuing to keep us down. That is the high of the day on CHGG. I for whatever reason, feel like this one's heavily shorted. CHGG, find out. 5%, not that big, not that big. Okay, so only 5% short float there. But look at my friend Wolf Go. We're in at 90s. We're showing 98s now. I don't have a lot of shares in this one, so we can't take too many outs, but I'm looking for a $4 clearing here. And now I could have just been like, okay, well, I'll just take the print at 4. That's not the move. That's not the move. Let's see if we can get that squeeze above 4. We've been putting in basically 5 candles now uninterruptedly green. And there goes that seller on Chegg. Sorry, buddy. I told you to get it the way you didn't listen. That's your fault. We're going to take another print there on the Chegged one as this one clears that 170 level. That is now the high of the day. I tried to warn you. You don't listen. So we're going to continue to watch this one and see what else we can do on this one. Joey, Carney, had a kid at the racing school I was working at that went there for engineering. Super smart kid, but definitely a nerd. Yeah, I use nerd in in a very positive way. I don't mean it in a pejorative way, like it was traditionally used. When I say nerd, I mean you're smart. That's kind of what I'm trying to say there. I hope everybody kind of gets that and doesn't think I'm trying to bully anybody, because I'm really not, right? Shout out to Assassino. Shout out to Assassino. He's always, All right, we're going to wait at 70 here on my friend Chegg. How many shares do we have? And then we're going to wait at 73. And let's layer the orders, Joey. Let's wait over here. Let's see if we can get that 70 print first and foremost. So keeping my eye on all these guys. It is now a $4 high of day on. Woof. Here we go. There is that $4 area. I'm looking for a squeeze above this level. If the short sellers are sitting here, run for your life, short sellers. No, I'm kidding. I mean, there's a lot of wattage here posted at 4. It's probably going to have to chop and churn for a while until we can clear that level. All more patience, baby. Packing it. Let's go.
Let's go.
Joey.
Packing patience. Yeah, let's go. Get in it. Get in the zone.
Get it, Adira.
Get in the zone. Get in the zone. Get in the zone. All right. Yeah, I just got okay, we're gonna go to Adira.
Trump is standing outside the White House with the President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. of the Philippines. He was asked, what's your message to the people of the Philippines? And Trump said, I love them. So that's happened so far. They're going to go inside the White House, and I'm going to cover this meeting, but it's off to a fun start, I guess. Back to you.
Yes, Adira, I love the energy.
All right, you guys want to talk about fun start? Let's talk about fun start.
Tell him, Joey.
All right, so just currently right now, you guys know what I was going. Why
What
are you
happened?
laughing already?
I'm sorry, bro,
You didn't even
because I
understand.
felt you were setting up to be sarcastic. I was front running the trade.
No.
I was front running the trade.
Listen, I've been getting front running. I don't
mean to laugh, bro. I swear I don't mean to laugh.
Morning. Anyways, get a voicemail just now saying I owe $900 for my previous warranty. I just paid them $300. What do I owe you $900 for?
Why is it always $1,000? Why does everything have to be $1,000?
I submitted the claim. They said, okay, this is what we're going to fix. They send me it back. They say, this is what's covered. This is what you owe. I pay them the $300, and now they're trying to tell me I owe another $900. Not today. I'm not having it. Do you understand this? There's no chance.
Today's not the day.
Today is not the day. You know what I mean? So it's just like, you know what that's just what
Tell
it
him,
is,
Joey.
man. That's what it is, man.
Oh.
Scam. No, it's real deal stuff. So I emailed them right now, and I said, not today. I don't owe you a thing.
Ram, help him out, man.
We're going back. I ain't paying nothing. They said, hey, oh, your voice.
I owed them 2K. I didn't pay it.
Yeah. Nice, Ram. Ram owes them 2K. She didn't pay it. We're not paying that. I already submitted my one claim. It said one claim per warranty. I put it in. I paid the $300. I'm not paying you the $900. That's simple as it gets, Jack. All right, that's a fact, Jack. Shout out to my guy, Mike P. DeRider. This is chaos.
Get it, Mike.
Yeah, and I'm just getting absolutely rinsed here in Tesla once
not
again.
true.
So yeah, it's just been an absolute chaotic day. Why am I trading this thing? We got to find something else. QBTS, IBIT, anything other than Tesla, because we got earnings tomorrow after the bell, and we're going to be most definitely looking forward to that one.
Look what Ayo Lewis said, man. He's like, who wore it better? We gotta show them. Why was it so 70s?
Yeah, I love that.
Ayo Lewis. I love it.
Ayo Lewis.
We're going to Adara.
Keep in mind, keep an eye on Rocket Lab. I'm seeing some commentary here in X. Apparently, they've been contacted for future Golden Dome launch contracts that would mean that they're joining SpaceX in competitive bidding. It's worth noting that Elon Musk himself has said that SpaceX isn't interested in the Golden Dome, but we're still hearing reports suggesting that they in fact are. I want to clarify, Rocket Lab, unclear from what I'm reading if this is a report or if this is confirmed, but either way, seeing that there is some Golden Dome interest here for RKLB. Also, keep an eye on some of these defense plays on earnings. LMT, I can't find anything on this, but this thing dropped like $10 in a matter of minutes. Again, not that crazy for his pretty ticker, but LMT, pretty volatile today. That is for sure. I'm going to keep looking into this as we send it back to you.
Thank you. All right, guys.
All right, guys.
Yeah, you want
No, I just felt
Yeah, all right. All right. We're gonna have to do this.
All right.
We're gonna have to do this.
Do it.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Look at Woody Harrelson too. He's just like sitting on the side. He's like, "Shut up, get out of my way." Boom on CLDX, guys. This one higher highs, higher lows. CLDX into 293. That is the best print I have on the day. I'm waiting at 95s. It's all gas, no brakes on CLDX. Umpteen amount of respect for the 10 EMA on the 5 on CLDX. It has not breached it since I want to say 10:20. We're going on over an hour, so you could have basically picked up anything off the 10 EMA and you were in the money quick as you frickin' like. So CLDX on that good stuff that they sell south of the border. CHGG, another new high day into 171s. We got 65s on this one. I'm setting up at 72. I'm setting up at 77. Let's see how this one does. Not too many shares on this one. More on CLDX, full disclosure. Woof. We did it live on Woof. I took the breakout there. I took it late. I should have been more alive to that 85 seller. I took it late at 90s. Kind of sucks. And then we took a beak wetter there into 402, into the high of the day. Happy with this trade too. But there are others moving. KIRK just worked into a high a day into 188. Met was selling though. Beautiful hold off that 10 EMA. Holds it like a dang glove. So strong was Kirk. It didn't even weasel down into VWAP. It held the 10 EMA beautifully. So I see a possible bull flag continuation here. Look for that aggressive breakout above 188. Likely a squeeze into 2. We'll see if we get it or not. KIRK had a high volume profile, declining, but increasing again. 3 bars now with higher highs on your volume profile there, bottom right of your screen. But we'll have to wait to see if that 88 seller can get shaken, because it's currently a triple top. The first touch, 1040. The second touch, 1045. A quadruple top if we reject it. And there is a new high a day into $1.90 on KRRK. This one's going, guys, and it's holding the levels quite well. Be on the lookout here for a squeeze into 2, even north of 2, as this one zigs, zags. And then hopefully after that, it'll zoom, baby. So we're going to keep an eye out on all these ones. Also, lastly here, before we send it back to your boy Joey Options, I've been keeping an eye on this one, AMPY. I like the respect this one has for the 10 EMA on the 5. What I don't, oh, wow, look at that move up. Look at that move up right when I'm talking about it. I like the move here, or the hold of the 10 EMA. What I don't like, the volume profile declining here, as well as the sparsely kind of traded nature of this one. it concerns me just a little bit. But their 4 seller here feels like you're going to take out that 4 seller awfully soon. We'll have to see if that happens or not. But KIRK is on that good stuff right now. It's on the way into 194. Big moves here for KIRK. Let's flip back here to see what we're doing with our CLDX. We're working back into 95. That's where I'm waiting. Boom! Into the 95 sale. Into a new high a day. 96s. Watch out for the squeeze on CLDX. Adara, what are we doing with crypto today?
Let's take a look here at Bitcoin. This daily chart continues to be really, really gorgeous. Every time we make this kind of decisive low, we push up higher, make another low, push up higher. This is just, long story short, a beautiful uptrend. And what we're doing here right now in BTC is I've noticed we tend to do a lot on BTC when we're near these all-time highs. We make a little bit of a consolidation as we push higher. Now, the fact that we do have this topping tail candle with that most recent all-time high from last Monday is a bit unfortunate, but if we can get back above that 120, specifically I would say that 121,000, if we can get above that level, some clear prior resistance, then we might be able to push back above 123,000, sorry. So 121, then 123 does look like the path to the upside once again for Bitcoin. It actually looks pretty similar as well to what we were seeing when we were around that 113,000 level, waiting for the next level of resistance before we can make new all-time highs. I also want to mention a meme coin, as we do now during this segment, Lil Pepe. Ticker LILPEPE. Its name is Little Peppy. Little Peppy is apparently a meme coin project developed on the Ethereum-compatible Layer 2 blockchain, and they raised over $10 million in their total pre-sale contributions. Apparently, more than 90% of tokens sold in Stage 7 were sold at this fixed rate. So good look here for Little Peppy on one of their sales here, raising over $10 million in pre-sale contributions. Congrats to Lil Peppy as we send it back to the guys.
To it?
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Show them the chart.
All right,
Joey.
guys, so let's pull this up here. Let's talk a little bit about what we've been experiencing over the past week regarding the Genius Act and the Clarity Act. Now, a lot of us have thought that Bitcoin has been the outperformer, but that's not true. In the past 10 years, Ethereum has vastly outperformed Bitcoin. And now the ability to not only hold Ethereum, but it can generate yield as well too by staking your Ethereum. Bitcoin, more of just a store of value, but you can see 715,000% return in the past year compared to Bitcoin's 43,000.
Joseph, we got to interrupt. Apple set to stave off daily fines. EU to accept. Adara has it. Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have that news as well. I want to let you guys know this meeting with Trump and the president of the Philippines is now starting in the White House. I'm having some audio issues on that, so I'm going to check on that. But either way, AAPL, as Sharif mentioned, Reuters reporting that they're likely to gain EU antitrust approval for App Store fees and rules. So if we get more details, I'll let you know. But thank you very much, Sharif, for giving that story as well. I want to mention LMT. I talked about this one dropping. The extent of this drop is really key. We haven't been below 420 on Lockheed Martin in quite some time. We're actually right now heading to 415. So here's the story. As I mentioned earlier, I couldn't find one. Reuters reporting, citing the CFO of Lockheed Martin now. Apparently they owe an additional, I think, $4.5 billion here. I'm going to pull up that exact headline. Additional $4.6 billion of income tax. They are pursuing, though, some remedies through the IRS Independent Office of Appeals, and if necessary, they'll go to the judicial proceedings. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara.
Yeah.
Joey, so one of the things that I personally, the first thing I told you about ETH was I like the fact that it had smart contracts. And I'm looking at the data, and apparently the smart contract usage really increasing now, and they're making upgrades to it. So, and I like it for specific reasons. Say I got a piece of art, a piece of collectible, right? You don't know if it's real. I could have forged it. I could have made it up, whatever, right? Pardon me? It could be an NFT, says Rob, right?
Yeah.
We won't go down that road, but yeah, sure, absolutely, that's accurate. And then I want to sell it to you. So number one, I can prove authenticity because it can show the chain of ownership.
Yeah, absolutely.
Person A owned it, sold it to person B, the person C. And so you can see the chain of ownership and know its authenticity. But also, you can prove ownership. So if I come to sell it, I can kind of know this guy's selling me stolen crap, or, you know, there's a whole bunch of practical applications. Think of all the ways we can disrupt housing. the land registry, the land titles, all that stuff is super archaic. All these different systems.
Absolutely.
I got to go into this registry, that database, whatever.
Absolutely.
And so I like it for that.
That's the beauty of these smart contracts is the proof of authenticity. Like Sharif was just giving perfect examples. You can do it from anything from a household to a brick of gold, right? And you can put these on the blockchain. And also a lot of major retailers are using this as well too. Walmart is using smart contracts so you can go down their supply chain to find where something specifically came from. And we know from the Genius Act and the Clarity Act that we think that Circle is going to be one of the primary beneficiaries because of USDC. No, that's not true. It's going to be Ethereum because the majority of these stable coins are on the Ethereum blockchain and network. So
there you go. And I look, I got to tell you the truth. I want to be very honest. I didn't think too much of ETH because it was not finite in its amount. There's an unlimited number, right?
Absolutely.
There's no maximum quantity like there is with Bitcoin. But that doesn't seem to be the end all and be all for the market. The market seems to care about the other things that it has to offer. You just brought up a very good point, which is the fact that the stable coins, most of these stable coins, Joey, are being made on Ether. And let's even bring another point to it. Why did Circle catch a downgrade today? Because I forget which rating agency it was, but they were saying they were going to have competition come the second half of this year with stablecoins because banks are going to start issuing their own stablecoins vis-a-vis the Genius Act.
Absolutely.
So all those could also be created on ETH. Now I see you guys in the chat. Some people are saying ADA is going to overtake ETH. I respect that. I don't pretend to know enough to know whether that's accurate or not. But it's nice to know that there are other alternatives that you can weasel into so you can distribute some money.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, that's the benefit of Ethereum right now, right? So we're looking at Bitcoin as a store of value, but there's multiple use cases for Ethereum. We just talked about smart contracts,
right?
And the ability to also follow the supply chain of as where simple Apple came from in Walmart. You can go down from where it was produced and then how it actually got through there. And even in the likes of Microsoft with game making and Xbox, the game makers, because there's so many fractions of what's going on when producing a video game, it's hard to pay everyone out. But these smart contracts allow you to do so. So if you produce the music, if you did some special feature in the game, you can make money off of the Ethereum block, or not make money, but you can see and follow that supply chain by using those smart contracts and pay everybody accordingly. And that's the beauty of what we're seeing and experiencing in Ethereum.
I love hearing it, man. I love hearing it. And shout out to that information, Joey. You know, something that I don't know too much about. So I do appreciate when you drop hot knowledge on that. Shout out to the hot fire. Speaking of more hot fire knowledge, Dara, what do you got for us now?
Thank you for that, Sharif. I just want to let you guys know Trump is still in this bilateral meeting. The audio is very notably bad, and I did check it is not me, it is the system, and every stream has the same audio issue, so you can't hear Trump very well. I'm relying on these comments coming through on X, but apparently Donald Trump said more about Powell. He said that he keeps rates too high, but it's okay. He's going to be out soon anyway in 8 months. So what that means, guys, it sounds like he's not going to be firing Powell. It sounds like anyway, if he says he's going to be out in 8 months. He also said, yeah, the economy is strong and that these interest rates are causing problems. So yeah, interesting look here for the market. Again, I do apologize. I'm not going to be able to give as timely Trump data just due to this, the sound on this, but people are still posting comments on X. Back to you.
You are fake news.
Sorry, Adara. Okay, I just got to pause for a second.
That's a fighting word, Trump.
What happened, Adara? Wasn't he nice to you earlier? He said thank you, Adara.
Well, he did
I heard him
thank
earlier.
you earlier, but
Yeah,
now he's calling me fake. What do I do?
All right, we got to pause everything right now because I just saw somebody in the chat that I haven't seen in a very, very long time. Shout out to Dan, the freaking man Emmons. Welcome back, my man. We haven't seen you around these parts in a long time. Great to have you back with us, and good morning right back at you, my man. Futures trader extraordinaire. Keep your eye out on his levels. Shout out to Dan. He's back, baby. CDLX. Was it ever gone? This one making new highs of the day, 306. The best out I have there at 304. I've layered here into 308 and 314, looking for continuation, but this is coming in aggressively into the 10 EMA. Is this an adding opportunity for me? I'm going to take it. I'm going to add here. So there we go. We just added. So obviously it changes our cost basis. I want to say anything below the volume weighted average price, I'm out. So now we've got 81s on, having added at 86. Let's go ahead and set up at 90s. We'll see what we get on this little bump. So I like that move up from CLDX into that wow, we took the print on it already. Wowzers. Okay, there it is. So it does find some support at the 10 EMA. So I get that print. Happy with that one. Let's see if it continues back into 3. There was a seller of note at the 3-ish area. I'm setting up at 94s, showing me 92s. Let's see what we get with this one. Good continuity right now on CLDX, but looking for more, Joey. It's not just good enough to get the print. It's got to move back up. Adara, what is happening up there? Here we go again. Adara's losing it. Let's hear it.
So Donald Trump is talking about Powell. I'm very happy to announce the audio is back. Clearly they figured out what happened. The audio is good to go now on the stream. So he said the Fed basically, it has to be the easiest job in the world. All you do is say your little speech for about a day or half a day. That's why I call him too late. TOO. Too late, and I am quoting him here. We're going to have to see right now. All the questions, as far as I can tell, have been mostly related to Powell. Of course, that could be subject to change, and I will let you guys know of anything. I do find the Powell coverage, though, interesting because it does sometimes move the market when he makes these comments, as we know. Back to you.
He added there, right at the 10, a couple of scalps into 96s. Let's go ahead now, set up at 97s, and then I'm going to set up a little bit north of that level. So keeping my eye right now on CLDX, looking for continuation on this bad boy. I just added, Joseph. I'm so stupid. All right, I just added there by accident, so we'll just take it out. Neil always says, if you make a boo-boo, you make a fat finger, you just correct it super quick. So we're going to keep an eye on CLDX. I'm looking for a move above 3. I like that bottom wick into the 10 EMA, and then right back up we go. Let's see what this one has to offer us, guys. Still holding CHGG, which is really finding a lot of selling at 71. Super random, don't know why. We'll see if we can shake that seller, but keeping my eye on CLDX.
All right, good look there, guys. All right, yeah, it's just, hold on, Sharif. We haven't hit this one in a while.
Okay. Oh boy.
I'm gonna hit it one more time.
I'm sorry, bro.
No, there's nothing to be, nothing to apologize about, man. It's just how the game works. It was an absolute. Hold on, one more time here. Absolute rinse fest here on Tesla. Aggressive. Dump looking for the continuation. Says, nah, we want to rip higher. We get a little short. We take nothing off here, add a little bit more, and then just get absolutely rinsed on Tesla as it's continuing to climb higher. I was long. I had a long bias on this looking for the continuation, but it does this liquidity grab. Insane stuff. But we don't want to get too frustrated with it. I'm not going to let Tesla get to me and Elon and company. It is what it is. You know what I mean, guys? So I'm not going to complain. I am down about 2/3 of my shutdown, so we got to keep risk measures obviously in mind, and we don't want to go gung-ho kind of like I did this morning, getting out of MU, buying VIX calls, and then buying Ethereum. It's just that impulsive matter, but some of them are all right plays. There's a little bit of method behind the madness, but here on Tesla, after those 3 longs, I should not have been looking at this name whatsoever. So that's it. Yeah, no, it's not ouch. Like it is what it is. If you guys have been day trading for any form of time, not every day is going to be your good day. It's that simplistic, right? I will not hear any other argument otherwise, because that is the nature of day trading. Some days you're going to be.
What happened?
Nothing. I'm not even going to repeat what this one is. It's just boom. That's it.
Boom.
Have a good day.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So
Sorry,
there you
bro.
go. See you later. Have a good one, Andy. I wish you all the best, my friend.
I don't.
Yeah, exactly. I was being sarcastic there. But yeah, have a good one. Enjoy your day. And anytime I see your name in the chat, it will be blocked on my behalf. So there it is. Don't say that stuff in the chat. Thank you very much. This is us being frank and honest with you about what we got going on from a trade standpoint. Like it or not, it's the reality of trading. And today, not off to the great start, but we have plenty of time left within the session. With that being said, my focus is now off of Teslas. Clearly not in sync with the stock, and that's fine. We move on to something that's working for us, right? We want to find another opportunity. If you're not in sync with something, move on. I should have stopped. I mentioned this before after these 3 long attempts, and I'm glad that I got out when I did. That's why it's so important to stick to your stops. When you get aggressive like this, you have to. Right? And imagine I held this amount of size all the way down there. That would not be good whatsoever, all right? So let's just keep that in mind. Stick to those stops. You keep things at the lower end of the range, and sure enough, it's going to save you in the long run, all right? So just keep that in mind. Stuck to that, stuck to a stop here, stuck to the stops across the board. And what does that allow me to do?
What?
I'm still in the game. I'm still very much alive. There's so much day left in the trading session. It'd be in your best interest to not count me out. All right? Thank you.
Yeah, and I always tell you this,
Yeah.
and I know you don't want to hear this, but I'm
Right.
going to tell you anyway.
Yeah, tell me.
I've seen this story
I wanna
all
hear it.
before.
I want to hear it. Yeah, I think
I've seen this story
but
before.
See, that's what gets me amped up now. I'm ready to go. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait for that.
Do you want to be docile while trading? I don't think people.
Absolutely no,
absolutely not. Right?
The thing is, though,
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that to you, being like, yeah, you suck, man. You know what I mean?
I already went after
Yeah.
people last week. I don't want to
Yeah,
go after
no,
them
you don't
again.
have to
I got
at
a
all.
sick little line that I want to use, but
Yeah,
I'm not going to use it.
Don't use it.
I'll use it for when he comes after me.
Yeah, we'll keep that to ourselves. But at the end of the day, I wouldn't do anything along those lines to you guys. What I would do is say, hey, let's sit down, let's brainstorm,
Yeah.
and see what we can correct. And
Bang.
that is the beauty of trading, is because there's always an opportunity to get better.
Bang.
So don't listen to anybody who's doubting you or talking smack, all right?
The doubters.
Yeah, exactly.
Doubters. Sucking. All right, guys. Keeping my eye on this one, CHGG. So this one's coming back into the 10. It had a seller at 71 that we couldn't shake. It's at the 10 right now. I've got 65s on. So this one's been respectful of the 10 since we basically opened up. So I'm going to add here, okay? I'm going to add here, and if I end up losing on this one or losing a little bit on the rest, fine. But this one, CHGG, has shown me basically since we started trading this morning that the buying has been coming in at the 10. Now that doesn't have to happen every single time. It's not going to happen forever and ever more, but that's not what trading it is about. It's about putting the odds on your side. So we're in at 67, having added at the highs there. What I'm going to be looking for is a continuation above 71. We already know that the seller at 71 we couldn't shake, because that is the high of the day. So let's see if it holds up at the 10. Anything below this area right here, I'm talking about 62s, where the buyers clearly showed you they were stepping in at 62. If we lose 62, that's the end of the trade for me. So we're going to keep an eye out on CHGG. I'm looking for a hold at the 10 on the 5. We're still holding shares here on CLDX. Where is that one at? There we go. So I added into this one, like I added into CHGG, and I'm looking for a continuation above 3. But guess what?
Right.
Not any part of this goes against my entry here into 85s. Now, I'm not holding that many shares, right? Because we exhausted a lot of shares on the way up. Let's go ahead, though, and wet the beak. We're going to wet the beak right here, and then we're going to save a piece for the frickin' dream. There we go. We take a beak wetter at 3. So the ad, we get a 15 penny win on the ad there. Let's go back to CHGG. What's a look at this one's jib? So that we got shares on this one. So let's go ahead and post up at 69s, and then we'll post up at, we'll post up here as well. All right, so yeah, that's fine. We'll see what we can get on that one. Now, Faraday futures, we had a good trade on this one to start Assassino, but this one did drop below my entry. I traded this one wrong, full disclosure, okay? I should have been more alive to the buyer at 70 rather than being preoccupied with where I entered. I executed poorly on Faraday. We're positive on it, but I didn't execute in the way that I see best. Now, there's still a seller at 3s that we haven't been able to shake. That's the bad news. The good news is, much like a lot of these small cap gappers today, Faraday futures also holding the 10 EMA on the 5 very, very well, and has been doing that essentially the entire morning, okay? So be on the lookout right now for Faraday, and there it goes. It's on the move to 3. The high of the day is 306. We just made another 5-minute candle to make a new high, so it's 4 candles in a row with higher highs and higher lows. Faraday is at 3, 299 showing up now 3. So now the selling gets aggressive. Why? People profit take at the whole dollar, but so do the shorts. The shorts step in at around that area of psychological resistance, which I'll submit to you that $3 level certainly is. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Oh, wow. Look how quickly CLDX came back after that beak wetter there. So we only have 1 out left on this one. So let's see if we can hold up at 80. If we can't hold up on 80, I'll give back a little bit here. I don't mind. Let's see. Actually, why would I do that? Why don't I just punch back in at 80? Yeah, that's exactly it. We'll flatten out here, and then if I want to get back in at 80, I can get back in. Yeah, so that's it, Joey. We're continuing to keep an eye here on Chegg. That's the only one we got left. And I'm going to keep my eye, obviously, on Faraday, as that one's been doing quite well. Let's see.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Yeah, thanks for all the love in the chat, man. That's why we
Good,
have the
bro.
best community around.
No
all you guys
question.
are real. Yeah, that's how you guys all know you're real. And I know the individuals who've been here for quite some time. It's just the nature of trading. So there's no point in being negative. This is a hard enough gig. The fact is that we need to all come together and just continuously level up. That's the objective of this game, not put each other down. We don't got time for that around these neck of the woods. All right, guys, TQs. Potential, see, that's the thing. Do I short this market? It's so tough. But one thing that I want to do here, Sharif, is just follow this major volume. Let's head back into our VPA lessons here and just talk about the correlation between volume and price. Now, look at the strength and the genuity within these bearish prints
genuity.
here. Yeah, bang. Hit that one there.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, yeah, bang.
That's what you're going to get for that one.
Bang, 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 bang. That's exactly what we want to see. So we can see that the strength is displayed to the downside. And then as we start to recover, they're not as strong and they're not as bullish as what the bearish candles were previously. Now, I understand that earlier it was the opening drive, but what I want to do is eventually follow that volume, because if it's stepped in already, I think there's going to be another opportunity for it to step in. And as I'm talking about it, you can see that the Qs are heading towards the lower of the range. Do I want to sell the low of the range? No, I want to get the top end of that, all right? So what I'm going to do is wait for another potential pullback. It is chopping around, so if we can get the middle or the top end of the range, then that's going to vastly improve our risk to reward ratio, all right? Shorted, but that's fair, Captain Bananas. And you're going to be for a long time, right? You got to understand that trading isn't a gig that you learn in a couple of months, 6 months, even a year. You're consistently learning, and there's always data to collect. This is a journey. It's more along an expedition, in my opinion, because there's going to be a lot of trials and tribulations. It's a lot of just continuously rinse and repeat. Okay, what did I do here? Didn't work out. What do? I write it down. I try to figure out how to get slightly better. What did I notice when I go back and I look at my charting that was wrong? And then how can I improve from that? So glad that you're a rookie, but just welcome, strap yourself in, because it's going to be a long and turbulent ride. There's no questioning that, but you're in the right place. We're going to try to guide you the best we can, and we will most definitely tell you the trades that we put on. You guys seen me lose like $1,500 on the show, right? I got squeezed, but then I also tell you guys when I make a little bit of money and when I lose some. It's just how it is, and that's the nature of it. And our objective here is to make our winners slightly bigger than our losers. And that's the big time name of this game. And let's continue to rock and roll. Whoever mentioned SBED is absolutely zooming right now.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, this thing's buzzing.
What?
Yeah, this thing's buzzing off of these lows here. So SBED now trading up to 29.50. Let's see if we can continue here. A beautiful rebound that we're experiencing in the market, and this is exactly what we want to see. Sharif and I were talking a little bit earlier. It's like, slightly toppy. July is like when things slowly start to curl over.
Yeah,
and I agree. Like, let's pull up the Qs, right?
Let's do that.
And so what I was referring to is, okay, this is a big time move off of the April lows, right? We're up 39% with no intensive pullback here in the overall market. Am I saying there's going to be one? No, not necessarily. And something that I was mentioning early started to come into play. Look what Google has been doing, and look what Amazon's been doing. What happened when the Qs constructed all-time highs, NVDA constructed all-time highs, Microsoft did as well too. The Google and Amazon were lagging, but now they're starting to play catch up. And what is that doing? It's starting to add more fuel to this NASDAQ fire. And that's exactly what we want to see, a catch up. It's kind of like, hey, we got these guys rolling, working out good, drags the market high. They start to cool off. Now the laggers that are strong fundamentally are starting to catch up as well too, which can also help lead to drag the NASDAQ higher. So Amazon and Google looking really good. Before we send it over, we'll pull up Amazon.
I want to mention something too. Yeah.
And there it is, Sharif. Amazon, we're only about 5% off of those all-time highs, 6.5 to be exact. So there it is. They're playing catch-up, and that's going to add more fuel to this fire, guys.
All right, guys, before we go to Darren happening now, and Neil's going to drop his lesson of the day, I want to show you what we're talking about when we say these mid-summer pullbacks. It's been consistent the last couple of years. They happen at different times, last few years. Let's start with the latest here over here in 2024. There is July. This is middle of July, July 15th. This is the SPX, okay? This is the weekly chart on the SPX, not the SPY. This is the index. So we got to 50, almost 5,700, and then this was July last year. Then look where we dropped down to 5,100. So that was the midsummer pullback. That is July 2024, let's go back. Let's go to July 2023. What did we do there? Oh, that's right. We were at 4,500 by the end of July 2023. And then where do we go? We dropped to 4,100 before we made new highs. Let's go back to 2022 as well, because that was also, it was a bad year, obviously, 2022, but this happened as well. It happened a little bit later. It happened at Jackson Hole in 2022. Look at this. This is mid-August, not July. So we get to mid-August high, 4,300. And oh, look, where do we drop off to? 3,500. Expect a midsummer pullback. It happens at different times. It's happened 3 years in a row, if not more. I'm expecting it, Adara.
Before we get into the market, I want to take a moment to thank our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, and they give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. What do you have to do? Just pick your path, instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they have paid out over $10 million and earned more than 1,000 5-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com. That's top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Here's the future. Speaking of the futures, two topping tail candles back to back here on the 15-minute chart for the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at the S&P 500. Both of these bouncing off of lows, but looking kind of weak at these levels. We're really struggling to get past any other level of resistance here, past that view up level specifically for the Qs. We're above it, but continuing that push to the upside might prove to be a bit difficult. Here's AAPL. Apple, as reported by Reuters, likely to actually gain EU antitrust approval for their App Store fees and rules. The stock is chopping, not super reactive to this. Wall Street Journal also separately reporting that allies of Elon Musk and XAI are apparently looking to raise up to $12 billion for XAI chip. The company's burning through cash, so they want more NVIDIA chips. Keep an eye on TSLA and NVDA. One more ticker I want to mention, kind of an odd mover today, LMT. The stock had earnings, dropped on earnings, but then Lockheed Martin dropped even further around 11:30 when Reuters reported that the company's CFO is saying that the IRS now says they owe additionally $4.6 billion in income tax. They are apparently pursuing remedies through the IRS offices. They're even considering judicial proceedings. But either way, pretty weak here in LMT, potentially trying to bounce a little bit here. But we're going to bounce over to Neil and his lesson of the day. So without further ado, take it away, Neil.
Yeah, pay your taxes. 4.6 billion, Lockheed. Thank you very much, Adara. The lesson of the day here is there's nothing. For a trader, I can tell you with certainty that the one thing that probably scares most traders is like the true rug pull, right? It's being long in something, usually long in something. I guess squeeze and rug pull are two different things. It's kind of a similar phenomenon. But you're long in something trending, and then the rug pulls underneath, and either you bought at the top and you get destroyed, or you give too much of your gains away. And I could tell you, well, make sure you put a trailing stop in and that kind of thing. But sometimes it's about identifying the type of strength that you're dealing with and having a plan of action around it. Because if you were to look at the two biggest movers the last couple of days, Open yesterday and then KSS in the pre-market today, there's something very distinctly different about them that I hope is pretty obvious to see. Now, Open, here's the two factors. I'm showing you a 15-minute chart to give you the perspective of how long Open was trending up. There were pullbacks on a 15-minute. There were topping tail candles and pullbacks off that where shorts could have won for a little bit, consolidations and breaks back out. And it didn't lose the trend until late in the day when it fell apart here at about $4.50. Here's the thing. When this happens, it's the kind of situation where having a trail is an easy thing to do because it's giving you that trend up. You can go with prior bar levels. You can wait for a trend break to go. It's giving you on big money a trend. It's done more than 1 billion shares throughout the entirety of the day. So at all points, there's tons of liquidity. It's got a thick book. It's the type of situation where, yeah, it can do this to you, But until it actually breaks through a prior high, it doesn't show you it wants to accelerate. There's all kinds of opportunities. If you have a trail out, you're not going to get rinsed to the bottom if you have yourself a trail. But one of the key aspects of why this was a little bit safer and more orderly is there was big money all day long after the open. With KSS, you would have heard nothing but caution, 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 as almost all of that move up occurred in the pre-market. Like it's 9 o'clock, and the 15-minute distinctly different on KSS. And I think I got the most fortunate out that any trader's ever going to have. You're flat out not going to have a better stop than the one I had on KSS today. This was nothing but pre-market squeeze, and then obviously as the open came in, it made a top. Now it can go either way. I'm perfectly willing to tell you that if it had done one last squeeze after the open, I would have been in it with 3 cents worth of risk, which is fair. That was the case of action, but that's not what we're talking about. When you have all of the acceleration occurring in the pre-market, the way that it did into the open, the risk of an actual rug pull without order at 9:30 is heightened. Why? Well, open was doing 1.8 billion shares throughout the day in a stair step up with liquidity at all levels during the open market. KSS needed to see what would happen at 9:30 when the market opened up, and what happens at 9:30. Liquidity goes away from the book so that they can establish the opening print on a New York stock. So in this case, you've got a stock which is gone in parabolic, and then suddenly everything, the spread is going to open up, your risk parameters are going to open, your ability to get slipped is going to get hurt if you're not using an auction order. All kinds of chaos ensues at the high. So yeah, if you're really quick, you can get very fortunate, but it is not going to be the same level of control being able to get out of a trade with a trailing stop once it started to go. Now with open, it went from 5 to 450 and broke trend. You had plenty of time to get out when it broke the trend. Once this didn't halt, by the time the trend breaks, your slippage is probably another 10% on KSS. And that's the difference between a stock which is trending throughout the day with big volume and lots of liquidity and one that just goes ham in the pre-market. Everything about that made it riskier to not be taking profit near those highs. And fair enough, sometimes you're going to get out way too early. That's fine. But once it broke that halt and the open it was selling, there was no stopping it until it was into a halt down. We talk about this all the time, and it might not matter as much a year from now when we go to 24-hour trading. Actually, I kind of think it definitely won't matter as much. But there is a vast difference between buyers that are holding a runner-up during the open market when all of your algos and all of your big boys are willing to trade it, and then in the pre-market. You have got to be very careful about getting the rug pulled when all of that buying action occurred before the market was even open. I'm always going to, here's a good example would be NEO. Like NEO's buying in this uptrend that it's in has been coming in every single day at the open. At the open, it's buying up. At the open, it's buying up. At the open, it's buying up. It's buying up right now into $5 that I'm short at 99. This is distinctly different. If it pulls back, you're going to have plenty of liquidity to get out. No questions asked, because it's got that going for it. If it was doing these moves and always doing it in the pre-market, you'd have to have a different exit plan in terms of what your expected slippage was going to be. So know the difference between liquidity pre-market and post-market. Certainly, you could have gotten rugged with KSS, and it's distinctly different from what you saw in open when that thing turned. Not only could you have gotten, you could have gotten short on that open yesterday. KSS, I don't know, I mean, where you would have gotten short on KSS at the top is beyond me. If you had to stop when it didn't go into that halt, that's one thing. But outside of that, maybe you could have got something in the 19 to 19.5 range. It's already pulled back 10%. But when it lost that level, it was gone. On a 15-minute chart, we're talking about a $6 candle on a stock that was $10 yesterday. Moves are built different in the pre-market. Risk, therefore, is built different in the pre-market. And you have to understand the difference between the two and whether it's different, it's a wider stop, or in some cases, you might want to have less shares in the pre-market, whatever works. Take profit out before it opens up because 9:30 could be a problem. You have to make some kind of adjustment. Otherwise, this could happen to you. And good luck to anyone that caught the bottom on Kohl's. It looks like it's coming back in. We always love a good squeeze because momentum is fantastic, but we also prefer when the volume is with us. And when it's not, you can see what happens on that rug pull. Good luck, everybody.
I mean, that was one of the better ones there. I know Neil drops hot fire every day, but I really do like the details of that one, especially since it was stocks that I like. Shout out to Neil. Thank you very much, Neil, as always, for the knowledge, Neilage, as we call it around these parts, and his lesson of the day. All right, guys, a couple of things to update you on before we send it back to your boy Joey Options. CHGG, you'll recall, we added into this one at 68. There's a buyer here at 68, and you can kind of gauge that given that it rejected earlier, had trouble clearing it, and then lo and behold, comes back to it, holds 68 on a closing candle basis on the 5, and then moves right back up. So I scalped a little bit there, but it's not all sunshine and rainbows. I did add into CLDX, and now we are out of the money on this one. Anything below that 68 penny area, we're gonzino. I'm looking for volume weighted average price to hold up here on CLDX. We make a big move into 3, we lose the 10, we lose the 20, and now we're at VWAP. This thing loses 70 pennies. We're out on this one, and we'll give back some. Full disclosure, still up 35%, looking for that higher lows and a nice bump up there, but the buyers are not stepping in. In fact, the candles have all been red since 11:45, so we're going half an hour deep now. Both the volume candles and the price action candles being red, but there seems to be a buyer at 70, and that's not out of nowhere. Yeah, sure, it's the volume weighted average price, but what I was gauging was there were area rejections into that 270 area on our way up into the high of day at 306, which kind of showed that maybe 70 might act as an area of resistance if it was cleared. Here's what I'm talking about. Look at that initial bull flag at around 945, the top end of which goes into about 69. So you know that 70 penny area ends up being important. Then we get back to it again. 1, 2, and then on the third time we finally clear it. So then we get all the way up to 306, as I mentioned, come back down, and it generally seems like we're holding that 70 penny area. It also happens to be the volume weighted average price, which doesn't hurt me. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. I'm very much alert to the fact that there is no buying, at least for the moment, or there's been no buying, what I should say, for the last half an hour or so. The first area I'm setting up at 79s. There it is, 78s now. Let's see if we can get a nice bump up and scalp a little bit after the ad here on CDLX. Sorry, guys. I kept saying CLDX, and you guys were coming at me hard in the chat, and I still didn't stop. So I apologize there. I'm a creature of habit, and I'm like very, very routine in my methodology. So once I start saying something, man, oh boy. So CDLX. I hope I didn't annoy too many people in the chat. I know Anuview wanted me to stop saying that. And there we get the first print there at 80. So now let's see if we're going to start using, as I've been mentioning lately, the 10 EMA on the 5. Are we going to start using that now that we've lost it as a level of resistance, Adara? So I'm going to pack my patience on this one. Show them what you got.
So we did have Donald Trump just ended that talk, the bilateral talks with President Marcos of the Philippines. That's over. Again, the next thing that we're waiting to watch out for involves the Fed. Fed's Michelle Bowman apparently set to speak with Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI. When I see any links to that or updates on that stream, I will certainly let you guys know and follow that. For now, though, market, it's been a little bit of a lower high. Nothing huge to report. That was the only event I was seeing today for President Donald Trump on the calendar intraday. Back to you.
All right, yeah, let's go, guys. I'm thinking of shorting the Qs here. Okay. Even though they haven't been working out too well for us, Tesla's starting to come in off those highs, and you can see the mag is pretty weak across the board here. Let's pull this up and see what we got going on. There's a couple of the names here. Oops, and there it is. So here's a couple of the names. Ooh, I don't know why it's doing that. That's frustrating. Anyways, so what I'm getting at here, guys, is that we have Microsoft that's relatively weak, Google and Amazon. So I think we'll be in the okay. But if they want to start to rebound, then we'll have to kind of just adjust our situation and see what we got going on. We aren't at the top end of the range. I want to see what Apple's up to as well. And it's been an absolute choppy mess. This is not good price action to be sitting in here, Sharif. That'll chew a lot of people up. As you can can see we're just trading within this range. So unless you're just selling the tops, buying the lows, then until it breaks out or you see that volume drastically start to pick up here, then other than that, I would just completely avoid this name at all costs. Unless you have a strategy that revolves around you trading these consolidation phases, you're selling the tops, you're buying the lows, and you're just continuously churning shares through that process. But with that being said, anything can happen at this point because there's the ability of a party, either the Bulls or the Bears can step in and pick a specific direction for this name. And I mean, the longer we consolidate, the chances are that the move in whatever direction we decide to go is going to be relatively strong and large. But again, we don't know until that volume does step in. There is a key resistance zone right at that 216 level. So keep that in mind. If we do pop through that, then hey, we're going to continue to climb higher, I believe. It has been lagging. It's the weakest out of all the mag here, still down 18% off of those all-time highs when we have the likes of NVDA, previous all-time high, Microsoft all-time high. Now Google and Amazon are starting to play catch-up. While Apple is just sitting here in limbo being like, did we get AI right? Did we not get it right? How much longer is it going to take? Et cetera, et cetera. So just keep that in mind. I do believe they will get it right. It's just a matter of when. And it's unfortunate that they are this late to the dance. But I mean, I think it was like phones were out for 15 years. Like the mobile phone was out for 15 years before Apple even released the iPhone 3. So I mean, they're not going to take that amount of time to release Apple Intelligence, but they've never been first to the dance. But when they get it right, they have the ability to dominate the space. And hopefully that's going to be the case when they do release that full-fledged Apple Intelligence.
All right, man. I want to shout out Charlie Taff, Sharif, Joseph, fellas. Just sharing my win from the AM grabbed 4 triple Qs, 562, 0 DTE puts on open today for 56 apiece. Got out of all 4 at an average of 304 equals $992 in profits in the bag. Shout out to you, Charlie, man. Couldn't be more happy for you. I hope you print up multiple storms in every trade that you take. Obviously, you know, not really a realistic thing.
How much he reckon?
Well, it's right there. 992.
Oh,
he
that's
took 992 home quick as you like, Joey. I mean, who could complain about that?
Nope.
All right, guys, there's a new small cap gapper in town right now. We're long at 18s. Just took a couple of prints there. It goes by the ticker Z. Here we go. Z-O-O-Z, Zoos. I'm just going to call it Zoos here, guys, because you guys give me a hard time because I'm Canadian and we say Z. So we're looking, this one has multiple ranges per candle. Every time it makes a new high, it retraces. I see support at the 20 exponential moving average. We'll get to that in a second when we get back from Joey.
Perfect. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full disclosure in their prospectus at betapro.ca.
Read it
before investing. Adair, what do you got for us?
PNC, this is, we sometimes talk about how these stories are older, but they move the market a little bit later. They get circulated around X, etc. Financial Times here, I guess, reporting about the fact that this company is going to be offering crypto trading as it expands beyond its regional roots. That was reported by Financial Times earlier today. The company also announced a partnership with Coinbase to offer secure crypto services to clients and provide banking support to exchanges. So couple different crypto-related catalysts for PNC. One of these, this Financial Times report might be more recent, but we already had this catalyst earlier with Coinbase. Nice volume spike in today's highs for our this ticker here, PNC. Back to you.
Love it.
Oh, man, it was a TikTok video. Adara, wait till I send you this TikTok video. You're going to love it. All right, we're doing it freaking live right now on my friend Zoos. We're taking prints. Here we go. Now we're waiting at 33s. It's showing me 929s. This one can move quickly in a hurry, but if it can do it to the upside, you know dang well it can do it to the downside. So please exercise proper risk management. I perceive this one to be very wicky, meaning that once it makes a new area high, it seems to always retrace aggressively off that high. So be on the lookout for that. I've got a tight stop on my entry, but we've taken out a nice part of the position so far. Now, I want to mention this one as well. CLDX, I'm very happy that I added into this one. So we added at 75, just wet the beak there at 88. I'm looking for this one to stair step up. My next beak wetter profit taker, that is for the newer viewers. We're sitting at 94.
Wow, big time dumping Google here.
Go.
Yeah, something's going on with Google. Volume really starting to kick in here, guys. Something might be happening. There has to be a catalyst. Volume just going through the absolute roof right now. So there it is. Google trading from 190, putting a volatility move down to 189.22. Maybe not just yet, Sharif, but there's a massive volume spike right here. It is the third largest volume candle of the day, and this 5-minute candle isn't even over quite yet. Approximately when maybe another 5 minutes or so, or 4 approximately. So there it is, big time. Wow, a lot of volume is stepping in on Google here, guys. There must be something going on. Hopefully it's positive, and there it goes. It's starting to break through some key levels. If it decides to rip, then watch out. It's going to most definitely drag the Qs up along with it. So keep an eye out on what Google is. It's putting in an insane amount of volume right now. It's engulfed all of them. Something's going on, and we'll figure it out. But in the meantime, we have a $50 super chat. Repo Dennis. One time you gave the chat an opportunity to share screenshots of profits for the day. Can I send mine in on KS? How do I do it? Absolutely.
Show them the account.
No, I was going to tell him. What account?
X.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's exactly what I was getting to there. We'll pull that up right now. Tag your boy at Trader TV Joseph.
There's my guy.
There it is. If you want to, you can DM me, and I will look at it, and I will gladly show everybody the great work that you've put in. So it's right here. Add me at Trader TV Joseph.
Get it, Joey.
Right there. Send me a DM. We're going to put it in there. I'm going to display it to the chat. Repo Dennis, thank you very much for that $50 super chat.
Does he know the Repo Man?
Well, I was hoping that he wasn't coming after my car.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because, I'm ancient, right? I'm 100. Sorry, Adara. Repo Man was a wrestler. Yeah.
Oh, I thought, so he was just taking everything. But yeah, I thought the Repo Man was actually coming for me. Because now they're trying to say, hey, man, we're going to put a lien on your car. For what? Get out of here. Are we going to Adara?
Yeah.
All right, there we are.
List for Google, and it's a bit of a weird one. CNBC reporting that apparently Microsoft has hired, they said nearly 24, so I guess roughly 24 AI experts from Google DeepMind for its AI team. We know Meta's been poaching AI staff. Now it looks like Microsoft's doing the same. I'm going to look up how big the staff is in Google's DeepMind to assess how big these nearly 24 people are and how much it's going to impact. But either way, Google, as you can tell, the stock not really sure how to react to this catalyst. We're going to have to wait and find out what happens there, but I will be looking up more details on the total staffing of DeepMind to understand the impact of this story. I guess that's what Microsoft and Meta are doing right now. Back to you.
Well done, Adara. Way to go with it, Adara. Fantastic. Shout out to the Repo Man. He was an interesting WWF character, man. And this was back in the day when everybody had to be like a superhero or like super villain type character. You couldn't just be yourself and schlep out there as Joseph Wilson or Sharif Gobriel or Adara LePage. No, man. You had to be some weird. There was a guy called what the hell was he? Was called the Red Rooster. And he literally came out of the ring going.
Yeah, that's crazy. There's some definitely interesting
McMahon made them do this. He's insane. Shout out to what's
interesting
it called?
characters.
The Repo Man. Yeah, I know. This is part of being 100, Joey. You get to remember all this stuff, right?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, let's cover some of these, Joey, right now, because I'm still doing the thing here, 22 or 25 with ZOOZ, looking for a break and continuation. We're getting 3 candles in a row with higher lows. I'm waiting for 33s. They're eluding me at the moment, but we've taken out the majority of the position now in the CDLX. Let's see how this one does. And also, I want to mention, Faraday is on the warpath to the high side, okay? It's taken out 3. It's got a 319 high. The volume is coming in. We're doing about 5 million shares, give or take, per 5-minute candle. It's up over 53%, and it's respected the hell out of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. We're now 2 pennies away from that high day. Keep your eye out on Faraday futures. Are we going back to Adara? No.
Sorry,
All right,
guys. Yeah. With Trade the Pool pool swing trading programs, you can get access up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk. Thanks to a one-time evaluation fee, no monthly payment, no hidden costs. Take Vincent J, for example, one of the Trade the Pool swing traders. He's already locked in $23,082. His top performer, NMAX, he shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in $6,700 gain. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off. And we're going to head off to Adara, guys.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, I mentioned that nearly 24 number for Microsoft hiring these Google DeepMind employees seemed a little bit odd. I looked it up. So again, nearly 24, that means probably roughly around 24 employees were taken from Microsoft from Google DeepMind to Microsoft. I looked it up. As of 2024, Google DeepMind had roughly 2,600 employees. That means that this poaching impacts less than 1% of their total staff. So again, not a huge number. The stock probably just confused by the catalyst, but I did want to do my due diligence and research that. Again, less than 1% of Google's total DeepMind has been reportedly poached by Microsoft. Back to you.
We're doing it freaking live on Zoos right now. Shout out to Nimrod. I'm going to get to your chat, but this is breaking out. And when I told you guys this breaks out, it has a tendency to mean revert and mean revert quickly in a mean way. Come on. So now I'm waiting at 46, is looking for that 50 penny rejection. And we already know that 50 pennies has been a hard level to crack. Sure, we've wicked above it, but there has been no closing prints on ZOOZ above that 50 penny area. So I'm very alive to that fact, and I'm looking at wetting the beak just ahead of 50, and then I'm gonna leave a piece for the dream. I mean, what kind of trader would I be if I didn't have any dreams? So I'm going to keep my eye on this level. We're having trouble right now with the selling in the mid-40s. I'm sorry, the position board just went out. Not sure what's going on. Let me see if I can take a beak wetter on this cheg over here. Well, no, I don't want to. I don't actually want to. Let me get in on Faraday super quick, and then I'll get out. There we go. We'll just flatten out there. That should update. Yes, there we go. Good. So now it's updated again. So back to Zoos over here, still zigging and zagging. Oh, B word. It went up to 45s, didn't cross, and I didn't get to fill at 46. So I'm packing my patience on this one. So Nimrod, 15 shekels, my man from Israel, dropping the cash. Zoos means move in Hebrew and Palestinian Arabic, and the stock understood the assignment. Shout out to you, my man. But maybe in Palestinian Arabic, certainly not in Egyptian Arabic though, because move in Egyptian Arabic it's just not that. I don't even want to say it because it sounds stupid, but it's like itarak or hasib, or it's definitely not zoos. I'm trying to think, have I ever heard that before? I don't think so. So yeah, now that I've done that, Joey, anything you got on your...
We're cooking up here in the TQs there, my friend. It's starting to work out really, really nice for us. Let's go. Cook machine, cook machine, cook machine. This is what we want to do. Let's see if we can head towards the low of the day. And I just talked about following the volume. We were patient enough to do so and just wait for it to come into where we wanted to. And then now we're starting to see it pick up rapidly to the downside. I think at this point we might have the ability to head towards the low of the day and even breach it, especially if the volume by time profile continues to accelerate and you're seeing us as we slowly start to stair step higher and higher on that time frame. I think a lot of this might have to do with Google. Sorry, I got a lot going on. We'll take a look at what we see on Google, and there it is moving. Pardon me?
I can take over.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I'm good now. And then you can see here, we're starting to move lower and lower, but this volume spike was massive. And then now we have a big time engulfing print on the TQs. So hopefully this one's going to work out really, really nice for us. I would like to add on to this position at any form of pullback. We'll double it up, and we're going to go for that home run swing right there, guys, all the way down to the low of the day and possibly even 85 and south of that here on the TQ. So again, patience is key. We sold the lower end of the range at the right time. Google Catalyst steps in. Amazon taking an additional leg lower. So is Microsoft. So these mag names relatively weak. I haven't even looked at NVDA today, Sheree. Okay. So I'm going to take a gander at that one to see what it's been up to. Heading back towards the volume weighted average price. We're short the Qs. The Mag 7 are weak. We're short the Qs. That's going to help us a lot within this trade. So we're going to continue to ride this wave until otherwise. But Amazon, Big time move to the south side here. As you can see, it's now established a new low of the day. 85 would be the dream here on TQQQ, Sharif.
All right, guys, take it easy there in the chat.
What happened?
We're having a good time.
Yeah,
guys.
you don't
Let's keep it light. Let's keep it light. Speaking of keeping it light, Big Spile. I'm gonna have to, read this little by little because he's an absolute liability. All this poaching, he's basically talking about what Adara was talking about, the poaching of employees with AI, with Zuck throwing around money, this, that, and the other. All this poaching of employees from other companies makes me think none of these companies have near the AI technology they claim. Apple could still be the big winner by just not spending the money on it and just partnering with the winner to use it on their devices. Big Spile, you're touching on.
That's actually a great point. Sorry to interrupt. I just think that's a really, really solid
Chime
point.
in time you want. You obviously. The idea though is when everybody keeps saying who's going to win the AI race, who's going to win super intelligence, who's going to win artificial general intelligence, I always scratch my head. Did somebody win the internet?
Right?
I don't understand. What seriously. The hell are you guys talking about? There can be concurrent people with the same product for different uses. Absolutely. The internet is a platform off which everybody's working and everybody's making money. Whether you're selling automobiles, you're selling fake stuff from where. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So what the hell are we talking about? Nobody's going to win AI.
And you know what? At the end of the day, Sharif, all these LLMs can be so good that they're essentially equal, right? And you have different search engines. You got Microsoft Edge, you got Google. It's going to be like choose your player at the end of the day. I think there's a long road to hoe. And I mean, everybody can benefit this. There may not be one singular individual that's going to win or one company, but it can be just a collective group. Some people like to use Google. Well, okay, some people like to use Gemini. Some people like to use ChatGPT. I like to use Bing and Microsoft Edge. Why are you laughing at Microsoft
Because
Edge?
of Neil. I know what he's going to say. I can't. I got to stop.
Bring it in, Neil.
Factually incorrect, gentlemen.
Sorry.
As a matter of fact, there was a winner to the internet.
Neil. Sorry.
And his name was Tron because he was the world's richest man with a hot hand at a dice game. Clackety, clackety, clack. Y'all know about Tron. He won the internet. Lots of people won the internet.
I
and
knew he
all
was
of them were
coming
in
in with
Dave
that.
Chappelle skits.
What are you going to do with the funds?
I'm just saying.
What are you going to do with the funds, Neil?
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna chill with my homies and I'm gonna serve the community in psych.
There it is.
In all seriousness, I tend to agree with you. Like this is the kind of place where not only one person's gonna win. It's like quantum computing. Like there's going to be multiple winners in quantum computing as well. That said, there is a significant, if you're the first mover advantage does matter in a lot of cases. And I think this is why you can beat up Apple and a little bit there. Fair. But at the end of the day, I've had this conversation with my dad a million times. I use whatever AI is the most convenient to me in each moment. I have no allegiance to any of them. It's all about convenience, and I think that's what it's going to be for a lot of people. So there's going to be multiple winners in the space for sure. But there's absolutely no question about it. Tron is an absolute legend. I'm going to go have a banana cognac right about now. Peace.
Whoa. Having cognac?
All right. So I just want to say one thing. I know we're going to Adara, but somebody in the chat, no name. So he was saying basically, look, there were a bunch of internet companies in '95. Now there's really only a few. I'm not really sure what you mean by that, no name. In any event, though, if you're talking about ISPs and that kind of thing, internet service providers, that's not really what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the infrastructure that everybody's basing their business on. How many businesses can you think of that are, and not just businesses in terms of individual businesses, but business segments, sectors, etc., that are actually built on the internet? So I don't think AI, as we're currently using it in LLMs, I don't think that that's where AI ends up being. I think AI just ends up being everywhere in everything, and every product is ensconced in it. That's what I personally see. So when people say winning artificial general intelligence or winning artificial super intelligence, sure, you may be first to AGI. You may be first to artificial super intelligence, but that doesn't mean that you're going to have a perpetual monopoly on it forever and ever more, and nobody's going to be able to catch up or take it and use it to create or perfect another product. That's where I just don't understand what these people are talking about when they say they're going to win this, they're going to win that. I don't think anybody wins. I think it's an infrastructure off which people will build businesses. That's my thinking about AI, and I don't understand this thing that there's some sort of finite race that we all have to get to. Anyway, are we going to Adara? Yeah, go ahead.
Speaking of AI, Sharif, Sam Altman right now speaking with Michelle Bowman at this conference held by the Fed. The name is a bit of a mouthful. It's called the Integrated Review of the Capital Framework for Large Banks Conference. Fed Chair Powell spoke there earlier today. Now we have Sam Altman speaking about AI. If there's any kind of questions or anything said of note, I'll let you know. I will be listening to it. But right now, he's just talking about how he did a task really quickly using AI last night. Back to you.
Yeah.
It's here.
You're going to move?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
No, mock. Sorry, mock. Yeah.
On the cues?
Yeah,
That's
just to see. Yeah, let's see if we can diamond hit in this. If I don't get stopped out, break even. A mock is, guys, a market on close. So that'll essentially, what I was referring to is if I can mock this and just hold this position throughout the whole day. I just have this feeling that maybe we might continue lower. Microsoft is pretty weak here today, guys, and I think it has the ability to drag the market down alongside with it. So mock is a market on close. So essentially, I'll just get that 4 o'clock print slightly after if I do decide to mock it. But essentially, I'm not going to do that. I'm just saying I'm looking to hold this position for quite some time to potentially head in towards that low of the day. You can see I've also added here on the curl over. This could be a big time mistake, or it's going to work out really well, right? And I think that's the nature of trading. So we're going to be patient on this one, and hopefully it starts to really cook up, and we can head in towards this low of the day. And I will take another add-on to it as well, guys. I was only 33% right there, but there it is. Heading lower is Microsoft and bringing the Qs down along with it. So we're short at the break of the support levels. Come back, pull back. We're now forming this 3-bar play. Add some more right here, and then now we're going to look for that move in towards 85.50. But I mean, it can be an all-day trender to the downside if some of these big names want to participate on that front. Google is starting to climb higher. I think it will have to be a group effort in order for this thesis to work out. And with Google climbing higher, it's going to be tough. But as long as Microsoft, Amazon, and Tesla pull back in, and NVDA head south of the volume-weighted average price, I think we have a good opportunity to do so. Yes, Adara did just crack her energy drink. So yeah, let's go. By the way, did you go to uni at Buffalo School? No, Sid, Gary, I didn't go to school in America. I went to school here in Guelph, Ontario, and in Etobicoke, Ontario. So yeah. And then I went to high school in Bradford, Ontario.
Bradford.
So shout out to
always
them.
On the way to cottage country, baby.
Yeah. Which I'll be going this weekend.
I know.
Yeah, bachelor party this weekend. That's why I was chilling 2 weeks ago. So yeah.
That's why you were chilling last week, right?
That's why I was chilling last week, man. I was chilling last week. I think I was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. Yeah. 2 weeks ago, just chilling.
Totally
Even last week, yeah. So
totally believable.
yeah, because I didn't, because the alcohol consumption, I needed to kind of lay back on that to justify
I didn't tell you.
What happened.
I had a glass of wine on the week.
That's fair.
Yeah, at uno glass of red wine.
6 ounce?
It wasn't at a restaurant.
4 ounce?
So
Oh,
it was
okay. Yeah.
But
Alright,
I did. That's the first sip of alcohol I've had since New Year's. Literally New Year's Eve.
You said red wine. Yeah, nice.
Red wine.
Alright.
Sorry.
Stay close to
My man's still
me.
going. All right. Adara, if you're going to sing, you're going to have to come in. I'm sorry. There you go.
Well, let me be.
I think that's like a classic. I think you have to play that song like for
We'll get
the
dinged.
dance. Yeah.
We'll get
Yeah.
dinged.
No, we can't play it on the show.
No,
obviously, but
we'll
like
get dinged.
at any
YouTube
form
doesn't
of
like
wedding,
anybody playing any sort of music whatsoever.
Yeah.
We showed. What happened there, Assassino? Remember we showed like a quick clip or something like that, and we got dinged that day. What was it of? I'm totally forgetting. All right.
Oh, when your breakdancing video.
Yes, my breakdancing video, because it had that song in the background.
I don't even
like,
know
give
what
me a
song it
break,
was.
bro.
Yeah.
Shout out to Other Zinc. Him and I going back and forth. We're talking about, winning the internet. He's bringing up really good points. He's like, look, Intel, they did fantastic after, the internet boom, 95. We all remember Pentium inside. Intel's chips were #1. And more, I could not agree with you, Other Zinc. My only thing is there's just so many other businesses that are internet internet related that have nothing to do with chips, e-commerce, services. Think about how, like, super random. Remember 23andMe? I mean, most of the people that were buying their DNA kits were going online. Very few people probably called a 1-800 number and bought them that way. That's what I'm saying. The internet becomes a front for every business. And I think AI acts somewhat like that, where the business is a particular field, a particular sector, a particular moat. Integrated with it is AI, making the product or the service that much better. So when people say they want to win that particular space, I don't know what the hell they mean, because I think it's just going to be basically ensconced, integrated into everything. And that's what him and I going back and forth.
All right, I gotta
Go
display
ahead,
this
man.
here, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
This is our boy Repo Dennis, who just gave us that $50 super chat.
All right, so I need to see that. So
Yeah.
that's $1,758,987,000. Don't forget, Joey, though, that 90 pennies there at the end.
Ooh, my days. Yo,
That's an
my
account.
friend, My friend, let's let's link up somewhere. Let's hang out. Let's do something. You know what I mean?
This guy, bro.
You need to get on that wavelength.
It doesn't
there.
take long, eh? Oh.
8 to 9.
8 to 9. What does that even mean? Figures.
Figs.
Oh,
you
yeah,
didn't know what
yeah,
figs meant? Come on.
Yeah,
And
Obi's
there it
got
is.
high
Our
standards,
guy
bro. He
Repo-
wants 8 or 9
There's
figs.
our guy Repo right there. Repo Dennis. You got your two boys up there. You got your boy Sharif right up
Okay.
there. There's your boy Joey. And then there it is. He's locked in right there on Robin. Oh, on my favorite platform of all time, Robinhood.com, baby. Let's go. It's actually not my favorite. I don't even have it, but I like Robinhood, the stock, personally. So, yeah, a really good look there. What? I mean, 1.8 schmilly. There it is, brother.
Oh,
nice
boy.
Repo, Dennis. You definitely want to get in contact with this guy. I'm curious to how long you've been trading as well, too, because that is some beautiful,
good look,
beautiful
man.
stuff. Yeah, and let us know in the chat there, Repo Dennis. Fantastic work. He told me also 300K on the week. Man, my guy, holler at me. You have my ex now, clearly. So, but no, in all seriousness, congratulations. And I'm curious, put it in the chat. How long have you been trading for? Oh, that's not you? Oh, Repo Dennis says that's not him. It's someone else. All right, so we got someone else. It's Life About Matthew. Life About Matthew. Sorry, I didn't even know if you have a different tag in the name. Repo Dennis, sorry if we got you excited, considering that's not your cash. But Life Without Matthew, Life About Matthew. Nice work there, my friend.
All right, I'm working back into zoos over here. This one is continuing to put higher highs and higher lows. I had gotten stopped out break even on the last remaining amount right there, but it did hold trend. I should have been adding to that position rather than stopping out break even, but I'm gonna continue to keep an eye on this one. I think I'm gonna build into the position here. So let's see if we can get this little add. No, we're not, it's breaking out without me. Oh, goodness. True to form, right? All right, there we'll go. We'll punch in here. So we got the add at 34s. Let's see now what we get. So I'm gonna look to add into 20s, okay? It's been holding up higher highs and higher lows. So what I'm looking for is a hold of prior bar low. So let's see what we get here. Let's set up some beak wetters. I'm gonna set up it to the high side. There we go. Now we got the add, and now it's coming back down. So what do we have on? We got 33s on at the moment. Let's see what it does here. I like the trend, but it's awfully wicky. So if we got 33s, the stop goes on prior bar low. Prior bar low is 15s. Kind of zigging and zagging right now in the high 20s, low 30s. Let's see if it gets some continuity. No, it's coming right back down into that 20 EMA on the 5. Let's see if we can get the add here. So there we go. And now anything below prior bar low, we'll have to get out of this one. So what do we got on? We got 28s, Joey. So let's hold here. Let's see if it wants to pop back up and give us the print. So we're going to go ahead and wait at 30s for a print there. But anything below 15s will get me out of this trade because that will be prior bar low. So keeping my eye on ZOOZ. Separately on CDLX, got stopped out break even on the remaining amount. So we got the move back up after the add into about 88s, and then it came back down into my entry, so we didn't give this one any opportunity to turn against us. And now it does feel, though, very flat bottom breakish here on CDLX, where it is kind of putting in lower high, so area high, and another area high. All the while, it's been that 70 to 75 penny area that seems to be where buyers are stepping in. If that's the case, it's kind of a candidate for a flat bottom break. So I flattened out on it. Now, if it can get above 290, I'm a buyer again. There's certainly selling at 290. We know that. If it can get above there and clear out the buyers from there, I'm an interested trader for that. Now, let's go back to Zoos because we're showing 28s. We're break even now on it. I'm looking for a move into 30s and then about low 30s and then into high 30s for the next beak weather, and then we'll see what 45 has to offer us. So I'm trying to ride the trend here with ZOOZ with the higher lows, but it's not exactly exploding to the high side like it did basically at 10:20, 11:10, and again at 12 o'clock. It's not doing that. It's giving us pops, but not aggressive pops like we got over here. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Let's see what the market has to offer us. Sorry, a couple of super chats. One, oh, you already saw Big Spiles? Did you see that one?
I didn't see Big Spiles.
Uh-oh, let me read the...
Yeah, read it first.
Okay, you already read it, Ram Ram? Good job. Lil Joey, already kind of pejorative, but Lil Joey, will all the boys be sporting shorties at the bro show? Under 3.5 cans on Zins for the weekend.
Under 110 there on the old Zin.
That's just fantastic.
Under.
I love how you guys are betting on Zins.
Yeah.
That's why Philip Morris reported earnings today, and like they didn't do all that bad.
That's all right.
It must be because of all the Zin buyers.
All the Zin buyers. But no, this is our guy, Repo Dennis, right here, Sharif. Another one. I'm just getting these flooding in. A quick 6-figure move right there on Kohl's. That is absolutely monstrous. Kohl's calls. Beautiful stuff. So yeah, it looks like you bought them at $10.50, or maybe you sold them at $10.50 and had them positioned before. But there it is, some big time movement, $105,000 day on KSS squeeze. Wow. That is a big time short squeeze. So very good stuff to both Repo Dennis and to Life About Matthew. Some fantastic stuff. And the Qs are just slowly cooking up here as well too, guys. I got a message. What's his name? Our good friend now, Life About Matthew, to see what he's got cooking up and how long he's been trading. And if you've been listening, you can just answer in the chat and we'll see. But here it is, guys. Q's working out pretty good for us. I think there was another reload opportunity. I do believe there is going to be more within this session. So one thing to note is that we're continuously forming. You take a leg lower, you breathe. Take an additional leg lower, and then this is where you want to add. So that was a pretty good add right there. Wasn't too aggressive. I mentioned that it was only about 30% or so. But as soon as we crack the support level, I believe 86, and maybe even a little bit south of that can be in the works, considering that NVDA is now back towards the volume-weighted average price. Tesla looks like it wants to head in that direction as well, too. And then we have Amazon just hovering around the lows, and Google kind of just stuck in limbo, but Microsoft, too. So just keeping an eye on the Mag 7. We'll keep an eye on the tape as well, too, as you can see that we're getting these continuous moves at the bid, so that can cause some selling pressure. We want to monitor these things consistently, just in case we do get any form of price action that turns things around, and then we have to get out and lock in some profits. So there it is, slow grind, volume cooling off as we have these pullbacks here, and then we want to see it step in. So you can see that we get that move lower, steps in, and then on this pullback, even though it's strong volume, you eventually slowly start to curl over. Volume cools off once again, and then you get the selling pressure step right back in. So in order for us to take that additional leg lower, this is what we want to see, is that selling pressure really start to amp up, and you'll see that acceleration within the tape and on those volume bar prints, those signatures as well too. So keep that in mind. Stay calculated. We don't want to get too gung-ho here. We obviously want to have a method behind the madness. So we're going to be patient, and I am going to hold this position for the low of the day if we can get there. Otherwise, if it does squeeze through the volume-weighted average price, we will exit this trade. All
right, Chegg into the high of the day, guys. CHGG into that $1.72. I'm posted there for a print, but I just posted it, so I'm likely behind in priority. We'll keep an eye out on this one. But I want to let you guys know, SBET is putting in 1, 2, 3. Well, there was a bamboozling candle that just closed at 1240 on SBET. It does seem like it is kind of putting another leg higher here. That's the top right of your screen. Let me throw in the ticker so you guys can see it. SBET. It does feel like it might be headed higher. It's $29.79 high a day, essentially $30. The closing prints at around 29.5. So be on the lookout for the $0.50 seller if we are to work our way up there. But we still have $29 to get through before we can even start talking about that high a day print. But SPET up a little bit less than 14% on the day and looking like a good higher low situation over here, with this area being the low 27 and a quarter, and then this area a little low over here at around 28. But this one is a bamboozler, so be on the lookout for it. It does feel like I might get stopped out, though, of my friend Zeus over here. Well, I'm not even going to call it my friend, because now it is breaking down into the 20 exponential. It's not putting any higher highs. Let's see if the buyers step in here. I've tried to give this one some room, so we will give back money on this one if I do get stopped out. Obviously, I'm looking for a hold at the 20 exponential and a move back up. It's had trouble approaching these highs as of late, and anything below 12 pennies, I get stopped out, which I've given a little bit of room below the 20. I didn't want to give it right to the 20 exponential where I perceive it to be making or to be finding support. But let's see what this one does. Stop in place, come what may. Kirk D as well, continuing to put in some higher highs and higher lows over here. This one is just pulled into the 20 exponential moving average. The first time on the day that we've even touched the 20 since 9:55 this morning. It is finding, ironically, support at the 20, despite not really finding too many retracements into it. It's a $1.99 high, pulling back into about $1.89. It's up 32% and change. It's not the biggest rocket mover on the day, but one that we can keep an eye on nonetheless. CLDX, as I mentioned earlier, got stopped out of that as it came into my entry. It's feeling very flat bottom breakish here. CLDX still up 35%. Faraday futures off that $3 failed break. Let's call a spade. It got to 319, but it spent all but like 1 second there and then basically dropped right back down, and now it's trading in the two high 80s, two low 90s at the moment. We'll see if this one can catch another bid. It is technically putting in a higher low with the buyer at 270 initially, and now it looks like the buyer, Joey, at around that 285 area.
Absolutely. VinFast delivered 11,382 EVs in June, fueled by strong demand for the VF3, Vietnam's best-selling electric mini car, and new models from Green Series.
Okay.
For the first half of 2025, the total domestic deliveries reached 67,569 vehicles. Remember, VinFast delivered over 97,000 EVs for full year 2024. VinFast is on track to surpass what it delivered last year. Their affordable lineup accounted for 66% of deliveries, highlighting growing middle-class appetite for urban mobility options. VinFast, VFS on the NASDAQ, guys. Go check that one out.
I have a good urban appetite for mobility.
Same. I took the bike this morning.
Did you?
Yeah.
You've been doing that a lot
Been
lately.
doing it, yeah.
You've been killing it on that lately.
Hop on the old bike, ski there, and see what we got.
Guys, SBET, I tried to give you the, I'm not going to trade SBET, just full disclosure, okay? I just won't do it. It's breaking out. So this one, you kind of felt that the higher lows were coming in. There's 28 buyer. Now we just touched 29. 28.86 is where it's trading at right now. I'm going to submit to you guys that 29.5 seller is going to be important. Then obviously 30. But why I say 29.5? Not just because of the $0.50 area, but look at this closing print. It literally closes a couple of shekels below that 29.5, and it topping tails into 79. Doesn't even move into 30. So it's putting in a nice, higher low, higher high. There was this candle here at 1240 that bamboozled you, because if you were trying to ride trend, this 1235 candle, it was followed by a lower low by the 1240 candle. So yeah, some bamboozlement, but that's, completely normal in the world of small cap gappers. That's part and parcel of trading these. You got to get accustomed to the way they move, right? And they're not as clear cut oftentimes as some of the larger caps. All right, nice. We just got Chegg at the high of the day, so now I set up at 77s. Let's see if we can get that. That's a little ambitious with this one barely moving, 10 pennies in the span of almost 2 hours, but I'm going to leave it at 77. Maybe we get a squeeze into that level. So I'm only in Chegg at 68, and now Zeus showing me 22s. I'm long 28s. Now showing me 24s. Can we get a spike up on my friend Zeus, which has been using, sadly, the volume weighted average price now as resistance? This one has been using the 20 EMA as support. It's basically been using it all day. And now it's been a bunch of lower highs. So this does concern me, right? With this area high here into 264, then you have another area high into 244, then you have another area high into 235, and now we're unable to even breach 30. So I am kind of concerned. I am super concerned here, kind of concerned, super concerned. We'll see what we get. I'm waiting at 30s for the first profit taker, then around 45. But this one can move in a hurry, but it can move in a hurry in both ways. So be on the lookout for that. Oh, CDLX held VWAP. Okay, I wasn't alive to that. So the CDLX pulls into VWAP. I was, earmarking this possibly as a flat bottom break candidate. But if it can take out 90, then we have another trade possibly here. The reason I say 90 is because you got 85, 90 rejections all the way through until you had that high day at 306. And here we are at 87s looking to take out 90 now on CDLX, Sharif, not CLDX, CDLX. So keep your eye out on that 90 break. But again, I want to mention, false breakouts on these small cap gappers are almost a dime a dozen. So yeah, even if we get above 90, it's not really the end of the matter, Joey. So that's it. That's all I've got at the moment. Oh, wow. CHGG just took out 72s. Now it's at 74. So this one's stair-stepping up a little more aggressively here. It seems like we've taken out some of the heavier sellers. I'll submit to you that 72 seller was serious because we've been rejecting that area since 12 o'clock. So almost an hour now of rejections at 72. And now we clear 73 with ease. And now we're into 74s. So yeah, that's basically all I have at the moment. Yannick, flat top break on Google incoming. All right, I'll have a look at it, but I won't trade these large caps, obviously. Here is Google. I don't agree with a flat top break, but I see what you're talking. You're talking about the 200, I'm assuming, Yannick, right? Because you kind of got into that 19. Oh, this is a daily. That's a weekly. What am I doing here, bro? All right. Yes. Okay. 190.50. 190.50. I see what you're saying, Yannick. I absolutely agree with you, my man. You've got an ascending wedge with higher lows on goggles with that 190.50 seller still being a damper on everyone's long party. So yeah, totally see that. It could easily squeeze into the high a day, if not more. Agree with you on that, Yannick. But definitely keep your eye on some lower lows manifesting here, possibly on the 5. But yeah, I agree with your look on goggles there. Joey, what do you got, my man?
Yeah, for sure. Same thing here, guys. So we had the ability to sit through this pullback, just waiting for target, right? It's either it's going to hit and then we just essentially wipe out all our losses out of the day, or we just take a break-even stop. So it's going to leave me either slightly positive or just at the exact same spot where I currently started this trade. Yeah, we could have locked some profits in, reloaded some, but yeah, that's what I got going on. If you here's Google looking like, we just talked about Google. It does look like it's going to break here. I'll just go over it one more time. There is a clear flat top right there. But one thing to note is, though, that volume is really starting to cool off. You want to see that pick up, or maybe this was enough liquidity absorbed in order for it to slowly grind higher. But it's really tough. I'll be honest with you guys. It's really tough shorting the Nasdaq, especially when the tech sector is just so strong. That being said, even though we have dumped earlier in the day, let's pull up the top performing sectors of the session to see where we're going to find some relative strength. All right. Okay. So there it is, healthcare sector being the top one on the day, up 1.5%, sitting in that show place, in the place section here, we got a 1% here in real estate, materials, roughly around 1%. Bottom 3, we got the communication service still holding on to slightly green. Industrial, same thing by a thread. And then there you go, the technology sector is down 1% on the day. And who knows if it's going to continue to climb more. Yeah, or it decides to move in a different direction here because the names are starting to rebound. Market wasn't really following when Amazon and Microsoft were continuously tanking. We obviously have the first half hour, 40 minutes where the Nasdaq was selling, but you can see that continuous throughout the session that Microsoft was moving lower and lower. And then Apple is something that you need to keep an eye out because if it does decide to want to break out to the top side, then I will have to get out of the Nasdaq because it will drag it higher and higher. So that's what I got going on right now. Just cooling and seeing if this trade is either going to hit target or we're going to get stopped out break even. I won't hold this trade for a loss whatsoever, no matter how frustrating it may be. We did add right here, using a little bit more of our unrealized gains to add more into the position. You do get this move lower. This hammer candle is not a good sight. I know this is where Koreweave was long off of, and that worked out relatively well for him. You get that move from 86.13 all the way to about 86 halves and continuing to climb. So as soon as it comes back to this level, I will get out of this trade, and it's unfortunate that we didn't have the ability to hold to target if it decides to go there. If not, then it's just not my day, and then I'll just accept the fact and then continuously move on. So yeah, that's what I got cooking up. Options chain wise, we can take a look at the NASDAQ to see if there's anything specific or anything that stands out to us on the week, and if there is, then hey, that can give us a definitive range. I thought we were going to head towards 555 because I think last time we checked, that was where the largest amount of open interest was laying, and I still believe it's the case on the put side. That is 555. We got 17,500 current open contracts, and if we go over to the call side, we have about 13,000 at 565. So a strike higher, but that is on the call side. So maybe a little bit of pinning price action right there, and that can justify a little bit of the consolidation that we've been experiencing throughout the session, with the exception of what we've seen in the first half hour or 35 minutes of the day, but nothing outstanding on this week's expiration cycle. We do have Tesla. Curious to see if any size has grown here that will give us that definitive move, or like say, hey, we're going to reject that. 350 has on the call side, that is, has 34,600 current open contracts expiring this week. So keep that in mind. Maybe you'll see some resistance at 350 if it decides to get there, and then maybe you can base a trade off of that. But you always want to read what the price action is telling you. If the volatility in the momentum is just blowing past that, you don't necessarily want to short it right away. You want to give it some time, let things cool off, and then set yourself up with a potential opportunity there. And then on the put side, we have 12,800 at 320. And if we go over the expected move here, Sharif, which we're going to do in 1 second, we know that I believe it was around just a little bit under 7%, but we're going to double check on this one just so we get our facts straight. Oh, what happened there? So yeah, 7%, just a little bit under that. 7% right here. Expected move 353 and 307. It's going to be your potential highs and lows for this or for tomorrow's after-market close. Expected move on Tesla, Sharif.
Yeah, I just got stop hunted on Zeus, guys. Yeah, so this one broke trend. Stop me out at the bottom wick. These always feel the worst because you always say to yourself, oh, I just could have given it another penny, look, and I'd be in the money substantially. And then it drops down right where I had my stop, then rockets right back up, would have filled a bunch of my orders. So a little frustrating. Now I can punch back in here, but I'm just unsure about the trend. So I don't feel comfortable just punching back in willy-nilly. These always feel the worst. Even though they're not really that bad, when you look at the P&L, it doesn't end up affecting it that much. It's just the psychology part of it. This bothers me. It's the way it is. Anyway, I'm back into Fifi. Faraday future over here. Let's see what this one does. Look, just took a print there at 3. This one's curling up. It feels like it's making yet another attempt, maybe at that high of the day. So that's the look there. All right, guys, I want to bring your attention to the voting. Every day, we get up on the green screen, we talk about the afternoon rundown. Their afternoon rundown, unlike the morning rundown, is decided by you guys. You guys tell us exactly what you want to talk about. The main tickers, the top 5, will get covered there. Obi and Neil, they'll look at them. They'll tell you how they traded them or why they didn't trade them. And if they did, they'll tell you how they did or how they would have traded. And right now, Neil is absolutely leading the bunch. It's got 87 votes right now. That's the top one. Open as well, right there with 81. Get into the chat and vote for your top tickers every day. It is super easy. You just throw in that $ right there. Your 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker automatically registers and will tabulate all the votes at the end. And Joey will be on the green screen today covering for me. I appreciate that, Joseph. So get your tickers in now. Let's get that stream going. I want to see a bunch of different tickers come in there, guys. Let's get the voting on right now. And for now, we're going to send it to Adara.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, as you know, I am going on vacation. I will be gone from Wednesday to Friday, but we're going to have a whole bunch of TTV research infographics that I've been busy preparing that'll come out while I'm gone through my vacation. With that in mind, I want to introduce this brand new series. I just posted the first installment. It is this. What we're doing is I went through every single S&P 500 edition that was specifically related to a merger and acquisition from 2020 all the way to 2025, because if you have not noticed, you probably have, there's been a really sharp increase in these S&P 500 mid-quarter rebalances, which are of course related to often when a company is acquired by another company. There are 3 this month, the most recent of which is going to occur tonight and result in a new member of the S&P 500 being XYZ as of tomorrow morning. So with that in mind, just basically this goes through every single year, and the S&P 500 additions that were related to these acquisitions, the company that was deleted from the index, and then the company that acquired the deleted company. So with all of that in mind, again, we have 2020 to 2021 in this infographic. The second infographic covers 2022 because there was a glut of merger and acquisitions in 2022. Then the third infographic will just kind of show 23, 24, 25, which is when, of course, we had that slowdown potentially related to Sharif's friend Lena Khan at the FTC. So again, long story short, check this out on X at TTV Research. We will get the next installments of this series while I'm on vacation. So you keep refreshing that feed. We will continue to get posts. Back to you.
When things collapse around here at Dare, we got to let everybody know why they're collapsing, because Adair is going to be on vacation. And
you are fake news.
I got that one. How come you don't have that? Assassino will do it for you. No, seriously, though. Obviously, Adara is our eyes and ears. She's always letting us know exactly what Trump's doing, saying, and where he is at all times. And if you haven't noticed lately, since January 20th, the market's been off. Well, actually, before that, since basically the election date, the market's been awfully volatile. Donald Trump has an affinity to move these markets, and I don't mind that too much as a day trader. That's what we need. We need that as day traders. We need volatility. Otherwise, what's the move? Like, where are we making money? So yes, it will be hard to follow what he's doing at all times. Brendo and I will try to cover for Adara while during the segments where we're not on everywhere else. So shout out to Adara. Enjoy a much deserved vacation. All right, so let's keep an eye here. Oh, Chegg is coming back down into 69s. I got 68s on here. Nothing really for me to do. I've already thrown my stop there. Zoos bamboozled me, so I'm a little bitter about that. Not going to get involved in that one for a little bit of time until it sets up. And then Faraday. We're a little bit out of the money on this one, but I'm still keeping my entries on prior bar low. And definitely looking at adding, if it comes into 92, I feel like this one might have another shot at $3, if not more. 319, but guys, is the high of the day. FFAI, Faraday Futures, an EV car company. We talked about SBET a little bit earlier on. My opinion on this one was that it was making another attempt at the high of the day. So we get a lower high now. So the selling came in at 29, but have a gander at this. Sure, we rejected on a 3-candle basis on the 5-minute chart at 29. That's not good if you're looking for a move up. But what is good about this is it holds prior area low. So the prior area low, $28. Now it's at about 28.5. That's where we're holding up here, at least on these 2 candles. So let's see if we can get some higher lows, and then to take out the sellers that we're waiting at, that were at 29. We'll see what SBET has to offer us on the day. Keeping an eye here on Faraday as we've worked right back up into 99s. A little displeased that I didn't get my ad on that one. I would have liked to share up a little bit to have a bit more skin in the game, so to speak. And then we'll see if we can take out that $3 level. HIT, says Farm Trader. Let's have a look at HIT. Or are you talking about high intensity interval training? That's HIIT. HIT Health. Oh, baby, what is this? Okay, so let's look at the scanner. HIT, there it is. Oops, show yourself, HIT. 196, 46%, volume 7.33 million. Okay, so this is a trade de novo. This just started moving. You can see the volume bars there really start moving at 12:45, so it's about 15 minutes old. It's a topping tail candle into 225 with a move, an aggressive move back into $2. Be careful with this one. Be aware of where the levels are. So $2, obviously a psychological level, that goes without saying, but the 10 EMA at 182, the volume weighted average price at 178.77. It's one of those anomalies where the 10 EMA is ahead of VWAP. That doesn't, sorry, that's not an anomaly. It's usually ahead. It's VWAP. That's usually that's ahead of the 10 EMA. That's an anomaly. Anyway, no, we're good here. Just be on the lookout for those levels, because sometimes it respects VWAP, sometimes it respects the 10 EMA. You don't really know until you've actually had price action proof. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Thanks to Farm Trader for HIT. That earned its way onto the side chart to Dare.
Just keep an eye here on NVDA. We heard earlier that I guess XAI is trying to raise some money to get some more chips. Well, Elon Musk went on X and basically said what they're looking for. He said the goal of XAI is to have 50 million units of H100 equivalent AI compute online within 5 years. So NVIDIA, a little bit of a spike here on that. Either way, the point is XAI is trying to buy these chips, specifically these H100 equivalent. Could be a good look here for NVDA. Also, while I'm here, we're going to do a quick check into spready ticker land because why not some different coverage for stocks we don't always talk about. Netflix, below $1,200. Just want to let you guys know this one's super weak at day's lows, below that key 1,200 level, which we actually held relatively well even on earnings. I also want to mention here LMT. This is an earnings day one play. This one poised to make a new low of day as well at that key 420 level. So I guess that's getting a puff pass for investors today. Back to you.
What's the trade on Netflix?
Okay, I can. I like how you knew it existed.
I knew for a fact that you traded it. I just knew it. Show it, Adara. Okay. She's going to show us her trade in 1 second. Shout out to Adara. I almost knew for certain that she had traded it. Just based on the price action, I'm like, there's no way Adara watched that and didn't trade that. Great trade, Adara. So that's short. What's that level?
So that's the flat bottom break at 12.11.
Okay.
So then took some out at 12.05, took some out at 1,200,
Boom.
still have a piece. Thank you.
Great trade there, Adara. Shout out to you. Good look there on the flex. It caught a downgrade today, right, Adara?
I'm not sure.
Pretty sure. Yeah, we'll double check that. I'm in hit, guys. We're in at 6s. Wet the beak there at 10s. Looking for continuity here. I've put my current out at current bar low. So if it loses 93s, we're gonzino. It's got a seller at 10s and 11s right here of note. We can't really seem to shake them. So I'm on the lookout now for a bit of a move down. We've opened up a new candle. So new candle right now on HIT, back down into 2. Anything below prior bar low, which is at 93s, we get out, Joey.
Yep, absolutely. All right, guys. Yeah, so we're short here. I added to the position, and then obviously I made a small mistake and I got out, but it might be a good thing. I did hop right back in. I do have more size in altogether. So yeah, this was a big time mistake, but I mean, Apple is really starting to climb and break out here. There it is. The volume is picking up, slightly rejecting some of these highs. So if it does come back into the middle of the range, we'll be okay. But if it decides that it wants to climb higher, then we will not be, all right? So just keeping an eye on these. Yes. That's what I got going on, really, to be honest with you guys. So we'll see what Google's up to. Microsoft's still hovering around those lows. And then sure enough, we have Amazon still around that same price area. If there's anything specific that you guys want to go over, just put it in the chat and we'll do so. I'm going to hop out of this TQ's trade momentarily as soon as it snaps this trend line, which I think is going to happen any second now. So just keep an eye on that. So we do have these consistent lower highs, and then now we're knocking on this door right at the volume weighted average price, slightly looking for this rejection, and then maybe a move back in towards the lower end of this range. But it's really tough shorting the overall market when some of these tech names are just going on the runs that they have been, and the likes of Apple, hovering around there, coming into the middle of the range, positive sign, positive. So we'll just hold on to this as long as we can until otherwise. If things have different plans, then we do just have to get out and abandon thesis, because clearly I'm not in sync with the market today, and things just aren't working out. So rather just not give away the whole month, any positive, whatever we had going on, and then just come back tomorrow, because there's always going to be another prime time opportunity. And that's what you want to do, is just when you got to realize when it's just not your day, just shut it down and then come back tomorrow, because a lot with trading, you'll even see the ebbs and flows within your equity curve. It's like, okay, well, should I have been trading this day? Probably not. And then sure enough, you take a big hit on that one. So that's what I got cooking up. TQQs, I think we're going to Adair, guys. Yep.
Keep an eye here in MERC. Sharif, I might have a new small cap friend for you. It is worth noting the volume on this is nothing crazy. It's over 1 million shares, but not by a significant margin. I cannot find any news here on Mercer International. Only one social media post in the last 3 minutes, and the next one prior to that was 19 hours ago. So people aren't really looking at it. There's no news to explain why it's moving, both of which are kind of strange factors. But it does have a market cap of around $216 million. Float here of about 38 million shares, 3% of which are sold short. Back to you.
Era. Yeah, I hope it doesn't get murked. to the downside.
We don't want to
there,
get.
yeah.
We don't like merkage.
No.
No, we don't want to.
It's not usually good when you get murked, Joe.
No, it's definitely not good when you usually get murked. But that's what your boys getting murked today.
I don't know about that,
No,
bro.
we
I
wouldn't
don't
call
know
it that, man.
about
I mean, we still got plenty of risk left, but I gotta be. It's really, really tight. I'm only giving this about 10 cents or so. So I'm in at 45s. 55s. I have to hop out of that trade, and then that will be. We'll see and wait for the latter half of the session, 2:30, 3 o'clock. If there's anything that really pops up on the session, then we'll look to take advantage of that. So yeah, that's what I got going on. Roger, unfortunately, we can't do that, my friend. Go touch grass. I can't just get up and leave and be like, hey, Sharif, man, you got this for me. I appreciate that. I'll be back
No, but
tomorrow.
we were talking about that because the bathroom was not operable yesterday.
Yeah.
So we're like, okay, we're gonna have to go to the coffee shop near the store. So might be a little bit of a long delay between bathroom breaks
but
on the show.
bathroom break,
It
you know
didn't
what
end
I
up
mean?
working that way, but
Imagine I just didn't come back and I was just like, hey, man. Touching grass. I know you got this covered, brother. It's not.
I'd be down, bro.
No,
I wouldn't be happy.
No, you would be.
I wouldn't be happy.
You'd be mad at me. You'd be like,
I wouldn't be mad. I'd be like, where the hell are you, dude? I wouldn't be
what
mad.
the hell?
Well, yeah, I probably.
But yeah, you'd be probably. I'd be mad. I'd be like, man, what is this guy doing? But yeah, Tesla is starting to head towards the upside. See, this is what's slightly frustrating when you're trading the Qs. You have to worry about such a large basket of stocks, and if they're all not moving in conjunction, then you're not going to have a good time. It's going to be trouble. Apple hasn't formed that breakout yet. Okay, great. You would think that when Apple started selling, the market would continuously move down lower. No. Money starts flowing into Tesla. Tesla now about to establish a new high of the day, right? So that's the really tough thing about trading these baskets. If you're looking to trade it, you have to focus on a broad spectrum of stocks, and which can definitely lead to some difficulties. I know a lot of people would love trading it, but at times it can be difficult, especially when different underlyings have different agendas, right?
Well said, Joey.
Yeah, that's what we got going on. So, okay, yeah, I got to get out of that 55. Yeah, so that's it for me there, guys. I'm out of the TQs. No more short attempts on my behalf.
All right, man. Setting up here on my friend HIT. We'll see if it's my friend or not. Look, we got one measly print on it. And we're putting in higher lows, but who knows how long that lasts for. I just don't have a lot of faith in this one. It seems like it definitely is ready to sell off here, and I don't know. I'm just going to let this one trade. I've put in the stops, the profit takers, and it's going to go in whatever direction it's going to go because I'm a market observer, not a market mover. All right, let's keep an eye on FFAI. Not much left on this one. Probably should wet the beak. At 3. Again, it's having a whole lot of trouble with 3. We got a bunch of outs on this one. Let's see if it can kind of move up. We don't have too many shares on this one as well. CHGG, not too many shares. It's really HIT that we're holding shares on right now. CHG back into 72s. That 77 print looks like it's going to go unfilled, as that 74 seller has still yet to be shaken. He's still very, very insistent at that 74 level. And we've only had one wick move into 74 as well. So it's not exactly a glowing endorsement for a long. So it's really going to be focusing here on HIT. I'm looking for this one to kind of continue. But I want to start the news because I'm going to stop out here. If this breaks that level, let's see exactly what we're going to do here with HIT. I want to start the news. Yeah, let's start it because it's getting a little bit late. And just let that one go and whatever it's going to do. All right, let's start with, I don't know, this is not the biggest news on Apple, but what was important to me about this headline about expanding into Saudi Arabia is that they didn't even have a Middle Eastern presence outside of Dubai. So that was kind of interesting. It's like, why didn't they want an official presence? So for example, in Egypt, if you want to buy an iPhone, you've got to schlep over to like this authorized retailer who creates like a store very much similar to what the Apple store looks like, but not officially an Apple store. And so I never really understood the reasoning behind that. And I still don't. Now that I've read this article, I understand it even less. But the point is, they're looking to expand into Saudi and apparently into Egypt as well, with Saudi first. Now, they've officially launched their app store in Saudi Arabia with full Arabic support, marking a milestone for their regional strategy. Apparently, they're also looking to open in Turkey, Egypt, and they have a presence in the UAE. They're going to open their first flagship location in 2026 in Saudi, and it's going to be at a UNESCO World Heritage Site, which kind of signals that they're trying to take more of a premium brand presence. And I'll submit to you guys, that's what Apple products are in the Middle East. If you have an iPhone in Egypt, and this is very anecdotal, it's not statistical, it's more like you're upper middle class or sort, okay? Not really the way it is here, but that's just basically the look there in the Middle East. Anything you want to comment on there, Joey, before we go on to Circle?
With Apple, Sharif, we know that they touched base in India. I think it was like in 2022 or 2023, and that started to work out really, really well for them, because I heard Brendan mention that iPhone sales are up 18% or account for 18% of the total sales, which is massive stuff.
It is.
And that's a big-time untapped market. Billions of people there.
Really is.
So that I think if they can continue on that trajectory, then it's going to be looking really good there for Apple.
Good point, Joey. All right, let's talk some Circle. Downgraded today by Compass Point. Let's talk why. So they downgraded Circle from neutral to sell, and they slashed their price target from $216.10 down to $130. They really reflects, according to them, the diminished long-term confidence in the firm's economics. So the downgrade was really driven by the U.S. stablecoin legislation. We're talking about the Genius Act, which kind of raised concerns over the valuation of Circle, which at the time of the writing of this article was about $53 billion. Though USDC's potential remains acknowledged, the firm doesn't deny that, Compass Point is now taking a more cautious approach to their financial outlook, and I'll explain why in a second. They anticipate Circle will soon expand its distribution network, likely pressuring margins as they have to spend money in order to grow. They also expect, though, and this is what I was telling Joseph off camera, Compass Point, they also expect competition from banks and fintechs, not just banks, to launch rival stablecoins in the second half of this year, which may erode Circle's EBITDA and market share. So, a lot of with the Genius Act, it gave a lot of these financial institutions the legislative authority and the kind of the backstopping to issue these stable coins. And if there's going to be more than one, well, then, there's two big ones right now, USDC and Tether. There's going to be more. And so that might eat into their market share, according to Compass Point. In contrast, Citigroup takes a different perspective on Circle. They initiated coverage with a buy rating last week, citing Circle's leadership potential in the stablecoin adoption. And analysts are kind of divided here, as you can kind of tell. Post-IPO, the bears, for their part, they point to the overvaluation, regulatory uncertainty, as well as the static USDC supply. But the bulls, they cite long-term network effects and the first-mover advantage that Circle definitely has, and it's now a regulated space vis-a-vis the Genius Act, Joey. So the market can't, or the analysts, I should say, the analysts can't seem to get their.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to say regulatory uncertainty. What's up with that? We just
got the regulation.
Exactly.
I mean, maybe because it's like kind of new and it hasn't been litigated yet.
But
I have no idea.
If it's new, this is what you're looking for, right?
What we're looking for, man.
This is what crypto traders, other than I guess with the exception of DeFi, is just like, why are you going to say? It's like, why? I don't get it. How much more do you need to see in order to start to adopt this? And again, I use the Netflix and Blockbuster analogy. Just continue to complain, but eventually you got to have the ability to adapt as well too. So you don't want to be the last one doing so.
No, you definitely don't.
No.
And then you're caught. Yeah, all right. Let's talk some Tesla China sales. A little bit better than expected. So they reported a little bit less than 10,000 new insured registrations in China for the week of July 14th to the 20th. That's down 19.3% from the previous week, which had about 12,300 registrations. However, year over year, it's a little bit of a different picture. Sales for the week fell 5.7%, though the current quarter, see where I'm getting with this, is still up 72.2% quarter over quarter, despite being down 4.3% year over year. It gets super convoluted, but that's how Elon likes it, and that's what Tesla's sales, as well as price action, has been as of late. So their Q2 U.S. sales obviously dropped 12%, contrasting with the relative resilience that they've had in China. Keeping my eye here on HIT. The year-to-date sales globally are also down about 4.8%, showing the broader challenge in the North American as well as the European market. Bit of a tougher one there. the management shakeup as well. Some people leaving, some others taking their place. Longtime sales leader Troy Jones, who led Tesla's U.S. sales for over a decade, has exited the company. He's going to be replaced by Raj Jagannathan. He's a current senior exec with the company, suggesting a possible strategic shift by Tesla and the product push and milestone. Tesla's actually doubling down in China with their launch of the Model 3 Plus. That Model 3 Plus will be a little bit different. It has about 500 miles worth of range per charge. Oh, I got stopped out. The company also recently surpassed 3 million units sold for the Model 3 worldwide. So that's a nice milestone there, Joey. But it's been interesting lately on Tesla.
Absolutely. And I mean, we talked about its expected move here, guys. There's nothing outstanding from a daily perspective, being like, hey, we're ready to do whatever. I mentioned this before. We do have these downtrends. We're starting to compress. So we're kind of getting the ebbs and flows within the market. What's up? What's up,
what the hell?
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, thanks.
Get it, Neil.
Yeah, what's up, brother?
I like that.
This?
I like that wedge.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about right now on Tesla. It's like, okay, what can happen here on this earnings report tomorrow evening? Do you break this downtrend? Does this price compression snap? And then you head in towards some key levels, and I think that can be definitely in the 368 to 370 area. Oh, that's a bull case.
I like the bull case. He's got to keep. Elon needs to keep his eye on the prize and not mess up the call.
And there you go. You said Elon needs to keep
you heard it from
his
the
eye
man
on the
himself,
prize
baby.
and not get too excited on the
Exactly.
call. And hopefully he doesn't bring up Donald or anything like that during his call, because who knows what can happen.
All right, good question here from Kick POY. 279 Canadian super chat. My man, USDT is not US based, right? No, it is. So Circle. You're talking about Tether.
USDC, USDT.
So
USDT
Tether is not.
overseas.
However, Joey, with the Genius Act, they now have regulatory authority over Tether, okay? And it is now going to have to be backed 1-to-1, meaning that every dollar that comes into Tether either has to be in US dollars or US treasuries.
Yep.
Well, what the hell does that have to do with demand for US debt, Joey? Well, demand for U.S. debt actually might increase. I'm talking about treasuries. Because with these stablecoin issuing companies, whether they're banks or fintechs, they're going to have to buy U.S. treasuries or U.S. dollars to offset any money they get for the stablecoin. So that could create a new demand for U.S. treasuries. So to summarize two things, it creates new demand for treasuries and U.S. debt, which is good. So that lowers the interest rate a little bit that the government has to pay on their debt. And it also brings the regulatory curtain onshore. So even though they are in the Bahamas, and my understanding was that they went offshore because your boy Gary Gensler couldn't be trusted. Anyway, I'll just digress from that. They didn't want to be subject to the SEC, who was super wishy-washy with how they prosecuted, or how they dealt with, I should say, the crypto industry. So my understanding was it was never to skirt U.S. regulations. It was that the U.S. regulations were not clear, so they got the hell out of there. Now that it's been reshored, it actually makes them have to be regulated onshore.
Absolutely, and I was referring to this point before, Sharif. So obviously we know USDT tracks the US dollar, but at one point Tether, there was, I don't know how to phrase it exactly, but there was a tracking error essentially in USDT to the US dollar, which created a spread and allowed people to kind of make somewhat of a forex change and be highly profitable on the difference between the US dollar and the USDT, which was very, very interesting. It was a flaw. It was accidental, but it was an extremely costly accident, that's for sure.
Interesting. That's really, I didn't actually know that. I like how you tell me this stuff, bro. All right, just setting up some beak wetters.
Apple's gone. Apple's gone. Yeah, that's why I got out of the queues.
What happened?
You can't. Like, look at this. Yeah, as it broke out. And this is what I was saying earlier as well, too, guys. So we never really got that big time volume confirmation as we broke through some key resistance zones. It's just been more or less a steady grind. But this is what I'm getting at. Apple move higher, get out of the TQs, because you don't want to be a part of that. It's too heavily weighted and has too much influence on the overall market, you can't be short the NASDAQ while Apple is deciding to break out to the top side.
All right, let's get back.
And Google as well,
yeah,
too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's get back to work over here. GM. So it was a tougher look for GM. Obviously, tariffs hurting them. GM's been the better performing legacy automaker. Let's just be fair about it. Certainly better than Ford and, well, Stellantis. I'm surprised they're still alive. So EPS of 253, beating the expectation of the street of 244 on revenue of 47.12 billion, ahead of that 46.28 expected by the street. But net income fell substantially, 35.4% year over year, down to 1.9 billion, and their adjusted EBIT as well dropped 31.6% year over year, down to about 3.04 billion. Still beating, though, the 2.89 that the street was looking for. So a nice beat there. I don't know where GM's trading right now, but they were down about 3% in the pre-market despite the beat, as investors really did shift their focus to the tariff exposure. Not a good look. Trump's 25% tariffs on auto and auto parts remain in effect, obviously, with GM estimating that they will get slapped. They will lose $4 to $5 billion for their full year profit as a result. They say the second half will be more exposed to tariffs with the 2 quarters that have already taken place in the first half, but it has, according to them, offset. Why am I not getting stopped out? Oh, there we go. Okay. Just got stopped at hit again. It just lost a few up, so we'll give back some there. I shouldn't be trading that when I'm doing the renews, but anyway, apparently it has offset about 30% of the cost hikes through price adjustments as well as manufacturing shifts. Speaking of those shifts, they announced $4 billion new investments in U.S. plants, including moving some of the Mexican production to two vehicles to U.S. factories. They will also build new trucks and gas-powered SUVs in Michigan to reduce import reliance and lower their tariff impact. Let's also talk about their EV sales, because up until, let's just say a year ago, they were super gung-ho about wanting to be fully electric by, 2030 or something like that. So they sold about 46,300 EVs in Q2, but compare that to the total vehicle sales of 974,000, which, by the way, missed the expectations of the street, which was looking for 1 million. The loss of the U.S. EV tax credit, which starts in September 30th of this year, by the way, could pull forward, according to them, some higher Q3 sales. So if there's not going to be any more EV tax credit going to Q4, they expect, at least for the moment, that Q3 sales for EVs will be a little bit higher. And they did maintain their long-term EV ambitions to be all EV by 2035, but instead of being regulated by the government to tell them when they need to be fully electric, Mary Barra says that the market demand, the consumer demand, Joseph, will guide their timeline to when they end up being fully electric.
Absolutely, and we'll take a look at GM here. We'll pull up my screen. We're down about 6 1/3, 6.4% on the day, so $3.40 to be exact. But a nice curl off the lows. You can see a double bottom, but it's the opening drives that were really, really weak for this name and caused a lot of this loss throughout that first 45 minutes of the session was right there. But now we'll zoom out and see what we got going on with GM from a daily perspective. Yeah, that $5 billion hit, I don't like that, Sharif, that's for sure. Why do their margins suck? I don't understand how.
You want to know the truth?
Yeah. Is it labor?
Legacy? Yes.
Legacy and labor?
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Cost too much money? Yeah.
They have trouble maneuvering, and I hate to say it this way, but it's a union issue.
Yeah.
And
okay. Yeah. That's fair. That's totally fair to say. It was only a couple years ago when they went on strike too.
Yeah, man. It was
2024. Yeah, when they went on strike.
Unifor strike.
Yeah. I remember. And then the dock workers went on strike as well too. So a lot of that going on.
And you can't blame those people. They need to live too. I mean,
absolutely.
inflation hurt everybody's pockets. But I'm just saying that if you're going to to compare these legacy automakers to the Chinese, who don't have to deal with unions. Let's just be honest.
No.
They don't worry nearly as much about the environment. They don't have as much regulations keeping them down, so their costs are a lot better.
You know what? And speaking of unions, I worked for one for a long time. It's actually very, very cost inefficient. So what you make is only a fraction of what the company actually pays the union. So there's a member fee, right? So say you make $40 an hour, but really they have to pay about $70 an hour because X amount of that goes into a pension fund, vacation pay, and then also the fees as well too to employ the individuals. So it's just not a flat rate. There's a lot going on behind the unions where you have to fork over consistent cash.
Very interesting. Yeah, there you go. Adara.
We have a tariff update from Donald Trump on Truth Social, and it has to do with the Philippines. Of course, he did just meet with the president of the Philippines. I'm going to read his post. President Ferdinand Marcos of the Philippines is just leaving the White House with all of his many representatives. It was a beautiful visit. And we concluded our trade deal, whereby the Philippines is going open market with the U.S. and zero tariffs. The Philippines will pay a 19% tariff. So, he just says, again, thank you to the president. I'm not going to read the rest of the post because it's not really relevant, but the 19% tariff is only 1% lower than the 20% tariff Trump had initially posed for the Philippines on in the tariff letter. It's also higher than the 17% tariff on Liberation Day. So this odd middle 19% tariff isn't watch here for the Philippines. The fact that it's so close to the tariff letter, though, does suggest that Trump was being very serious when he said that the tariff letters are, in fact, the trade deals. Sounds like basically those are the rates that he's willing to go with. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara.
Plot twist.
1% difference.
Yeah, there you go. Bang.
Interesting.
We'll take it. Mark, price it in, Sharif.
You want? Oh, go ahead, Joey.
No, just reading something from Bakes Cakes, Andrew Bakes Cakes. Plot twist: the Philippines will not be buying anything from the U.S. anyways.
yeah, exactly. Well, the U.S. doesn't export that much, right? Like they want to, obviously, and I think that's what Donald's pushing for. We'll have to see how that all works out. Let's talk a little Oracle and OpenAI. And Microsoft obviously looking to expand their infrastructure and Stargate with an energy boost. So Oracle and OpenAI backed by Softy. More on that relationship in a minute as it's crumbling before our very eyes. We'll add 4.5 gigawatts of Stargate AI data power for Stargate AI data center capacity in the U.S., raising total development capacity to over 5 gigawatts. Just want to remind you guys, China's adding terawatts, okay? So the build-out is part of the broader Stargate project aiming at scaling AI training infrastructure with over 2 million chips powering operations. In case you forgot what Stargate is, because it's been a little minute since it was announced in the Oval Office, it's a construction in Abilene, Texas, well underway according to some reports here, with some sections already operational. Oracle started delivering the GB200. So the difference between the 200 and the GB200 is the GB are paired to a board. They're already sending those racks to support OpenAI's next-gen model development and early training workloads. These are already live. So OpenAI apparently is also evaluating new data center sites out in Michigan, Wisconsin, Wyoming, New Mexico, Georgia, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. It really kind of points to their long-term foothold that they want to secure, and they want to secure it near diverse energy sources and regional compute capacity across the U.S. And we know that there's $500 billion over a 4-year project, which involves SoftBank, Oracle, ARM, and NVIDIA. And it's a good look here. Oracle was also named a key partner in the Stargate UAE, which is Dubai, alongside OpenAI, NVIDIA, Cisco, and G42, that Emirati AI company. Joey, not a bad look here. America needs more power to power the AI craze, as well as these EVs. We talk less about that now, but certainly you need more power.
Absolutely. All right, new traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Now, yeah, just back to Oracle briefly here, guys. A big-time move just from a technical standpoint off of Liberation Day lows. I think this name is up over 100%. So, yeah, exactly. Right around 100%, so a low of 119.50, now trading around 239, and we'll call it 240. So that's a 100% move that we've experienced off of the April lows in Oracle here, Shreve.
All right, let's talk some Shopify getting downgraded today on valuation concerns. Loop Capital downgrading Shop to hold from buy, maintaining, though, that same price target of 120 bucks. They clarified the downgrade reason here and said it's valuation driven. It's not because of deteriorating fundamentals or company-specific reasons, so they did want to caveat that. At current levels, they say Shopify is trading around 14.7 times the estimated 2025 revenue, which Loop says fully prices in at least their bullish case on the company. The firm believes the near-term upside is actually quite limited, making it less attractive for them at least, relative to other growth names that they're already covering. Despite the downgrade, though, Loop still considers Shopify one of the strongest long-term stories among e-commerce and software platforms. The note did suggest that the core business remains solid with no major red flags around execution or demand. So kind of, interesting there when you get downgraded on valuation concerns as opposed to any fundamental problem with the company, Joe.
Yeah, totally. And I like that you pointed that out as well, too, Shreve. So Shopify, Canada, shout out to them. What's up, Adara?
I was going to mention, Loop Capital is kind of notorious for doing this. They do this all the time. I remember they did the same thing with Reddit. They're like, well, we like it, but I don't know if we like this price right now. Like, this is what they do. They just, I've noticed a lot of their upgrades and downgrades, and this is not, a negative thing or a positive thing. It's just something I've noticed. They are so focused on valuation above all else.
That's good to know, Adara. Thank you for that. Yeah, and Adara does a lot of these, so good to know.
Yeah, very good to know. Thank you. And then off of the April lows as well, too, guys. 76% off of those specific areas. Almost a double top type price action that we're experiencing right here, Shreve. Almost to the penny, really right here at 129.27.
So we're back to almost all-time highs?
Yeah. So we're almost right back into that neck of the woods. Well, we were there, and then now we're starting to pull back a little bit here on all-time highs is way up here.
COVID.
Yeah.
Is that COVID?
176. This is 21.
Yeah, COVID.
So this is probably the COVID run up here, and then post-COVID, boom, gets hit extremely hard.
Everybody, where'd you go, Joey? $28.
Yeah,
but that's post-split though.
Yeah,
it's split. I think 10 to 1.
Yeah, I don't think it's split adjusted or anything like that. So there it is, Shopify double top right at that 125 mark, or 129 mark right there, guys.
All right. Let's talk a little Lockheed Martin today. Interesting report. Look, there's a lot of bad, but a lot of good. So let's get to it. Sales, $18.2 billion, up slightly year over year from the $18.1 they printed last year on the quarter. Net earnings, though, down sharply. And Neil brought this to my attention right when they dropped earnings in the pre-market because he had it on Twitter. And he was like, what the hell is this? We didn't know why, but now we understand. So net earnings, they only brought home $342 million. Compare that, which ended up being about $1.46 per share if you were to measure it in EPS. That's down markedly from the $6.85 that they printed last year on the quarter due to heavy charges. We'll get to those. The program losses here total about $1.6 billion, with other losses amounting to about $169 million, which impacted their EPS, at least on the quarter, by $5.83. So it's really the charges that have had a negative effect on the earnings. The free cash flow also down to minus $150 million versus the $1.5 billion positive free cash flow that they had in Q2 of 2024. They did also return about $1.3 billion back to shareholders via buybacks as well as dividends. Now, let's talk about why they took all those charges. So they have several programs here that are bleeding money. Their aeronautics classified program lost $950 million pre-tax, okay? Their Canadian maritime helicopter program, Joey, lost $570 million. in recorded losses. Their Turkish utility helicopter program lost $95 million, and other charges and write-offs, about $66 million down, as well $103 million tax charge linked to IRS adjustments. So a lot of charges there. You hope these are one-off lines that don't recur into Q3 and Q4. We'll have to wait and see. Now, that's the bad side. What's the good side? Demand through the roof. We probably could have all gauged that, given that the belligerencies and the wars and everything else in the world are really starting to pick up with countries rearming. And so obviously that's going to spur demand. And that's what they said. Demand remains strong for core systems like the F-35, the F-22, THAAD, PAC-3, Aegis, or I don't know how to say this, as well as several new allied contracts were awarded. Also, the U.S. Army committed over $1 billion in missile contracts for satellite orders as well from the Space Force. And the CEO really emphasized Lockheed is positioned for growth inflection, whatever you think that means, as a global deterrence and modernization demand rises. Joey, so you hate to see these one-line charges which hurt the earnings on the quarter, but you like to see, at least from an investor perspective, not a human, that demand remains strong for their
robust.
products.
Yes, exactly. So the demand remaining robust for LMT there. Lockheed Martin, zero participation here on the recovery, down 31% off of those previous highs there, guys. So a really tough look. And then obviously after the report, you get this gap down, breaching some of these key support levels. So watch out on this one. I mean, when there's blood in the streets, that's what they say is a good time to buy, right?
This big spot. All right, let's do it. Trump media goes all in. I'm talking about DJT, obviously, on Bitcoin. So now Trump media, which is DJT, holds around $2 billion in Bitcoin and related assets, making up 2/3 of the total liquid assets of the company. The company says it's growing its crypto holdings as a part of a long-term treasury strategy to support the financial freedom, that's in quotes, and avoid institutional gatekeeping, according to the statement. DJT shares were up about 9% yesterday at the high, and it settled about 4% by around 2 o'clock. Trump's personal stake in DJT is valued at about $2.3 billion in the latest filing. And here's the deal. Cryptocurrency now represents the majority of Donald Trump's net worth on paper, according to Forbes. Don't come at me. That's what they're saying in the report.
No way.
According to Forbes. Yeah, they could be wrong, Joey. And there's more. So the Trump Lake DeFi, which is World Liberty Financial, has generated about $500 million for the Trump family since it launched in September. Trump is also the sole beneficiary of the trust holding these assets, even though they're governed and controlled by Donald Trump Jr. during Trump's presidency. And the Trump meme coin also added millions to the family's digital asset portfolio. And giving you some more information here, Trump media, according to the reports, is pivoting away from media. Even though they're called Trump media, they're now describing themselves as a cryptocurrency and financial services company. Its social media platform, obviously Truth Social, remains low revenue, Joseph, but very important politically because Donald Trump goes right to Truth Social to give us his latest takes. Obviously, they are reposted.
Tells you to buy. Good time to buy.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Are you gonna start doing crypto transactions on Truth? Are you going to buy Ethereum on
I'm not. On Truth?
Yeah, if you can.
Can you even buy it on Truth?
Well, no, you can't, but eventually.
Well,
it just seems like
I don't know, if they come to Canada and they give good rates, I don't have a problem with it. I have no issue, as long as, there's a reason to do it.
Yeah, totally fair.
All right, let's go on. So SRPT, Sarepta, they're in some trouble here. Okay, we'll talk more about this after we get back from Midday. I think we got to go to her at the big desk.
I'm going to mention here, we have Archer Aviation on watch. Founder and CEO Adam Goldstein just shared a post on X. So I'm going to provide some context. Basically, yesterday, it seems like the Delaware Chancery Court ruled that a shareholder lawsuit related to Archer Aviation's 2021 SPAC, or I guess how it went public there through the Special Purpose Acquisition Corporation, basically Long story short, the Delaware Chancery Court ruled that a shareholder lawsuit related to this merger is allowed to proceed. However, Adam Goldstein's coming here to set the record straight, I guess, on X. He's saying that the company's legal team gave them a readout, and he said that apparently their strategy was successful because even though the lawsuit is still allowed to proceed, they were able to narrow the claims. So Adam Goldstein is basically spinning this legal announcement as a win on the or on his own personal X account. So again, Archer Aviation on watch here. Back to you.
Thank you, Adira. Let's talk a little Sarepta. So they will pause all U.S. shipments of its gene therapy, Elevidys, by Tuesday following, sadly, deaths of two teenagers, two teenage DMD patients from liver failure. The pause follows a voluntary request by the FDA as the agency reviews the treatment safety profile and labeling. Shares dropped substantially yesterday after hours, about 8.6% down to about 12 and change. I don't know where they are now, extending Friday's sharp losses after disclosure, that was on Friday, of a third gene therapy-related death. The third fatality involves a 51-year-old man with limb girdle muscular dystrophy who was not on Elevidys, or however it's said, but received therapy using similar gene editing technology. The FDA has placed what they call a clinical hold on Sarepta's limb girdle muscular dystrophy program due to safety violations, and they've halted development of several gene therapy programs and announced, sadly, 500 job cuts amid the regulatory fallout. The company is working with the FDA to update the drug to include liver injury risk warning for ambulatory DMD patients. Joseph, I hate to, I hate to even mention this, people dying and they're stopping a drug that's trying to save lives, but that's the nature of the game.
Yeah, unfortunately it is, and I mean, it's good because if they're going to continue with these trials, you don't want more people dying. No. It's just saying that the drug isn't doing what you guys thought it was, and it's unfortunate. If we pull up my screen, we can see this is why it's so tough to play these biotech companies, Sharif. Exactly. Really, really tough look. So you see you have a high of around 170, and now we're trading at $13. It's so tough. And when you guys bring these biotech companies, you say, hey, Joe, take a look at this, take a look at that, it's fine. We can obviously take a look. We'll obviously observe and see what's going on. But it's such a tough space to be invested in. And I want to pull up Pfizer as well, too, PFE.
Good call.
Like, again, this is a dividend-paying stock, but essentially this is COVID, right? Or no, this isn't even COVID, right? This is the COVID highs. And then essentially from then, it's just been trading within this range. So even at the high of COVID, it was $62. But the mean here around here is around $34. And then what is it, mRNA, I believe? Yeah, it's Moderna. Another tough look. COVID was its peak.
And like tone deaf, absolutely tone deaf. They keep talking about COVID.
It's like,
bro, nobody wants to talk about COVID. We want to hear about cancer. We want to hear about other ailments that you're going to cure with this mRNA. And they keep talking about COVID.
It's like that was 4 years ago. Like, what do you guys catch up, right? Or fall behind? And it seems like they trod the latter half of this one, Sharif, with a high of around $500. And then now we're trading at around $32.
Joseph, that's what I traded this at.
Same.
Yeah.
I bought it at like $50.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I bought it at $50.
Can't believe
Dude,
it.
I took the same approach. I took the same approach with the weed, the Canadian weed stocks.
I remember that.
As I did with this, with the COVID thing. I'm like, who's gonna lead in the vaccine race? And I popped up Pfizer and Moderna, and I put some cash.
I remember that.
Moderna.
I remember specifically that. Yeah, those are early 2020.
It was like literally the most simplistic thing, and I wasn't even day trading or anything along those lines. I was just trying to put cash to work, and obviously for those who don't know, I'll tell you this story once again. So my buddy and I, we were about 22 years old. We were living, 23 maybe, living in Liberty Village. And he said, yeah, Joe, you got too much cash. You got to put it to work. He's like, my company, my cousin owns a bunch of these weed stocks. I'm like, oh yeah, all right, cool. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Canopy Growth Corp, Afria, and Aurora Cannabis. Boom. Take all my money and let's see what we can do. Bang, that worked out relatively well for us. Years down the road, same thing. I'm like, hey, why don't I just take the same approach in an emerging market, kind of like how the vaccine was, and see if there's a leader in the vaccine race. And that's when I stumbled upon Moderna. I think it was NVAX and Pfizer, and then that's where I threw, or AstraZeneca, I believe it was, and I put some cash in into there. Yeah.
All right, we're going to talk about Philip Morris next and the report when we get back from Adira.
Tesla's reporting tomorrow, guys, and TSLA actually just has a news catalyst coming through. Sorry for the weird transition there. California New Car Dealers Association reporting that Tesla registrations in California fell by 21.1% for Q2 2025. Now, it's unclear if that's a quarter-over-quarter number or a year-over-year number, but either way, 21.1% decline here for California registrations in Q2 for TSLA. Usually these are year over year, but if there is anything different there, any other data I find, I will let you know. Back to you.
Interesting, because my parents, like, they're in California right now visiting my sister, and my mom will message me every day. Oh, I saw an orange Cybertruck. Oh, today I saw a pink one. Today I saw a blue one.
And you just reply, Bitcoin, Mom. Bitcoin.
Every time there's a new high a day, and there's proof from him, from her.
Yeah, he's not
do
joking.
Dara.
He's like talking out loud. Like you auto dictate the text, right? So you can just hear him going, "Oh, hi, Mom. Bitcoin's at a new all-time high," and that's the whole message.
And I won't stop it, Dara. All right, let's talk a little Philip Morris. I love my mom. Philip Morris surpasses Q2 estimates and boosts 2025 outlook. Let's talk about what they did. They posted $1.95 a share for earnings. The street was looking for $1.91. Oh, sorry, $1.95 and then $1.91 adjusted. The street was looking for $1.86. Revenue rose 7% year over year, up to $10.1 billion. Just under, though, the $10.32 billion the street was looking for. So a miss on the top line, but a beat on the bottom line. Heated tobacco and cigarette shipment volumes are up 1.7% year to date. But they're not making money only on smoking products. There's a lot of smoke-free surge, and you know your boy over here loves his Zyn, and we're going to talk about that.
I wouldn't go that far.
All right, my bad. Like the Zyn.
Yeah.
All right, smoke-free products, Joey, grew 12% in shipment volume during the quarter. Smoke-free now contributes 41% of total revenue. So I'm assuming that means vapes and oral products like Zyns as well. Up 2.9 percentage points year over year. Zyn oral nicotine pouches are a key growth driver with strong U.S. demand, especially among younger users. And I got to say one thing. In this country, you can't advertise cigarettes, but you can advertise these Zyns, and there's one right by the bus stop near my house. So I think they're really looking to kind of push that product, at least here, because they can advertise for that product where they can't advertise their smoking products. So we'll see. They also raised their 2025 guidance. Full year EPS guidance, now they're saying 724 to 737. The street, or they previously guided, 701 to 714. So even the low end of the new guidance is ahead of the high end of the previous guidance. Adjusted EPS forecast also lifted 743 to 756, up from 736 to 749. The revision here really reflects a confidence in product demand, as well as the global expansion and the reduced risk of the products. I'm not going to vouch for that, but that's what it says here in the article. Joey, any comments on your friends Philip Morris?
Yeah, Zyns are not good. Don't do Zyn. Yeah, they're highly addictive. No, in all seriousness. I got logged out there. What is the ticker for Philip Morris?
PM.
I'm not even PM. Perfect. Let's take a look at this thing from a technical standpoint. Never, ever, ever have I traded this name.
Look at this thing, bro.
Dude, that is
Wayner's had a swing on this, I heard.
Yeah. He was because they pay a dividend as well, too. So he was going to inquire if he could just get his dividend paid out in Zyn, but that didn't go out too well. So that's okay. Maybe we'll just re-inquire about that.
That's
but
good.
No, in all seriousness, 91%. From off of those April 2024 lows, let's take a look at Liberation Day lows. It wasn't even essentially affected, really, right? Like, this is some big-time stuff. Sharif, tobacco companies not taking too much damage. This is Liberation Day here, right? So this is those April lows. So that was just like a couple percents there. 10% it took a hit, and then now put in a new all-time high. I gapped down, but if you go by this previous trend, it's a buy the dip scenario.
It feels like that. Yeah, you're still putting in higher lows generally on that chart.
Exactly.
So, yeah, not a bad look there, Joe.
Oh yeah, let's look at that one. Way to point that out as well too, Sharif.
Yeah.
So if you want to go off these pivots and off of that previous low, holding up relatively well.
Yes, sir. All right, Coca-Cola, last one on the list over here. They also reported earnings. I didn't review this, but let's talk about it. Adjusted EPS of 87 pennies, topping the 83 expected by the street, on revenue of 12.62 billion, narrowly beating the 12.54 consensus estimate of the street. GAAP net income jumped nicely here, 3.81 billion, or about 88 pennies per share, versus the 2.4 1 billion they printed last year on the quarter, or the 56 pennies per share, however you want to look at it. Also, organic revenue grew 5%, really kind of reflecting the price strength despite the volume softness. More on that in a second. Now let's talk about the regional demand, because this always seems to be a factor where North America is kind of weaning off some of these sugary snacks and drinks, and the rest of the world, I don't want to say sadly, it's up to them, picking it up. At least that's what I've been noticing lately. Let's talk about it. Global unit case volume fell 1%, indicating weaker demand across most markets. Volume also declined 1% in North America, driven by weaker soda demand. Latin America, okay, so I was wrong about this. Latin America volume slipped 2%. Asia fell also 3%. This is not good at all, man.
No.
EMEA, I'm assuming that's Europe and Asia, was a bright spot with volume growth of 3%, helping offset global declines. Sparkling soft drinks like Coca-Cola brand, like a Coca-Cola, down 1%. Juicy, juice, dairy, and plant-based beverages also down 4%. Water, sports drinks, coffee, and tea, flat volume. Coffee was up, but sports drinks were down. But as a group, they were flat. They cite macroeconomic pressure. So management cited economic uncertainty and geopolitical tensions as key drags on consumer confidence and purchasing behavior. Despite the weaker consumption, guys, pricing and strategic mix help preserve top-line growth. So I don't know how I feel about this. Remember we saw the Ozempic sell-off. That was that big sell-off there. And then we recovered from it. Now we're kind of sideways a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of sideways. I mean, if you're in this name, it's most likely for the dividend. So shout out to Warren Buffett there. And I'm pretty sure there's a city or a town in Mexico where all they drink is Coca-Cola. For all my Mexican individuals, please confirm. I watched an actual documentary on it. I don't know if it was... Adair, what is that? What is that magazine that was based out of Montreal? Vice. I think Vice might have done something along those lines. But yeah, so Coke is actually cheaper than water in some places of Mexico. Coca-Cola, that is. It was cheaper than water. So yeah, a lot of interesting stuff. I think you're going to be in this name.
So I looked this up. It's called San Cristobal de las Casas in Mexico. Apparently, yeah, there like a lot of people there are just addicted to Coca-Cola. Apparently, like this is not the only city in Mexico where it's consumed, because I guess that was what some people assumed. It's just the city where they're known for their propensity for Coca-Cola.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that, Adair. So yeah, it's just like the community just drinks nothing but Coca-Cola, which is absolutely insane in that heat in Mexico. But I thought you were a Coke guy. Okay, but you don't like Pepsi? Okay, same. All right, there we go. Bang. Yeah, I don't remember the last time I had I used to love root beer, et cetera, et cetera. Anyways, off topic. But yeah, since I got back from Jamaica in February, I've actually almost eliminated sugary drinks from my diet. So I don't buy any form of juice. Once in a blue moon, I'll get myself a booster juice. I did have a juice box yesterday, but other than that, 99.9% of my liquid consumption is water. The other 0.1% is beer. All right, so that is roughly it. But in all seriousness, guys, $68, that's where you're going to find that key support level. And I believe that this name is more or less for the dividend payments, right? That's what Warren Buffett for years and years was involved into it. We were just talking about cities in Mexico, Sharif, where all they do is consume Coca-Cola and essentially not water. So we touched a little bit on that. But here it is, key base level right around that $68 target. But other than that, you want to be in this name for the dividend stocks, all right? Or for the dividend payment.
Let me just
yeah.
Shout out to Eddie R. San Cristobal de las Casas is in a state of Chiapas, Mexico. Am I saying that right, guys? And as well because burping is part of their religious sessions. I'm not kidding. I have been there. I believe you, Eduardo, man. I appreciate that. Always giving us context, and I definitely always want context. All right, guys, I'm going to flatten out my trade over here as the show is coming to an end. Joseph will be covering for me. I appreciate that, Joey, on the green screen as I got to weasel out of here. So, guys, are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, the S&P, or even Bitcoin? Well, guess what? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, and they give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. And the best part, you can pick your own path. You can choose instant funded. You can choose the challenge account or even a pro account and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. And in the last 90 days alone, they paid over $10 million out and have earned over 1,000 five-star reviews from real traders just like you. So if you're interested, use that discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan that QR code or head on over to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Joey, usually I'm pretty kind of chill about wanting to get off, but the bank closes at 5 and I got nothing that I can do about their closing, so I got to weasel out of here. Good to see you, and I'll see everybody tomorrow. Boys are that way.
I charge a 10% fee too. Yeah, right?
Killing. All right, the boys are that way. Sean's on the position board, guys.
10%, bro. You got to step those numbers up. What do you mean? If I'm charging a premium, I better be getting 75% at least. Or we'll just make it jokes and be like, all right, 69% more. Come on.
You're just gouging people, man.
No, bro. I mean, if you're gonna ask me for a premium, you know, I come at a price, Neil.
Joe's got that reasonable rate. That's why Joe is stepping in for me for the aftermarket show so I can coach Madada's baseball tonight.
Like 10%, bro. That's like a tip. You're not tipping.
He's up here charging some reasonable stuff. You're out here asking for 75%. Shoot. Like you can't.
Listen, if I'm providing the liquidity. You know what I mean?
Obi always provides the liquidity. That's rule number 1.
Don't be mispricing me.
Rule number 2, don't bet against Tesla, apparently. Yo, the V-shaped recovery was real for the ES, although we got literally to the high on the ES. I shouldn't spoil it. Like Tesla's good, but let's be real. We got right up into the open high, almost to the, I can't say the penny because it's a futures contract, but you know that's what I want to say in this situation, but bye-bye, and then we pulled right back in here. Tesla is the strong one ahead of earnings tomorrow, and look, up 1 point, pressing those highs. Look, the market this morning was just an absolute disaster for the chips, but a lot of things had these heavy red candles, and not everything reverted the same way. Like if you were to look at, like look at SMH, for example, and we'll talk about all this stuff. SMH pullback, gets halfway there. AMD had a nice bounce. NVIDIA had a nice bounce. But I submit to you Micron, which is like, oh, we're bouncing? The chips are bouncing? Nah, I'm cool. We'll just sit at the low of the day right now. It's all right. You guys go. Just leave me at the bottom, like they're Intel or something over here on Micron. I am in one position, although I guess the position board isn't up yet. So next available fill that I get, which I don't hear.
See where that Neo is back at?
I don't even want to look at where Neo is because we should be long. I'm just in Robinhood around VWAP, but where is NIO?
It's right back under 5. That's why. I don't know.
Right at $5.
It's right back under 5. I'm just like I like what I was doing on it earlier, to be honest. And if it's going to come back for more, I definitely want to take another piece at that. We got above $5, only about 10 pennies above $5. I was here a couple of times being like, all right, well, if it's going to hold the $5, I do like a little bit of a pullback. Worked on the second try as I got in just above 95s, looking for a push into 85s. Sure, just 10 pennies, but a reversion to VWAP nonetheless. We hold. $5, not really significant size, but it does push through it and give us another 10 pennies on top of that one. So yeah, that's what I'm watching. A little bit of a cheeky trading here on GM as it. I definitely had the long here at that 49. I think I had 49.15s with the day low of 49.08s, and I definitely fumbled that piece there as I didn't even take the reversion to VWAP. I only took about 10, 15 pennies off, but I guess I was in the most here, but flipped short here with a little bit of a bag hold, but that selling does come right back in through the 50, so I was definitely a little bit on the front side of the move. Just got to do better with taking a lot more when it does come in here. What's going on here?
I find that if I'm going for a low of the day reversion in that same situation, and you get it, but you don't get it off the bottom, I find in that situation, I'm more apt to get into the short.
Yeah. Because like they're both valid. They're both very
valid.
valid.
But I'm gonna get
right?
the short too
I'm
soon.
like, that's the next trade.
Because it's like if I take the long off too soon, you're just like, oh, you left some on the table.
Yes,
with the
100%.
long.
That's the mentality.
So therefore, you've got to then somehow magically make more on the short, which means get in earlier because you don't want to miss it.
Yeah.
It's just like one thing leads to one thing leads to another. Before I know Joe's gonna do the rundown, which. You know what? I'm pretty sure Open's going to be on it because I feel like the small caps, they've been leading it.
Oh, yeah.
Like
I mean,
KSS this morning and Open were going nuts. But Open just broke the low of not just the day, but also that afternoon flush. Now, this isn't the absolute bottom on Open because that was yesterday's low was 261, I believe. So there's still some room for this to get down to the low. Oh my, could this really take that out? Like if we see a 260 break on Open, just going to go to the 15-minute chart, see what we have working here. Like underneath $2, really. You can either fill the gap in and hold 220, or you can go even lower. Like don't write this one off. Kind of one and done that stock, and I can see this heading even lower. Rusty Dutch believes it all day as well. Arguably, until you break this 260, you haven't. I can't remember a situation where you've had this type of a rinse and a rinse at the open, where if you bought this thing at 9:30 at the lows yesterday after all of this nonsense to the downside, you're not even out of the money yet. Like that's insane to me. You could have bought the open, given it all back, and still technically be green. But it's running out of time to hold up here on Open.
Yeah, Neil, I think that's definitely one to keep an open mind about because it still hasn't broken trend at all, and long season it's still open. But without any further ado, I see Joe at the green screen. So let's see what you guys have voted on during the day. What is on the rundown, Joe? Take us away.
All right, guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown, the segment where we talk about the stocks you guys pick throughout the day. And at the top of its docket, meme crazy, here it is, Open, guys. A move being driven by retail investors, big time moves that we've seen and experienced over the past couple of sessions. But now we're down 14%, over 14% on the day. Let's see what Neil and Obi think about Open.
It's not over. It's not over. That's what I believe about it. And we said this in yesterday's trade that when you have moves like this, you have to always zoom out so you have a sense of context to how far back and how nasty a pullback could be. Because like this was 50 cents and then it wound up, broke, didn't really, like its first pullback was at about 220 and that held and didn't even go underneath the prior day, but that was 220 with a range of like 160. Like that was pretty crazy. And then it broke out again. So with the $5 move, when you pull out that chart, it pulling back into 250, like that just seems almost reasonable in some regards, which is where we're sitting on Open. There might be one last salvo to the upside before it gets to that key support at about 250, where you could have one more pullback to the upside, and then you would flush. I'd be eyeballing the $3 level because of that. $4 held like an absolute champion. That's the only the only reason for this trade was when it halted downside, the top was 4 in the afternoon. That's about it. And then that's what happened here. So why not $3 if we catch a bit of a bounce? Until we get to 250, I think the gravity's headed toward that way. I think I'd still favor the short. Look for a reversion off the 250 level and then maybe 220. It's certainly settled down a little bit in the middle of the day, but the way it respected the volume weighted average price just meant the sellers were happy to hold on to control. And until that changes, you want to be really, really careful about your entries long.
Yeah, I think off of the open, I said this a little earlier as well. I was definitely not effectively sized on that initial entry. A bit of a similar trade here, Neil, that I took. Off the open, I was like, all right, looking a little weak underneath this $4 level that had this confluence with this $4 test from prior day, and I got in 85s, just being like, okay, well, if it's going to break above that $4, I am willing to be wrong here and waiting for this to push in. I didn't really have any of my ads that I had intended on taking maybe through some of these pre-market levels if those sellers did step back in. And guess what? We did retrace a decent chunk of this range that was sold off going into the end of the day post halt down. That was a $4 all the way down to $2 and some change. I think the lows in and around 290s or 280s right here. A strong reversion back into VWAP off of that turn as well. So we did take a little bit of a shot at that, and I guess thankfully good reps in terms of the entry. The exits can definitely be a little bit better on my part, because I'm like, if I'm getting this short, I better not be flipping long or even covering unless and until I see that reversion trade potentially come in, because I like to take both of those, right? So and I saw this reversion come in on the $3 hold. That was quite nice, and now finally giving that up and pushing back into some of prior day's lows. But bigger picture, still holding up quite well, is open. I'm curious to know how we do going into the end of the week. This $3 hold or $3 area hold in around $2.60 to $3 has been quite interesting over the past couple of days. No idea what it's going to be doing going into the end of the week, but with those prices and levels as references, and we saw what happened yesterday, strong flush, a lot of aggressive selling. We're seeing more of the same today. I'm going to be looking for more of the same going forward, Neil.
Yeah, before we go up to the desk, Ozzy Osbourne passed away, 76. But from what I see of people posting online, he was with family, which is always, it looks like it's true. I mean, it's seeing multiple people are saying it all over X. So yeah, that sucks. Yesterday we lose Malcolm Jamal Warner and now Ozzy Osbourne, a couple of legends right there. But hey, if you're with your family, that's all that you can ask for. You know, the guy obviously lived an unbelievable life. Let's go talk a little bit, little NIO. Legend, man. Legend.
Yeah, guys. All right. Yeah, rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne there. All right, guys. NIO up over 10% on the day with some investor optimism on a new family-based SUV model, guys. So that is going to lead what we've displayed a nice run here in NIO. Again, new models, family-based, investors like in this one, guys.
Yeah, I still have some skepticism about NIO's model. At the end of the day, the whole battery swap thing. But look, momentum is momentum. And what's crazy about this is there's a trader, whatever. There's traders that have been doing really well on this stock. And I can't remember. Like, I can sit there and say, okay, shorting 5 gave you like 98.99. You could have scalped it and then just punched out when it broke $5. But I wasn't a part of the long. What's crazy about this, if this does this tomorrow and I'm not long it, this doesn't mean it won't do it tomorrow. Every single day, what do you notice at the open? Like, this is 9:30. You know what? I think a 15-minute chart's gonna be right for this. At 9:30, breaks the high and goes. At 9:30, breaks the pre-market high and goes. 9:30, break the pre-market high, gone. Pre-market high, gone. Like the one day, in this day, it breaks a pre-market low. So like you wouldn't even be in the trade because it doesn't break. Consolidation breaks down and goes. Consolidation breaks down and goes. NIO, again, it keeps happening. It breaks down and goes. So what this tells me is I don't even care what NIO is doing tomorrow. Pick a direction. If it's got a consolidation, either stop breakout long at 9:30, or if you like the short, stop breakdown short. You have literally won like 10 days in a row doing that trade. If you knew the direction, I mean, if you just picked one direction, then you're better off going long because more times it's broken long than the times it's gone short. But tight consolidation, and it just breaks and goes. It's actually wild to have not noticed this before. And ultimately, I know a lot of traders have been on it. Look, you trade what you trade. Am I going to sit and tell you that I'd rather have traded NIO off the open than open, which gave you that flush from $4 down to $3? I mean, okay, winner's a winner. But this trade, for someone looking for a simple technical trade, the way it's been going up every single day has just been punch the breakout at the open, which I can't remember a time seeing that happen so often. Right now, you're getting not a lot. It is a Chinese ADR in the afternoon, meaning volume isn't always going to be the best in here. A little barcode action off the $5 level. Like, it feels to me like I just got the reversion at the wrong time, even though it gave you a little something. Sometimes you get the trend working a little bit longer, and then it's even better. Because the steep trend kind of gave you something. The longer trend, when it breaks in the afternoon, like that one's pretty clean, and it still has a chance to get into VWAP. I like these trend breaks. From now on, when something's parabolic, unless you give me a ridiculous topping tail candle or some kind of obvious entry, just these trend breaks extending away from VWAP, they give you a nice, obvious entry point, a nice, obvious exit point, and then a strategy to be against the grain, which you really need.
Yeah, what was a bit of a miss on my part off of the open, but yeah, if you were, Neil's definitely right. If you were noticing what it's been doing back-to-back days, a bit of an uptrend and strength coming in off of the open, that was pretty decent as well. I got involved on that $5 test, the initial push into that $5 as well. Didn't really work out as it continued to bid right back up, but currently trading back into that $5 mark. So I do have eyes on it. Starting to get a bit extended on the daily, but the bid is definitely there. The trend is still strong. No real sign of strong sellers just yet, but this $5 area is definitely a little interesting to me when it comes to just stocks in general. But NEO finally coming back into that $5 mark. No idea where it'll go from here. But yeah, thank you to Trump's tariff slump for the super chat here saying, Neil, Weeble Bull has been a solid gain today. I appreciate you guys. We appreciate you. Thank you very much for the super chat. Trump's tariff slump. Let's go on to KSS.
Before we go to KSS, I should be long Weeble, not Robinhood. Because Weeble did this off of VWAP, which $15 to $15.60 last I checked is 4%. And Robinhood off of the volume weighted average price has gone, let's see, the best it went is about 60 pennies. Oh, but it's a $100 stock. And it's already starting to pull back. So yeah, I should take my own advice, Trump's tariff slump TTS. I don't know why, when you read it, it's just like you're repeating it, it's just TTS. Let's talk about Kohl's, because I can't think of the last time we saw a reversion that clean.
Yeah, lots to talk about here with Kohl's, guys. Apparently an upgrade on this name, which led us into almost a picture-perfect gamma squeeze, guys. This is exactly what we were looking for. And we also had a trader in our chat, the Repo Man, putting up some big numbers on this name as well, too. But you can see earlier in the pre-market, a big-time move that we experienced here in Kohl's, and still up over 30% on the session. But that was a picture-perfect gamma squeeze, a lot of shorts having to cover, and then that's why you get that move all the way up north of $20 there, guys.
Yeah, I will say this. I promise you, you will not find a more fortunate exit to a trade than mine on Kohl's. There is some context to this, so like I have to explain a little bit about this top. If you were watching, it was just pure expansion as it was going higher, like expanding volume, expanding 3-minute candles, leading into the open, and then what we ended up having was right at about 9:30, just as the market opens up, it goes into the halt band up top. So it's looking like it's going to do this and halt to the upside. Now, if it's ever breaking out the first halt of the day trade, in the meme craze, that was a big trade, whether it was GameStop or sometimes AMC or whatever, like DJT did this as well, where something's going for the first time, as Joe said, maybe it's a gamma squeeze, whatever it might be, that first halt was gold, because a lot of times if it did that right off the open, there'd be like lots of covering, and even if it only had one more push after it, you'd be good to go. So I got on the bid when it was going into the halt band with a stop right underneath. So I think it was at $21.23. So I got on the bid. I had my stop order that if it lost the bid even for a split second, that means it's not going to halt. I would just punch out, and my stop order was protecting me when I got that fill. So I got about as good of an exit point as you can get, because I had a stop order in the second it hit the halt band. And then I put my bid in to go long. Anyways, that ended up being the picture perfect turn. I wish I could say I had it. I didn't. And what I love about this opportunity here, whoa, what's happened to So what I love about this opportunity is it might give you a second salvo. As what is going on at Tesla right now? Can I just let's just go? Well, let me finish my thoughts because Tesla just dropped all the way into the volume weighted average price here. What the heck? Like we just dropped to 330 on Tesla. Is anything else moving? I just see Tesla dropping. I don't really have any news here. Yeah, nothing's hitting the wire. Nothing's going on in my ear right now. So Tesla, this could just be. I really want to just get it off VWAP if this is going to be a nothing burger here. I've heard absolutely nothing in my ear, which is kind of concerning to me because I figure I'd be hearing something in terms of this volatility in Tesla. But I think the 15 area in VWAP might give us a second salvo at a bit of a short opportunity on Kohls. But wow, what the heck just happened in Tesla? That is wild. We'll see if we have any news here, but I'm not seeing or hearing anything.
All right, guys, so VinFast delivery over 67,000 EVs in the first 2025, closing on its full year 2024 delivery.
This can't be right.
VinFast delivered 11,382 EVs in June, fueled by strong demand for the VF3, Vietnam's best-selling electric mini car, and new models from the Green Series. For the first half of 2025, total domestic deliveries reached over 67,000 vehicles. Remember, VinFast delivered over 97,000 EVs for the full year of 2024. It is on track to surpass what it delivered last year. Their affordable lineup accounted for 66% of deliveries, highlighting growing middle-class appetite for urban mobility options. VinFast. That's VFS on the NASDAQ. So yeah, this Kohl's move, man, absolutely wild. I was watching the tape in the pre-market and I was like, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. When is this buyer going to finish? As it was very, very clear that someone was getting blasted going into the pre-market or going into the open, and I was watching it, obviously not close enough, but when that buyer is done doing whatever they need to do and starts to step off, best believe this action looks distinctly different, and all of that buying pressure, which again, a little unnatural, because probably just a one or few group of participants, if anything, regardless. There is an extension of price based off of an unusual demand in the pre-market session. When that demand falls off, that was all the buying pressure that was actually really there. It reverts almost 100%. An absolute beautiful textbook example of that on KSS off the open. So shout out to any snipers out there who had the short off of the open and as well as the continuation back through some of these levels. Probably one of the best reversions on the day, I'll say it, but I was not involved, so. Beautiful, beautiful action. Like when somebody's offside, you gotta be there. You know what I mean? Like, and it was very clear someone was offside pre-market.
So before we go back, and we're gonna talk. I mean, Tesla's literally next on the list, but the only thing I could see that could even remotely account for a price spike to the downside, it wasn't just Tesla. So this is what happened on the ES. There was a little spike down and then back up. There's this letter which looks like I don't know. I'm thinking it's a fake letter. Saying about Powell resigning, which to me, if that was the case, I'd be saying, like, you'd be seeing so much more about it. I'd be hearing it going off in my ear. I'd see reputable sources talking about this to believe some kind of nonsense fake letter that's going around. But it looks to me like maybe that could have actually somehow caused a spike down, which got bought right back up. So yeah, it looks like a fake letter, someone trying to pretend that, hey, maybe someone had some puts on in there. Want to put a fake letter out and thought it could move the markets, but right back up to the highs is Tesla, which is not Stressla outside of the first 30 minutes.
Yeah, looking really good here, guys. But Tesla registrations down 21% in Q2 in California here, guys. But a nice move that we're experiencing. Earnings tomorrow after the market close. I think this is going to be a big one, guys.
Well, one way or another, it's going to be a big one. Like Tesla earnings tend to be exciting regardless. there's going to be volatility. This really rinsed at the open. A lot of stocks lost a bid, but when this lost yesterday's low, and it was pretty much to the penny. It held the opening range right here to be able to hold on to yesterday's low. And when it gave it up, it was a straight shot down. The reversions today have been nuts, showing you Kohl's is one, but Tesla in the other direction has been absolutely a barn burner to the upside. And you have to pick and choose what you're trading. Tesla wasn't necessarily on the trade list today, going into earnings tomorrow, but the strength that it's got going into it, and the way that it just got bought up on this fake Powell resumption or resigning letter, they just came in and bought this right up at VWAP, which to me confirms along for this afternoon. I think you want to be buying dips in Tesla. All bets could be off going into earnings because anything can happen tomorrow, certainly. But for right now, this looks incredibly strong. Relatively speaking, the NASDAQ hasn't even gone close to green. You've got the ES pretty much flat, and this is up 1.4%. A lot riding on these earnings, but we don't have to worry. We have 24 hours until we have to deal with those. I tend to be in the camp of I'm not as bullish on Tesla as the only stock in the Mag 7 that I feel like was worried about with Tesla as compared to Tesla would be Apple. If your time frame is long enough, I think it's fine. Me, the 220 swing that I recently had, I'm out of 2/3 of it, but my long-term position I haven't touched in Tesla, and I'm not doing anything with it going into it.
Yeah, definitely wasn't on my watch list today, but seeing it off the open, aggressive quadung, so maybe poised for a little bit of an intraday mean reversion, and oh boy, was the reversion pretty mean when it does come in. 100% recovery, holding and stepping above, and a little bit of a shake and bake, I guess, with that PR or piece or whatever it was. This little action that came in, 330s holds and then rips right back up. So what is the probability of printing some fresh highs, Neil, on the day? 334.25s is the current one. If buyers are going to continue to step in, I think it's pretty decent. But selling prior day right off of that 338 as well. So a little bit of a reference area there to go off of. Not that far away from it, well within range within the next hour and a half that we have left for the trading day. But Tesla coming in quite nice after getting sold off pretty aggressively into those 320s. We talked about those 320s just last week. Right, Neil, we were like, okay, well, this 320 seller's got a lift because it's not really letting it get past above. And when that selling pressure lifts, we do push a little bit higher. But that 338 is where sellers stepped in yesterday. So seems it was more of the same coming in off of the open, continuation off of prior day's lows, pre-market lows. That short was quite nice as well. If you were looking at this like, okay, well, that was aggressive selling off of the open. We closed near the lows. We're pretty weak. Let's look for more of the same coming into the open. It gave you all of that and some more. But now reverting 100% and more back to the upside. Let's see if that supply from yesterday exists or it was just there for a single day on Tesla. Who knows?
All right, guys, last but not least, the digital fintech holder USDC. Circle, that is, guys, down about 8.5% on the day. Shares trading lower after Compass Point downgraded the stock from neutral to sell, lowered its price target from $205 to $130. That's going to be a $60 haircut from where we're currently trading at, guys.
Yeah, but Circle does hold on to that anchored from the low, from the all-time low. I believe it was sitting at, you can get the number exactly, but it's around the 190 level. So even with this pullback that we have, which is, look, it's spectacular, and I get it, for any trade that you might have. Like to me at the open, I was short Rigetti and Open, which were equally good. But Circle was the missed opportunity, if anything. Like I don't regret any of the other ones, but Circle was part of the trade plan and did not get that short at the open. So you got to have it at 3 short ideas and only got 2. And when you get a third day like this, complete and utter rejection 2 days ago when it was breaking out at the end of crypto week, right? They tried to break out on the last day. You get to sell the news. The continuation at this point, knowing that anchor is at 190. You know you're favoring the short until it gets there. And already, now that it's essentially gotten there, I don't even know if I want this one as a fade this afternoon because I was thinking bounce off the 190 and it bounced off 193. With Circle, that's pretty much close enough. Now, there's a lot still going on here that could have it further unwind, especially given the more competition that they're going to face with stable coins. Everyone's going to be in the game. But until it loses that anchored, which will happen if it breaks to 190, it's support till it's not. And I remember I told Michael Nassis when we were talking about this anchored, like, the second it breaks that anchored, I think it's going to be a pretty clean couple of days for 20-25%. But it hasn't happened yet. At some point it's going to happen, and if it does, I think you start looking for the short again. For now, nice little bounce play, and there's no question about it as to whether or not that Powell letter was fake. Like, if you find the one that's going around, if you want a bit of a laugh, just open it up and read it. Very obviously fake.
Yeah, I haven't even seen it. This is why Neil, I stick with the price action, because the price action is just probably going to tell me right away, and yeah, we saw that shake and bake pretty much, reverting that move pretty aggressively right back in on Tesla. So Circle, yeah, a little bit of continuation. We talked about this morning during the morning session. Continuation off of the third day of selling now. Nice little push all the way up into 260s. Failure to follow through. 262.88 was that high specifically, pulling back into some of these consolidation levels. So putting back that anchored VWAP from the IPO open, you can see that we're coming into that right now. 190.62s is where that sits at, Neil, and the current day low is 192.90. So yeah, that's coming in quite nicely, just pulling back into the low of the range. I kind of mentioned this in the pre-market, and I didn't even have the trade myself. Pre-market lows, pre-market highs, prior day lows, prior structure, these highs from here, 203s, 200 breakthrough. There was so many opportunities and places to potentially get short on Circle today, and a little disappointed that I have been borrowing the stock almost every single day, but not necessarily getting involved every single day, especially on days that, yeah, it's showing us that there are sellers in charge, and it continues to do more of the same. So it seems like today, more of the same, coming back into that anchored, and one would argue, yeah, sure, we're still $2 away from that, but guess what? It's Circle. Sometimes the spread is $1. So this is still pretty much as valid as a test of the low of the range. You can see here other prior tests within the area held pretty well as well. Ultimate lows, though, Neil, is that 170, 130. There's still a bit of a double bottom that we've been holding here on Circle. So horizontal support and resistance, I got that on watch. I also have this 182 on watch. And yes, I did have this prior 215.65 high that we did break out of and aggressively push all the way up to 240, was it 262.80s? Yeah, 262.80s, and then lower high at 230. So yeah, Circle's been pretty decent. It seems like it circles back, and it is the gift that keeps on giving.
Ooh,
so
I like that.
One to keep an eye out for. I'm definitely not keeping my eyes on the right kind of things, because GM now is looking like it's making a beeline straight for the low of day. So let's see if this one can drive through some of that support and hit that 49 level. I did take a little bit more there, but don't have nearly as much as I had a little earlier there. But got to do better with taking more size on the right side of the V. But yeah, Wayne was talking to me about this. He's like, dude, if you're not on the right side of the V, how are you ever going to take more size? And I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure it out, dude. Sometimes the risk on the right side is actually a lot more than, I don't know. It's wider.
I don't know. Well,
arguable, but yes.
It is.
Because it comes in so hot, is what I'm saying.
Like,
sometimes the backside comes in so hot. And if I'm looking for that kind of selling to come in.
Well, if you looked at Kohl's this morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you've got, like, when it does this kind of a move.
It's all backside.
Like, it's all of it. Like, you could literally have been short at any place on the backside, but it always just comes down to where the heck is your out supposed to be.
Yeah.
If you're not at 20 or early, like, okay, fine. When it halted down, you could have shorted 17. You could have shorted $18. Are you risking to the high of the day? That's $3. I don't know. You have to have some kind of a plan at the end of the day, and it looks like the plan of action on Tesla is to absolutely rip the faces off of all of the shorts, Right now, the plan of action on Coreweave is to rip the faces off all the shorts. And I had one going on Coreweave. Whatever. Like, it was starting to work, and then I just had to reload it. Could have just left it as was. But Coreweave, this is squeezing to the upside. 6% on a day where the chips were absolute trash. Coreweave is looking relatively strong here at that 50. I hate to say it, but this morning, we're like, wait for Coreweave to get into the mid-130s. Well, we're here now. So the mean reversion trade for myself, and I'm simply reminded of 24 hours ago. 24 hours ago, we were looking at Open. 24 hours ago, Open had the epic fall. And it was very simple. All day long trend line broke. And when it broke, it was like the greatest short you could have imagined for. It went dollar down on a $4.50 stock, and it was free money. Admittedly, my reason for not getting the short is kind of crappy because I was hitting the bid when it was at 450 with my key and getting rejected and wondering why I was getting rejected. The reason was I still had my stop long breakout limit order above $5, which was telling me you have a wash trade. I had to cancel that order before I could hit the bid to go short, and I didn't realize it in the moment. Then I watched it go down. Still took it at the low on the halt, but at the end of the day, you want to be prepared. When Coreweave gets up into 133 or past this 132, I'm going to look for that same trend break and see if we can't get that short. We're going to Adara.
Just keep an eye here on Joby, J-O-B-Y. About half an hour ago, this is just being reposted on X now, so it's getting a little bit more circulation. Roughly half an hour ago, Joe Ben Bevert, the CEO of the company, posted celebrating the fact that the FAA has finalized and signed their Mosaic. So that's basically the modernization of special airworthiness certification rules. So this will lead to some changes in the light sport aircraft category and sport pilot privileges. That's going to positively impact Joby. So post from the company's CEO celebrating this Mosaic signing. Again, this is about half an hour ago being reposted and sending the stock to the upside. Back to you.
Dara, and there was another note here. There's a lot of stuff going online about, it's more stuff online. And I haven't seen anywhere to confirm it, but fair enough. I'll read it. Because there was a note, SpaceX warning investors Elon could return to U.S. politics. Now, here's the thing. Every single time there's been a headline about Elon and politics, the stock is tanked. Right now, the stock is going through the high of the day. So even if it was true, and I don't know, the reaction is not acting like it's true, the market. And there was a good point in the chat. It's like, you try to ignore the noise and focus on the price action. Well, the price action is telling you we don't care. So at the end of the day, I'm not going to let that affect what I'm looking at right now here on Tesla. I think right now it's looking very trend strong. When the fake letter came out about Powell, it got bought right up at the 330 level. So as far as I'm concerned, and the funny thing is that the Benzinga story was like 10 minutes ago that I saw it like pop up. And there wasn't even a reaction in the stock. It just resumed the trend that it was already on. So everyone out there, I see people in the chat, and I saw it as well, but nothing too crazy happening there for Tesla. As a matter of fact, there is strength, big-time strength coming back in the market. Amazon's getting into the volume-weighted average price here. I like Amazon. I like the Zon for some strength. Come on, get your you-know-what past the volume-weighted average price. So I'm checking out Coreweave. I want to see if we can't get the flush. I mean, flush is the wrong word. The reversion on Coreweave would be the best way to think about it. Yeah, but it's right at these highs, and it's right at that spot where it did it yesterday. And it's right on the cusp of breaking this trend line here from the volume-weighted average price. And if you look at what this did yesterday when it broke a similar trend, it was absolutely gorgeous. And now that it's close enough to that level, that's the next execution that I'm waiting for.
I like that.
Will be Coreweave.
I definitely like that. We'll be right back from Madera.
I read through the Bloomberg article, and so here's what happened. Basically, apparently, because again, the headline was pretty vague. It just basically said that SpaceX is warning investors that Elon could return to U.S. politics. So what happened is, and apparently this has never happened before, in the tender offer for SpaceX, they actually included a warning. Again, there's never previously been a warning. So the warning just mentions the fact that Elon Musk was a senior advisor to President Donald Trump related to his work with Doge. And the letter also says that Elon, quote, may in the future serve in similar roles and devote significant time and energy to such roles. So basically, in this letter related to the tender offer, we just have SpaceX warning investors that, hey, Elon Musk will not necessarily always be devoting 100% of his time to this company, which isn't new. Elon has always had many roles and projects that he's juggling at the same time. So apparently that's also they're just naming as a part of the risk factors, I guess, if you get involved in SpaceX. One of the risks could be Elon Musk's politics. That's what I'm getting from this Bloomberg article. Again, just a warning based on his past activities. Back to you.
Thanks, Ida. Basically, it's like, think of it like the McDonald's, this coffee is hot.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all that nonsense is.
Here's the thing. You know what I never
Coffee is
understood?
hot, don't burn yourself.
Nice look on the Coreweave shirt there. You know what I never understood, Neil? I'm like, these investors, these people, just maybe even the general population. As soon as Elon is like, oh, he's spending too much time away from one company or the other, for some reason they're like, oh, this company's going to do whatever, and it starts to sell off, or there's panic or something like that, which is absolutely crazy to me. The guy juggles like so many different tasks, so many different businesses. He's the richest man in the world, dude. Like, get over yourselves, investors. You know what I mean? Like, just relax. The guy obviously knows what he's doing. He can handle and juggle so many things all at once. So why do you have fear that, okay, he's focused on something for a few more months? Like, bigger picture, has Tesla not just stair-step, squeeze, stair-step, stair-step, stair-step? Like, the chart can speak for itself.
True, but I don't want the guy making enemies with the president. But that's saying,
I don't think he's doing that.
It can get there's a bit of an overreaction.
It's 100% overreaction.
But at the same time, when it happens to the stock as a shareholder, it's at the point now where as long as buyers and sellers react to it, then I'm going to hate it every single time I see it. Randy?
We'll go to Adara first, then we'll come back.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for that, Randy. I just want to mention AMZN. CNBC, there's been so many headlines today, guys. CNBC reporting that Donald Trump met with Jeff Bezos, of course, founder and former CEO of Amazon, current chairman of Amazon, I believe, as well. Basically, Trump reportedly met with Bezos in the Oval Office last week for over an hour. Again, CNBC reporting a more than an hour-long meeting between Jeff Bezos and Donald Trump. Back to you.
All I wanted to say was we need to have a moment for Ozzy. Crazy train. Just, I can't believe it. Anyway. Yeah, Ozzy, here's to you, buddy. To Saba, to the boys. We're gonna
Legends.
We're gonna miss you.
Legends.
Anyway, back to trading.
And it's
Thank you,
like
Randy.
2 days in a row, man.
Yeah, back to
Yesterday
back.
at 2 o'clock, we found out about Malcolm Drawn Warner. Then we found out about Oz. Yeah, it's sad. 76 with family. I don't even know any of the details, but I did see one note, which telling you, like, if you're with your loved ones, I don't think you can ask too much more. But Obi, you made a really, really good point, and you're 1,000% right about this. I have a really bad habit, and I know why I do this, of adding liquidity when I should remove liquidity, which would explain to me why I don't actually have, like I didn't get a full fill because I'm trying to passively get into the position, and it doesn't happen. That said, I'm not changing anything. 130 to me is going to be the out here on Coreweave. Just zooming it out so you can have a bit of a look here. The last couple of times, like if you look at this price area, we had a rejection. So on the downside, we had a rejection at 130 on the way to the downside. And if you zoom it out further, like this has been a pretty good range-bound trade from 132 into the 130 level. I don't actually have 132 short. I'm short 131.5, but I'm looking for the target down at 130 here on Coreweave. You're right. Feed the thinker. Someone gives Randy a hug. He seems truly hurt by Ozzy. Yeah, man. I actually don't. Randy's not the kind of guy who's ever. I mean, you know what? He's like just literally never down. Never. Randy always has like energy, smile on his face. Like you could tell. And at the end of the day, sometimes like it hits. I don't know. Sometimes certain ones hit harder than others, and obviously that kind of sucks. I mean, that kind of sucks. It flat out sucks. Let's call it what it is, man. It flat out sucks. I'm trying to get back to the market here. Go Bills asking how much further can Netflix go to the downside? 1180. It just broke 1200, but it's been up and down the 1200 level a few times. I only say 1180 because I know this level on the chart as the last line of support underneath the 50-period moving average until you get to like 1100 bucks. So 1180 and $1,100 on Netflix. Everything about this has been trending down from the high, and until proven otherwise, I just think this is on a bit of a sell-off, and it's slight, reasonable sell-off on Netflix ever since their earnings. But keep perspective in mind, zoom out to a weekly chart, and that would tell you even further. Like on a weekly chart, somewhere around 1080 to 1100 would be pretty reasonable of a dip buy, and then you're very much still on trend. So on a daily, yeah, 1180 looks like the level if you're not doing the 1100 even. And Coreweave, I think I canceled that offer. There's no point. If it comes back up to the high, I don't want it. And now that we're in the pocket trying to grab this 130, if it bounces here, I could also ultimately just punch out if I see it starting to pick up on the tape in Coreweave. So we got the mean reversion on Coreweave. We're looking for it in the 130 level, and eyeballs still very much on this. I might get one more reload on Robinhood, and I'll just show you a hood here. There's the volume weighted average price. It's bouncing in front of 120 or 102, so like 102 change. I got sixes last time. I'm going to try and get another reload as it's curling as we speak.
Happening?
Oh, that's Robinhood.
That's Robinhood, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm sitting there on Coreweave, but I was trying to show you guys Robinhood without getting away from the Coreweave. There's volume weighted average price on Robinhood. So Robinhood bouncing off VWAP over and over and over again. I'm going to get some orders out in front of the $0.50 because that's all it's giving you. Right now it's just giving you the $0.50 and maybe a little bit more than that. So we'll scalp a bit out, still holding some for the bigger break. Nice rebound on the market at the end of the day here, everybody, but it does make me wary when you're breaking out like this of hanging on to this short in Coreweave. It starts catching a bid. If you were dip buying, I think you'd be buying at the 130 area.
Yeah, that Coreweave solid entry on that trend break. You called it out, had the execution, and it's coming into fruition as of right now. Something that isn't bouncing right now, Neil, is GM. Bit of a dead cat bounce on this one as it pushes back into day lows. Current day low is sitting at, I think, is 49.08. So that's correct. 49.08. It's currently trading at 49.28. So just about 20 pennies away. I'm holding on just to a very, very small breadcrumb of what I initially had. Again, on the front side, not doing the best doing that. But when it does come in, I got to do a little bit better. $50 back through was the place to get in. Bit of a double top here on after that structure underneath the 50, kind of giving us more indication that, okay, we might not trade a little bit higher, breaking that trend, that slight shorter time frame uptrend. So overall, it's just a dead cat bounce here on GM after an earnings report, which it was sold off of. $5 reserve on the ask here on NEO, interestingly enough. So yeah, definitely $5 is a bit of an interesting level when it comes to stocks in the stock market. And when something's just holding on the ask like that, it definitely is interesting, Neil.
Thank you very much. And that brought to you by Beta Pro, by Globex. And I'm telling you, here in Canada, if you're a savvy investor and you want to boost your exposure, you can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily leveraged ETFs, featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you, and we'll go right to the desk with breaking news with Adara.
Just keep an eye here on Cognizant Technology Solutions, CTSH. In case you guys do not remember, you were not aware, so in 2023, Clorox experienced a cyber attack. Now, almost 2 years later, that was, I believe, in the fall of 2023, Clorox now says they're suing Cognizant over the cyber attack. They're claiming that apparently the hackers just asked for passwords and received passwords. So Cognizant is to blame, according to Clorox again. Clorox reportedly announcing that they are suing Cognizant, CTSH. A little bit of a drop here. Have to see how that recovers. Back to you.
Clorox trying to clean up their act. I guess they weren't very cognizant about that one
Get
on
it,
the
OG.
initial push. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Here all day. Only about an hour and 10 minutes, but yeah. The market's pushing back up to its highs, but that's only the ES, Neil. The Nasdaq is severely lagging behind here, and sometimes I'm just like, all right, well, if it's lagging behind, is it going to catch up, or is the ES going to come in? Are they related like that? I have no idea, but sometimes you do see that lagging kind of a push, but I think it happens a little bit more in the morning session than it does in the end of day session here. But yeah, no, I'm looking for the next trade, Neil. It's something that is reverting almost back to its highs. That is one of the Mag 7s with respect to the NASDAQ is Google, but Google looking distinctly different. So let's take a look at Google here as it pushes all the way back. So what a beautiful, beautiful reversion. All day grinding trend back up to its highs. This is a 15-minute chart. We can probably see a little bit more granularity on a 3-minute chart as we push a little bit higher. I guess, what was this shake and bake? Highest volume candles on the day here. Nice little shake and bake, and price is trading now above those references. That's interesting. That'll definitely take us to high a day, building some pressure like that. Seems interesting enough that yesterday closing pretty strong as well. So buyer sentiment still very, very intact when it comes to goggles here. Let's look at a higher time frame, 3 hours. Actually, no, forget that. We'll go straight up to the weekly and remove some of these indicators so we can get a better look at it. And we have aggressive strength on the weekly, gapping up this week actually, Neil, with only about 3 days left in the trading week. You can see a strong push, gapping up above prior week's highs, and we've had the strong push coming into the week on Google yesterday.
It'll be 10 days in a row.
Yeah, 10 days in a row.
It'll tie the record for the most up days in a row.
But it's had green days on
Alphabet
in between, though, right?
Well,
it's had red days. Like, look, I'm seeing a red day. Friday was a red day. Tuesday was a red day. Wednesday was a red day. They're still. I think it's is it consecutive closes higher? Because that would be if it's consecutive closes higher. Okay, so that makes sense. So yeah, closes higher than prior days close. Yes, that's still very much valid. We've been holding that really well, but in between, yeah, a little bit of a chop, some red days along the way. But interesting observation there with that close being back-to-back jacks, I guess. 13 days, yeah, holding that 172, 175 area. I remember I was around here looking at this 175 for a potential push into the stock, and it seems like it's getting that continuation on its way to all-time highs, just like the rest of them are, man. Just like the rest of them are. Some of them lagging behind a lot more than others, but you can see the futures. We've gone through a few cycles, and it's funny when, you know, I've seen, yes, Trump does this often, but you see presidents do this every now and then. They're like, oh, you know, market is at all-time highs, and they somehow associate it to being relative to their presidency. But if you guys look at the stats, the SPY hits all-time highs at least a few times a year. So, you know what I mean? It's a nice little fugazi. It's a nice little fugazi meant for the people. And if you're buying that up, then you got to run some stats, guys.
Yeah, I mean, the market hits all-time highs like Mullen hits all-time lows.
Yes. That's a great way to
just told me in the chat. Someone earlier was like, someone said buy Mullen in the chat first of all, which I know you were joking with me, and then After Star says, oh my God, Mullen is at 8 cents, and even I was like, come on, man, it's not at 8 cents, and it is. Even I didn't for a split second. I didn't even realize this had even happened on this stock. You could arguably, like, if your entire trade plan was just to look to short Mullen every single day, every day, you might actually be the greatest trader. I don't know. Like, it's just, is there a better trade in the universe than shorting the stock? Anyways, that's neither here nor there. I will acknowledge that, yeah, I probably could be doing this almost every single day. Cost of borrows is clearly going to be your barrier there for sure. I did get Coreweave did bounce essentially off the 130, so got out of the mean reversion trade. The NASDAQ is about to break, but the ES, here's the ES. The ES is breaking through as we speak. Like we're busting out on the ES, and the NASDAQ is doing its best to join it in here. I'm just going to pull these charts over. It's a lot easier. Doing its best to join, not breaking the highs because it is lagging. Saw what happened in the chips is a good example of why. But breaking this channel bottom that we've had, and that gives you some bullishness going into the afternoon. A nice V-shaped recovery for sure. I only have Robinhood off the volume-weighted average price we showed you and then just got out of Coreweave. Let me know what else you guys are watching here because I just saw 1, 2, 0 and George Fontes in the chat and Jamie all talking about back to 120. We're going back to 120, 20. Let's go. We don't want 120. Obi, hit me with the number that we need in Bitcoin. You know it.
What?
What number do we need in Bitcoin?
One.
No.
One. I'm just saying numbers.
You're the one that every single.
I need 1 Bitcoin. I would like 1 Bitcoin.
123, and you even had.
Oh, the high a day. Sorry, all-time highs is 123.23.107 on Bitcoin. Thank you. Yeah, that's the number you were looking for.
I'm just saying, this dude has been reciting the high on Bitcoin every time it comes up, like he's memorizing pi. And the one time I set it up.
Oh boy.
No, but look, obviously, we all wanted to get up there, but you're getting a nice volume candle here. Where's the join? That's my first thought. Where are we looking at on the daily here? There's overhead resistance at 68.55 on IBIT, so eyeball it. What's that? It's going to be like 120 and a half, 124, something along those lines. But I think if we continue this kind of volume, your biggest volume candle since the open. So this is something legitimate happening here on Bitcoin.
It's happening.
It's happening. Maybe we'll nibble in. This is going to give a benefit to Robinhood. Why am I not getting filled on the offer of Hood? That's just bizarre. Hood's not really going. So I just instantly offered something out in Hood. I'll show you. And that's going to code as a short sell. I'll move it down a little bit. You're barely moving on Hood off of the volume-weighted average price when Bitcoin's going ham. So I don't necessarily love that. And IBIT doesn't want to let me in there. Right, I shouldn't be chasing this because you got overhead resistance at 68.55. I was hoping to kind of get in on that little push and then have a really tight stop. And then once it broke the next candle up, you'd have your momentum push. But otherwise, I'm just going to wait this out, see if we get a little bit of a dip buy action. I can't even get filled on the offer of Robinhood while Bitcoin is doing this. Crazy.
So I got a question for you guys because I saw this stat or not stat, this occurrence posted over the weekend. You guys know that Bitcoin blockchain technology, no transaction is hidden from the blockchain. So I want to ask you guys, what were you guys doing in 2011? Because there was a Bitcoin transaction that happened this weekend from a participant who bought about $54,000 worth of Bitcoin in 2011.
I know what I wasn't doing.
So yeah, a lot of people invest. They buy homes. They buy this. They buy that. This person ended up buying about $54,000 worth of Bitcoin. That was about 80,000 Bitcoin at the time in 2011. And guess what? That participant sold over the past, I think, week or so for a whopping gain of $9.6 billion. Taxes on that are going to be pretty interesting. But even if you get to keep half, oh boy.
Chilling.
So a lot of people talk about investments. A lot of people talk about swing trading in long-term investments and real estate and this and that and stock market, dollar cost averaging, buy the S&P 500. What about Bitcoin?
YOLO.
By far one of the best performing assets of all time.
Easily.
All time.
Easily.
And it keeps most people away because they're like, oh, crazy volatility.
Oh no, crazy volatility. Well,
but
here's the reality.
That's the price. That's the game. That's the price you have to pay for the game you're willing to. You know what I mean? $9.6 billion in 15 years, in less than 15 years. Try making that.
Everybody's
started off with 54,000.
Everyone's got that one story. We're like, oh well, you know, this person was telling me about crypto, and I could have pulled the trigger at this moment and didn't do it. And look, that's just the reality. But in terms of the whole, people talk about the volatility and it gets people away from it. There's a great microcosm of that here today. We were discussing this. I was busy in the dip this morning my first thought as the market was dipping this morning was, oh, I like Amazon at 226. Let me go mean reversion on Amazon because I think it's strong relative to the market and the bounce is pretty muted. But you really think about it, on the days where we have that kind of heavy sell action, what are the stocks that if you think there's going to be a reversion, what's going to usually provide the biggest bounce? The stocks with a little bit more volatility, the Palantirs of the world, bounce more. Like Palantir, and I'm not saying, look, at the end of the day, like there's nothing wrong with Amazon, and it kind of worked, but at the end of the day, when Palantir reverts, it reverts bigger. When Tesla reverts, it reverts bigger. So to me, the heavier the move to the downside, sometimes at the open, if you're looking for that mean revert trade, just pick the thing that's really going to go. And it's fine. Like part of it had to do with the fact that I was long biased from yesterday on Amazon, and you're watching what you're watching in the moment, and you're trying to read the turn on a specific stock. But a lot of times, if you can just find something which might give you a better way to express the trade more explosively, fair enough. Like you're looking for the turn somewhere in the stock, you might as well pick the one that gives you the best R&R in that particular moment, because the market's going to V-shape recovery. The whole reason you trade equity is because you want something that's going to go more than the market. That's the whole reason traders trade equity names. So everyone would just trade the futures. But you know that if you get the right ones, they're going to move more than the market in that same move. My mistake, and again, mistake to the extent that it wasn't the best play, was picking Amazon this morning. And that just goes to the point of you got to have volatility if you want to take that risk. And that's just how it works. But here comes Hood. Remember I was saying when Bitcoin was going up, Robinhood was nothing more than a scalp trade? Well, Bitcoin came back a little bit, and Hood's right back at the volume weighted average price. It just is not really moving. So I don't want to reload this again off VWAP. If we lose VWAP, I punch out, and I might just take this one out at the $0.50 if I can even get it again. Just a bit of a disappointment. And the other thing, just double before I get away from this. Yeah, let me get out of here. As I get out of that, the other thing that happened is that move in IBIT started to pull back in. So if Bitcoin's going to bounce off the prior high, what's moving more right now, Bitcoin or Robinhood? Bitcoin. So if I'm going to play the dip buy bounce, I'm going to do it in the thing which is going more. Like if I lose buying the dip, I'm going to lose buying it on the stock that I think has a better chance to rip. Not that Robinhood can't. Oh, it's Power Hour. One thing I forgot to mention. As of the close tonight, Block is being added to the S&P 500. Going to have that up on a side chart. I am obviously favoring the long. It does not mean Block is going to be a buy and balance, everybody. And as a matter of fact, because it's 3 o'clock, I just reminded myself to get an early look at said imbalances. Oh, and lo and behold, Block is already $4 million to buy. We're expecting a little bit more than that. I think we're expecting about, was that big? 94. Let me just double check another source. It wasn't 94 million. Oh, it's 94.
It's kind of flushing right now.
I don't know. I have one source saying 94 million, another one saying it could be as big as 70 million. Right now, it's only 4 million to the buy side with 13 paired. And what is Block doing?
Dropping like it's hot. XYZ right here.
It really is.
Yeah, so it is kind of dropping right there. Pretty aggressively back down into the low of day consolidation. So pretty much sideways action on the day. Seems like there was a held offer here, Neil, in the morning session. Similar area to where supply kind of stepped in on the intraday consolidations yesterday, 79 halves. Couldn't really get past 79 halves with any sort of distinction today. High of day printing at 79.58 with a bunch of little wicks just pushing past less than a dime above that 79.5. Coming back in are those sellers bringing it back down to the lower end of the range, this time only making a high of 79.37, so distinctly lower than some of those prior highs, breaking that trend back down into some of these lows. 78.50, so it's almost about $1 worth of a range, opening range lows as well as a low of day, coming in and around 78.26. Let's get specific. 78.26 is the specific price I have here. And oh boy, GM down to its lows here, Neil. So yeah, I did kind of fumble this one, not holding some of that size, or not even adding on when the trade does become a little bit better here, and it gives me lower highs for a potential push back down. After I realize, yeah, the long is definitely not it, when sellers step right back in through 50, and I'm like, this might be seeing some multi-day moves here, Neil. GM selling off aggressively, dead cat bounce, failure to follow through 50, breaking through low a day within the last hour of the day. I'm just going to put it out there. I'm probably going to look for continuation going into tomorrow. And again, defining some of these levels like I just did. 50.27, I think, is that high. Underneath 50s, VWAP as well. I like prior day VWAP. I like prior day lows and highs as well to give me a little bit of direction on the trade ideas and confluence for the executions that I might want to take. But 49's holding as of right now, held pretty well in the morning session. Also, this one is not SSR. I think the other name that I was trading, QS, was SSR. Let's see what that one is up to. Last time I checked, the selling wasn't really coming in, and we were grinding to the upside, and that was around the midday session. So let's take a quick look and see what that's been up to. Oh boy. More grinding action here on QS, almost back at yesterday's highs, yesterday's opening range highs, where those sellers stepped in quite aggressively in through 14, in through 13 halves. You can see that on a higher time frame, this thing has been trending up aggressively back-to-back days. Look at this. You're talking about Google holding that 10-day push. Look at QuantumScape. This has been holding for over 15 days. You can see here, what is that? Yeah, 16 bars to the upside, straight greens. That's not even including this consolidation. A bit of a red day yesterday on that first little pullback, and then wiping all the way back. So what a wind up, what a shake and bake from yesterday. Sure, some profit taking, but buyers stepping in long and strong on the day today, pushing it all the way back up into a potential test of 14, Neil. So QuantumScape, yeah, coming into next week, definitely going to be on watch. I was looking for a continuation, to be honest, because I was like, all right, well, is this the reversion? If I throw up, do I have an anchored on here? Yes, I do. So anchored off of this, maybe if you want to be a little, I guess, conservative or maybe more precise, I guess you can be like, all right, I want volume that breaks through this consolidation high and makes this push actually good. We bounce off of that today. You can see that's coming in. Let's go to the 15-minute chart so we can kind of push that in a little bit cleaner. So you can see extends off of that, pulls back into it yesterday, and guess what? We find a bit exactly on and through that level there. A little bit of a consolidation from prior days anchored, gives us a little bit of a chop. I was getting involved in and around here for a potential short, didn't have me. Breaks out, grinding higher on the day today. Seems like that buying pressure that's been there for multiple days back to back still continues to be very, very much dominant and very much in charge on QuantumScape. So yeah, I do have it on watch along with the rest of the quantum names, just because it has the word quantum in it. I know they don't necessarily do similar things to some of the other names like Rigetti or QBTS or QUBT or IONQ. Rigetti, yeah, solid short. Was it off the open today, right?
It was the same as, let me get to Rigetti in a quick little second. Just very quickly, went away from Robinhood. Hey, if Robinhood goes more, then I'll be disappointed. But I did make the dip buy into iBit. It didn't quite get to 68 even, but bounced out in front. We're looking for the curl in front of that level. So the second it bounced, got in, was able to add here. My average price is 11.5. So you can see here, I'm looking to scalp into the high. It feels like the market's getting a little toppy, and it's power hour, so we'll go for a little bit of scalp trade. The thing I don't love, and why I wouldn't hold more aggressively through the high, is the dwindling volume. Like that big, massive volume spike that took us to the upside, you've been dwindling since. So I'm expecting a lower high here, and that's why I want to get some sells in the low 20s, low to mid 20s, get this out in front of the high of the day. Just a little dip buy on schedule, but whether it was Rigetti or IonQ or QBTS, oh, that's a nice bounce on Rigetti. It wasn't the open, because I know Obi just said you had to short the open. It wasn't the same as short. Like in open, we had short at the open, right at the open. Now I'm saying open way too many times. Here it was more the fact that you missed the short here, and once it confirmed it was losing prior day low, short the next available entry, which was at the volume weighted average price. So I took the on trend trade with this after missing the absolute, like the real breakdown was here, and then you had another chance to get in. But sometimes the market gives you an opportunity to get back into a trade or get into a trade that you've missed. When that happens, you should take it. Because if you wanted it before at that price and it's confirming that direction, it's like the market doesn't care that you missed it 10 cents ago or whatever it is. Just take the trade. Let's go back up to the desk with Adara, and I'm going to get more out of this IBIT before it runs out of steam.
Here is our daily calendar for July 23rd, 2025 for TTV Research. Now, why am I reminding you guys of this? Because we have 2 of the 7 Mag 7 reporting tomorrow after the bell, Google and Tesla. Now, I will not be here. I will be away for about 3 days, but not to fear. Of course, there's going to be awesome earnings coverage in the market recap still. Joe and Neil, I'm guessing, and maybe Sharif as well will be holding down the fort. But I also want to let you guys know we will continue to have a steady stream of TTV Research posts. While I'm on vacation, I've already made the visuals and pre-scheduled them to post. So you will still be getting daily earnings calendars at 3 p.m. Eastern the day before. So the Thursday calendar will come out 3 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, et cetera, et cetera. We'll also get a weekly calendar posted as well. So you're still going to get all of the information you need in addition to some fun infographic, just normal content. Just check this out on X at TTV Research. Still definitely going to be there to help you guys out. Back to you.
All right, everybody. I want to know, like this morning, it was absolutely ham for Open and KSS. And Fabian has done a great job building this out for us. So remember, I want everyone to type $ symbol. What is the biggest symbol? What is going to move the most? What are you watching in the final hour? And what's going to have the most exciting close, or just what piques your interest? Obviously, Open, Tesla, Neo, all names that have done absolutely crazy. So hit the, make sure, remember, $. Get in the chat and put in $ and your ticker. And believe me, you can see them coming in there. BITF, SLOXL, Uber is a good one. Open coming in. Tilray, oh, smoke it up, Tilray. Tilray with an update today. That's kind of crazy. Palantir, we're starting to see them coming, so keep them coming. Remember to hit that $, and we'll see who leads the race in just a little bit. We'll revisit that in a few minutes and be able to double check to see. $, you're not going to get bull. I just saw someone type in Webull. It's not going to work. You got to go $ bull. As a matter of fact, I'm going to make my vote, and I'm not going to tell you what I'm voting for. It's Webull. Oh, it is Webull. Webull's been awesome. I'm just saying, Webull's having a good day. But that being said, I was reminded, weed stocks go up. It does.
You're telling me they get higher?
Well done, Obi. Well done, Obi. We'll give you this one.
Hey, thank you.
Yes. High of the day, 16% for Tilray. Unbelievable. And you know what, Obi?
Yep.
You could have had that trade.
Oh.
Any of us could have had that trade. On trend to the upside, right? Pull back, very distinct trend line. I mean, come on, it draws itself. Big spike, you go long on VWAP, and it trends to the high of the day. It's a 75-cent stock. If it was a $75 stock, would you be happy getting 75 to 79? Yes, you would. Penny stock, same thing. We're not in it, but keep typing those symbols in there. Let us know. I feel as if this little micro bounce on IBIT, this is all we're getting. Disappointed that after that huge volume spike, we don't really get a lot of continuation. But the market's going to do what it does and doesn't really care what you want. So it doesn't seem like it wants to go too much further. I'm just going to tighten my stop up a little bit here to give it to exactly underneath this wick. No need to lose anymore. Hopefully we can get a little bit of a secondary bounce to push us into the high. But the scalp trade, if it only gives you a little scalp trade, then that's what you should take as far as I'm concerned. You're not getting too much more than that here on IBIT. Nice start, but no finish. No real finish to that move. It's able to get a little bit of a bounce level. And again, one of the things that we pride ourselves on is, well, okay, well, what are you looking for? As it's pulling back, not going to just buy a random price. Okay, you bought in front of 68, but it's not because it's a round number. It simply was the open top. Opening range high happened to be 68, so that's where I was looking for the bounce. And to go even further, when it broke this candle here, which is 68.06, I see it bounce off 68.04. I'm like, okay, that's close enough. I'm punching in as it's taking out this prior bar open, and then I'm adding to it when it holds this prior bar low on the next candle. So it's a very simple strategy to get that long trade for sure. And you know what? Webull is going. Come on, son. Of course it's going. It's Webull. Everyone's long underneath $11, right? Everybody? Right? Hopefully?
Not me.
SPAC at $10 goes down to $10, and you want to buy it in front of $10. Just let it go all the way back to 10. It still hasn't done that breakout that we're looking for. Once it gets past about 17 change, then we can make the run at this level, which is 19. Once you're through 19, boom. It's not going back up to $70 or whatever the heck it was before, but I'll be pretty happy to see it in the 20s if we can take out, I'm talking get back into like 24, 25 in here. Everything underneath the low on the crazy squeeze day, which is 25 something. So I think you get into that range, and that provides a great target. Great little bottoming pattern here on Webull. 9%, 10% to the upside here today. Can't go wrong with it. The trend has been fantastic, and the best part about this was when there was all that sell the news. Remember on Friday when it was everything adjacent to crypto and fintech or whatever was selling off at the end of the day. You saw, look, Circle got punked. ETH was pulling back, like Coinbase, like everything was pulling back. Bull was breaking out. It was showing you some of its relative strength that day. And even with the pullback here today, holds on to that same support level. Like this is the end of the week when everything was topping out, and it holds on like an absolute champion at $14.50. Love what this stock is doing. Technically, it does need to break away from 17, and then we're all systems go to get that double up.
Yeah, I think funny story about that you mentioned Tilray. Somebody in the chat was like, Tilray needs to go up 100% for me to be break even on my portfolio, and I'm just like, yep. Sounds about right. I know I've said this story a couple of times, but my first exposure to the stock market was I think it was sometime in 2018. 2017, I had a couple friends who were like dabbling in it as well, and I was like, I didn't know what the stock market was. I didn't know what stocks were, to be honest. And I was just like, I started, I came back home from the island life. And I was like, all right, the boys are trading stocks. I'm like, what are you guys trading? So this is going into 2019 is when I started kind of delving into stocks. And funny enough, my first purchase, Neil, my first amazing big idea was to get long my whole account into all of these cannabis names. So I had Tilray, I had Euphoria, I had, what was the other one?
I was in that one.
CGC. I had Hexo. I had a lot of Hexo. Don't know where those guys are now. But yeah, I pretty much, I got in. I might have done some DCAing because everyone's like, oh, when you buy stocks, you got to do some DCA. I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna put some more. And guess what? I bought it going into Canadian legalization. Yeah, I had some ACB as well. I see people so I had this basket. I had this basket of marijuana stocks, and I'm like, all right, this is going to be perfect. Canada's going to legalize it. Everyone's going to be smoking. Everyone's going to be buying more. These companies are going to be making more money. I'm like, companies make more money, stock goes up, right? That's how it works. I don't know. That's the OB 2019. And it was probably the best lesson I learned on what sell the news means and what getting sold to and being sold to means in the market. And I made it a vow to myself. I was just like, I don't want to get sold to ever again. I'm so skeptical about price action sometimes, and maybe that's why I like reversions, because I'm like, this is clear mispricing. I just have to time it better. That's what I learned over time. I was like, just time it a little bit better, and you can probably capitalize on what you think is some decent mispricing there. But yeah. Save man, woman, peace, saying pretty much a drug dealer. Yeah, I was buying and selling marijuana stocks. Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of people in the chat who have a similar experience.
Yeah, I bagged a lot of those. They went to zero. You know what I mean? I was just like, oh, they've got it. I like blind hope was what that trade basically was, and it was a great lesson to learn. And I was just like, all right, well, if this happens in the market often, then the trade that I took, which was basically buying the top and then selling the bottom, I like that trade which is basically the swing short. So I started looking into swing shorts, which was pretty nice. Swing shorts are still pretty nice, but yeah. You want an example of a great swing short? Look at some of the IPOs from Robinhood. Look at Robinhood.
Robinhood's a good example.
Look at Webull.
Oh, but
sure, they've curled back up.
do we have to? Do we have to punk those stocks? Can we just punk something that?
There was that one. I'm trying to remember. It went up to like, was it Rivian. Rivian IPO short. Because off of the open, we did squeeze. Yeah, that 180 push.
Maybe a monthly.
Yeah, 180 push. I remember that, and I was like, oh boy, when the backside comes in, and look at the swing short on Rivian. Absolutely beautiful.
It's over.
Right?
That's.
Oh my God. Whew. CCIV saying Chris L. Yes.
That was one.
CCIV was probably my best trade because I was like, SPAC, this is a joke. If you're going to have a $10 wall, I'm going to just try to get in as close to the NAV as possible and push in max BP. And I did that a couple of times. And I did that on CCIV, which turned into Lucid. And look at where Lucid is now. It's never gone back up to those prices. I remember getting 55 sells. Funny enough, the degen in me, so I have all these shares of CCIV, and then it's like, I'm like, oh my God, we're ripping. So I start selling some, and I'm like, this is so dumb now that I think about it in retrospect. I got up from my trading desk, and I'm like, I need to buy more, so I went straight to the bank during the open market to put more money into my trading account. And then I saw it started to sell, and I'm like, I started just selling on my phone. I'm like, okay, this is not going to be good. This was a horrible idea. But I've done some pretty degen things, I would say.
It's a bold move, Cotton.
So yeah, I was like, I need to buy more.
That's a bold move.
Got to re-up the trading account right now, middle of the day, and I'm like, I'm never leaving my desk.
Is this a good time to tell everybody that FINRA is actually? This is, by the way, this is what I'm about to say is completely true. Boy. I just forgot we should be mentioning this. FINRA is looking into lowering the minimum amount from 25,000 to 2,000 for the PDT rule, which obviously is going to pique the interest of retail traders. Can I just? You're belching any part of this. So you actually got up and went.
No, I went. I was at the bank, and then I used Trade Zero. So I had Trade Zero on my phone, and I was looking at my position. I'm like, okay, I'm standing in line at the bank, and I'm just like, oh, damn, this thing's starting to sell. I'm like, okay, I'm selling 50%, selling another 25%, and I'm like, wow, this is really starting to come in. And then I just wipe it. I'm like, okay, I'm still going to transfer more in, but I'm going to be willing to buy lower, which I never did. So was a pretty funny story. I definitely would have gone better prices if I was to sell if I was at my desk. So that was a bit of a miss on my part. If you go back, I think the highs were like, I think it was 60 something or maybe 80. I don't remember correctly, but I had 55 sells on average, which was, I ended up being all right. $10 to 55, not too bad.
Oh, I want to.
But yeah.
Just because where was it in the chat? Someone was asking me when that was going to take place. By the way, we just broke that. It's not 68, but I tightened the stop up a little bit to the higher low and just jumped out of that IBIT bounce trade. It doesn't really seem to be doing too much of anything. The timeline for that PDT, there is none yet. Now, I've seen a lot. That's a BS rule. A lot of people don't like that rule. I'm not a huge fan of that rule myself. We don't have it here in Canada. But in terms of timeline, I can't see them going 24-hour markets if the PDT rule is in effect at 25,000.
Yeah.
So if that's something that people are looking for next, as soon as next year, at some point, the talk is that we could have legitimate 24-hour markets across the board. No way are they going to have the PDT rule as is in effect when that happens.
It doesn't make sense.
So trust me, everybody will be arguing for that. So I would suspect it should happen at some time before. And I do agree. Or alpha. If there was a hard timeline on this, then I think we could be looking at actually trading Hood and Bull off of that news. But really, Hood's having a nothing move because it's so far up. And Bull's having a good day, maybe because of the technicals, certainly. But let's be real. I think that is a boon for them, no questions asked. There was nothing on timeline when I read that note. And I believe we have a super chat that we missed. Apologies for that.
Yeah, I think we missed a couple of them there.
And it was from Jedi. Oh, we got a bunch here.
Oh, boy.
We got a bunch. Patrick Jam, you called the BTC break at 9:39 a.m. Well, that was right about here it started to break. The reversion, obviously off the lows, that was tricky if you had the long at 939 because you had to weather a little bit of a storm there, but Bitcoin definitely strong. Fish, back into the chat, 1986, fleece NBA card box better than Microsoft stock.
Yeah, I mean that can be very true. Neil.
That can be very true.
Like for example, the Pokemon card Charizard.
Jordan's not in the 86. He'd be in the 85, wouldn't he? Anyways, doesn't matter.
Some playing cards have done better than the market.
Oh, of course, that's going to be true.
But liquidity is the issue.
Yeah,
right?
some art, of course. Like anybody can buy Microsoft stock. Anybody could have bought Bitcoin. I mean, there's a limiting factor of how many rare cards you can get. Jedi, hello, good day. What do you think Hood? Do you think Hood could enter the S&P 500 next month? We're going to go to Darren in a quick second for breaking news. Robinhood's going to get their time. Predicting who is going to be next requires somebody to come out of the index or is to get like year-end rebalancing. Everyone has thought Hood for a while. I didn't think Block was going to get it before Hood did, and that's exactly what happened. Sometimes you just have to stop speculating about it. They're not in the index. Has that actually stopped this move in Robinhood? And isn't it already priced in? Like, look at the chart. I feel like by the time they get into the S&P, it's like it's not going to matter because it's been priced in for so long. So I really don't know. I thought they were going to be next, and it hasn't happened. So I'm done speculating when Robinhood's going to get into the S&P 500. It'll happen when it happens. Let's go to Adara.
Tariff announcement of the day from Donald Trump. By tariff, I mean some resolution here and a trade deal. These deals do involve tariffs, though. Earlier today, Donald Trump announced a deal with the Philippines. Today, President Trump, or I guess just now, President Trump announcing a deal with Indonesia via a Truth Social post. He said that apparently Indonesia will be open market to American industrial tech products and energy goods, and agricultural goods. They'll eliminate 99% of their tariff barriers. The U.S. will charge a 19% tariff for Indonesia because they said, they are going to have to pay that 19% tariff to enter into the USA, quote, the best market in the world, in the Truth Social post. Indonesia will also be supplying the U.S. with their precious critical minerals, and there's going to be big deals, quote, worth tens of billions of dollars to purchase Boeing aircraft, among other things. So BA getting a little bit of a spike here. Long story short, new trade deal, with Indonesia involving Boeing aircraft is announced by Donald Trump, president of the U.S., on Truth Social. Back to you.
Yeah, Boeing's stuck in the middle, right? Like they're getting deals with Asia in Asia, good for Boeing, and then you have the EU saying that that's going to be a bargaining chip for them. Obviously, they got Airbus over there, but Boeing, while all this has happened, it's just consolidating off the top in Boeing, and there's a decent chance. Well, I mean, you guys can see what's happening. It's 233 on Boeing, and every time it gets in there, it's just been sold, and you know the story. There's a decent chance that when this breaks, you're going to want to be in it to the long side if you're a short-term trader. And that's, as a day trader, you look at these consolidations off the top, and I understand it can go both ways, but I know which way I always want it to go. You can make money when these break down, but it's always a heck of a lot more fun when it breaks to the upside. So eyes on Boeing for this. Let's see if we can't grab it at some point in the future. It's 328, so going to give another look to the imbalances. Block is still only $5 million to buy. That's not really going to cut it. Not as big as we would have been looking for. It did catch a bounce. I'm going to show you when we first looked at the early look imbalances. Like it was at 3 o'clock, it was sitting here, and then I think that was when we gave it the first look at about 3, and you could have played the bounce. But it's not any bigger since then, probably why it's not exactly extending this move. $5 million when you were expecting much bigger than that is a disappointment. And it's the only thing here on this locator that's of any size that matters. Like Enbridge, CVX. I mean, CVX, that's part of the Hess thing. So there's some unwinding that has to go along with that. That's probably why it's a sell imbalance. But yeah, just Block will be on my mind as it's going into the S&P 500. But 5 million shares is not going to cut it as far as I'm concerned. Joby, high of the day, JP Suede. Joby having another one. Ooh. Joby,
he's been running for multiple weeks.
I know. I say this every single time I see a chart like this where it's like, it's down 0.1 or almost 1%, 0.9 I should say, but it's breaking out. There is a distinct difference between how the stock has performed in terms of looking at the chart and where the momentum has been versus the percent that it's up or down on the day. So even if you took this from the open, it's actually flat. But if you looked at the majority of the session, it's been buying back up and holding trend higher. So the percentage isn't going to tell you anything. You've got to look at the minutia. And Joby has been on one where this is a pullback in Joby. It's been up and it's been trending higher. It got a little bit extended, as you can see, had a turnaround at $18. And after that turnaround day, it's been buying back up. I think the real test is going to be when it tries to break out some of these prior resistances on the way to 18. If it fails that, you could see a continuation to the downside, but so far so good, sort of regaining almost positivity here. And old dog, we are seeing Webull. Webull is absolutely fantastic, 12% to the upside. I don't have to tell you anyone that's long underneath the 11. Candidly, I think both Sean and I got this. I got it. He got it like a day later or something at around the same price, like in the 1040 to 1070 range in front of the SPAC price. It's just got 17 to go. You've got big time overhead resistance on Webull on this move, right to 16.6. There's so much of me that would, like, you seen this chart? That is screaming, look for the reversion at this point.
Oh boy, yeah, but that's coming into it going into the close, right? What time frame is that?
This is a 15-minute going into the close. So it's a bit of a higher time frame. This is what it looks like. On the 3-minute chart, you'd probably already be in this, playing it. Actually, no, it hasn't. On a 3-minute chart, it's still on trend since it broke out from about 1590. It's still holding on to that trend line. Did Bull just do another offering, diluting shares again? They did. There was a recent offering on Webull where they diluted shares again. And the reaction, and we've talked about this before, when you're playing momentum, fundamentally, what happens when you dilute? Stock should go down. But if the market's reaction is to buy it back up when it gaps down, then that is positive momentum. It doesn't necessarily, I get it, longer term, you don't want constant dilution. Of course you don't, C. Mullen. But when the market's reaction is to buy it back up, that's still short-term bullish. And in this particular case, I think the swing is still valid. Candidly, I did sell a portion of my swing in front of 16 last week. It was on. It was the end of. At the time, it looked really, really bad too, because it continued to go to 17. But it was when everything was selling off. That was the day at the end of crypto week. I'm like, I'm going to take some profit on this trade, and then hold on to the rest. So I'm still holding over 80% of my swing trade in Webull. Even though they had the offering, I still think it's very, very valid. Momentum is still with you on that play.
Yeah, this momentum on GM coming in now. It seems going into the last half hour. Finally broke that 49.08 day low and pushing a little bit lower, 49s now. So yeah, failure to follow through of 50 definitely showing up and becoming a little bit more convincing as we push into the end of the day. There is some aggressive sells into the bid. I just saw a 21,000 share order hit below the bid on a MEMEX. So that's always fun to see. Members Exchange. Definitely would like to be a member of that. It's funny. There's do you know the story of about the hoo-hoo tape?
The what?
The hoo-hoo tape? Okay, I'll tell you this. I thought you might have heard the story of the hoo-hoo tape, but yeah, we can talk about that a little bit later.
Oh, you're just gonna say that now? No one gets to know.
No. So H is MIAX on the tape, and then U is MEMEX. Right. So if you throw up a filter for just those two gates, it's funny. It was very early on, coming into the meetings, and I was sharing some of my trades, and I have a bunch of tape open. I have multiple different filters for size, for gates, for a lot of different things. And then people ask me, they're like, "What's that tape right there?" And with a straight face, just dead, I was like, "Yeah, that's my hoo-hoo tape," and I look at gates that provide rebates on that tape. So. It was pretty.
You want to know where people are adding big size liquidity.
Yeah, and it's funny. Like Members Exchange actually does a lot more liquidity than most people think, which is interesting. But it's all of them. Arca obviously doing the most. Arca does the most. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. We had that breakdown earlier, right?
I find it's always shifting, so I don't want to. If I don't know the answer to something, it used to be ARCA. If it still is, fine. But I don't actually know if that's 100% true with the hoo-hoo tape. That's not at all what the chat is going to.
What happened?
Well, I mean, you said hoo-hoo. You know what the chat's going to do with that.
Hoo-hoo. H-U-H-U.
Yeah, I know, but that's not how
what are they going to do with
interpret it. I'm just saying.
Oh, like.
We're all very mature around here, aren't we? So Webull is actually pulling back. So you could have taken this mean reversion. This is me casually changing the subject. So you could have taken this reversion, although I am not doing it. I don't necessarily want to be short this bad boy. And Andrew Bake's case, you better believe we are an absolutely fun and mature crowd. JP Swade, this is a family show. How dare anybody have those types of thoughts in their heads. But look, pulling back is Webull, straight crazy day to the upside for it. And think of the context that Webull's move comes in here. Like for most stocks that were down, that had that plunge at the open, like you'd be happy if it simply made the V-shaped recovery. Like it is more than double that move. Man, that's a good reversion on Webull. I'm pretty sure we don't even have locates on this thing. I don't think I could. Yeah, we don't. I would have, by the way.
We need locates for that? I thought we did.
Yeah. But just so you know, I would have, in order to make this trade, I would have had to go into Metro, process the pay for shorts, which at this time of day, past 3:30, I don't usually do. Either I already have the shorts for the stock or the borrows to be able to go short, and I only half like that trade anyway. So, like, yes, it would have worked, and if you had free locates, you could have been like Johnny on the spot and really quick grabbing that trade on Bull. And even then, what's it giving you? 20 pennies, risking 10? It's not bad. Not bad for a mean revert trade. Those have been the best this afternoon, or in the afternoons. Yesterday you had it with a much better one with Open, and here you got it with Webull. Let's take care of a little something with one of our favorite platforms.
Sure, so that is eSignal, guys. So traders, listen up. First month is free. That's right. We are waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder, and upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description of our friends eSignal, our friends at eSignal. I'm watching the rest of this market. It seems like NASDAQ is not really going to have it there. It's still consolidating. It got about a 50, maybe even a little bit more, 50-60% reversion of that of the leg that we had coming quadunk into the open today. But 100% reversion on the ES. That's pretty nice. So some of this basket catching a little bit of a bid. And right away, I want to take a look at some of my select sector fund ETFs. Those are your XLs. So on the day today, you know what, I can just probably pull this in right here. So this is kind of this is something that I watch, one of the baskets that I watch. So I'm going to pull this in. Hey, you. So we got the XLF. We got the XLK, E, B, Y, P, U, and I think this is I, industrial. So industrials, utilities, consumer discretionary. I always forget what some of the XLs. So XLY is, XLY is consumer discretionary, and XLP is staples. That's what it is. And then XLV healthcare, that's definitely up on the day, distinctly different. Staples are up on the day, utilities up on the day, industrials gapping down but catching a bit of a bid. So distinctly different from some of that XLK that we saw. Tech selling off a little bit, a lot of chop on the financials. We saw that financials were getting a bit of a run with the banks being pretty strong as well. Earnings, earlier on earnings season, I think banks sold off initially. I remember that, but finally by like day 2 or day 3 of since the first bank earnings, XLF finally caught a bid, and we started seeing a little bit of a different sentiment there. SPY printing some fresh highs on the day as of right now, Neil. So it seems like we're poised for some higher pushes with the last 20 minutes remaining. Oh boy. I want to know what you guys have been trading. Tesla actually made it all the way back up and coming right back in, and you're saying, oh boy.
Hims is going nuts. But before we get to Hims, and I want to show you guys the chart, Block now up to 10 million. The balance just doubled. So when I saw that, I just nibbled in. I just want to be involved. If it ends up coming out in the double digits, like 15 or 20, I think you'll get a nice initial spike. I'm just going to show you guys the chart because I do want to go to Hims for everybody because that's going ham. Well, I just kind of jumped in front of the 79 level. As long as we hold this higher low and this is going to be double digits, then I'm going to like it. I do have a stop in case it somehow magically turns and comes out of sell imbalance in 10 minutes or so. But let's go up to Adara, and then we'll talk about Hims on the way back.
We're just getting some more details here from senior U.S. administration officials on that Indonesia tariff agreement. Apparently, what's happening here is even though the actual tariff rate is going to be, I believe, around 19%, I just clarified, it's going to be around 19%, but these transshipped goods will be subject to a 40% tariff fee. This is the exact same situation that's happening with Vietnam. So this is now, at least as far as we know of, the second tariff deal that explicitly includes a 40% transshipping tariff in addition to whatever tariff rate that is granted to the original country or the country involved. Also, the senior U.S. administration official apparently noting that the U.S. will be monitoring these countries, or I guess in this case, again, specifically Indonesia, for non-compliance, and they're prepared to take action if necessary. So they're taking these tariffs and these trade agreements very seriously. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Whoops. No.
Thank you very much, Dara.
That's how every single time.
But the presidential seal.
That's the dance. Obi just asked me what Hims short float was, so I looked it up. 38% is the short float on Hims. So that means when it does this, it's kind of squeezing. No question about it. A little bit of a squeeze action happening on HIMS. Still rocking with this seller at 52, though. So hopefully tomorrow, we're waiting for you. Once you can break away from that 52, look, they had their dump. They had their dump when Novo pulled away from them, essentially, and it's been trying to recover ever since. So 52 is the big level. I think it's at least, whether we get there today, I think tomorrow is a maybe on that level, and then certainly I'd almost feel better in the back half of the week breaking it, because I'd rather it consolidate off of that level more than anything else. Just looking over, oh no, we just went down to 5 million. All right, I'm getting out. See that? On XYZ. I said I would nibble in if it grew, but if it doesn't, if it goes down, we're right out. So I was trading this before off the volume weighted average price, but this is purely based on the imbalance locator. So when I see this go from 10 million to buy to 5 million to buy, forget it. I can wait till 350 to see what happens here. At the end of the day, it's just supposed to be a massive buy. 5 million is nowhere near what we were expecting in total buy side as a block is being added to the S&P 500. That's the news. Effective tomorrow morning, meaning that's a buy and balance would come in on the locator here today. Jojo in the chat. Why is Palantir weaker than the market? Heyday over. This is another one of those. Okay, so Palantir is down more than the overall market, 1.8%. But if you look at the actual chart,
Did the same thing.
if anything, it's done the same thing, and its recovery is slightly better off the lows. So what you have is, whoops, sorry, I just want to get this chart back. What you have is a situation where Palantir, fine, we know it's going to have bigger percentage moves to the overall market, but it's still loosely following. Like it is just stair-stepping. You're just going to get more oomph out of it. And that's going to be true of anything that is this ridiculously parabolic strong. It's just, there's no way. If the market has, if all tech has a weak day and AI has a weak day, Palantir is almost certainly going to have a weaker one. That's just how it's going to work. The way I see it, what are we panicking about? I think you're concerned with Palantir when it breaks this channel that it's in. Once it's broken this channel, then we can be worried about Palantir doing some scary things to the downside. Until that happens, respect it. It's been working, whether you've been playing it off the top or the bottom. Even shorting in front of the top seems to be working out here, and it's bounced off 145. So at that point, I think we get a little bit more concerned if we lose 140 and the 50-period moving average on the daily. So at the end of the day, volatile stocks like this are always going to have bigger percentage moves, but overall, it's still following the market. I'd be more concerned if the market chart was straight up and Palantir had that same pattern down, then you're a little bit more concerned. But when its chart pattern is basically the same thing as the NASDAQ, you understand the percentages are going to be a little bit different. That's just the nature of, you don't get winners like Palantir if that's not true. Think of it that way.
That's true. And don't forget what the president has told us. Don't be a panicking. Right, so I don't know if you guys saw. He also told us to buy at seemingly the most interesting time at the bottoms. Was it that April low? Right, that was him basically being like, okay, buy. Interestingly enough, but regardless, yeah, you got to remember that Palantir has a beta of 2.6 last time we checked. 2.6. It was in and around there, 2.59. 2.59 when we checked last. I'm sure it's changing around a little bit there, but yeah, it just means that it's slightly a little bit more volatile than the market, but yeah, it does move in line with it as well. So yeah, definitely got to watch out for that beta and see how correlated it is to the market. But even then, at the same time, if you see that it's in line with the market with respect to the price action that it's doing, then yeah, it's not necessarily weak or strong relative to the market. The chart literally looks the same as the NASDAQ. Right, sure, it doesn't. If you're comparing it to the SPY, I can understand that you're saying that, when compared to the SPY, Palantir does look weak. Yes, but look at where it stands in terms of the constituents of the NASDAQ, which is tech heavy, versus the S&P 500, which might be diversified a little bit better, right? A little bit, just a little bit better. But yeah, no, that's something to consider. Palantir, being very much a tech stock, looks like the tech futures. Right? So it is not necessarily relatively weak or strong. I would say it's relatively in line with what the market's doing. Just looking at the chart, you can just eyeball it and be like, all right, this has done exactly what the market's doing on the day today. So you got to ask yourself, was it a better trade on Palantir or was it a better trade on the NASDAQ? Right?
It's a better trade on Webull.
Probably.
15% to the upside. The Bulls are winning this party.
Squeezing.
For sure. That's the goal. Earlier today, I made the mistake of hitting the wrong bull button and hit that ridiculous one where we're riding the sombrero. But that's the good one, the high quality. 15%. I'm telling you, like, it's just pure. This is a momentum play. This is pure squeeze-ish action. There's a better look at the daily chart, everybody. Still has to chew through that 17. Somebody's following it up. Following it a little bit on the bid there at 1676. Let me just throw it by the time.
Halt up, dude.
I don't think it's going to halt.
There's an ARCA buyer.
There's a buyer right there.
ARCA buyer 76.
So there's a buyer on ARCA walking this stock up. So if you are in this, just be wary if this guy stops following the bid or gets filled. You could get a bit of a pullback. It's pretty extended here into the afternoon. Like, it's getting pretty parabolic. I would suspect there's going to be some profit taking. 17, obviously a very, very big level. 2 minutes to go till the imbalances come out. Go Webull. Get it, Adara.
Thank you, Neil. We have Microsoft almost at day. Actually, this is breaking in today's lows. I'm just seeing this headline come through on X. I'm waiting for more context, but we're doing regardless. Microsoft apparently offering some salespeople extra pay after layoffs. So really bizarre headline. If I find out any more details, of course, I will do a deep dive and let you know. Also worth noting, keep an eye on these banks. Apparently, we currently have some CFOs of these major banks speaking at that Fed conference from earlier today. It's been going on all day. They're just talking about deposits. I have it in my ear, nothing huge, but if you're in bank stocks, just be aware. Back to you.
Oh, it is Bulls party, and we're just all living in it right now. Living, 17 going. It's still the strongest stock. Let me just quickly double check. Oh, now blocks back to 10 million again. So it went 5 million to 10 million to 5 million imbalance. 90 seconds to go till the imbalances hit. Boy. Clearly, this is expected to be the biggest one. It's going into the S&P 500 is obviously a big deal, but I'm going to suspect it won't be as crazy. Like when Palantir went in, that was much bigger of a deal than I think Block is going to be. And I know everyone's not everyone. A lot of people are disappointed that Hood didn't get in. Their time will come. It's just, once again, you're waiting and waiting and waiting. So I'm going to keep eyeballs bulls on Webull here as it tries to climb to that $17 level. Good looking name, no questions asked. But with only seconds to go till the imbalances come out there, I don't really see any obvious trades outside of, you could be looking at a reversion potentially in Webull, and disappointing so far for XYZ. And Ben A, Open is a NASDAQ stock, so we're not going to see the imbalances till 350. We get the early look on New York symbols. We can see what it's looking like before the imbalances come out, but only on New York symbols. NASDAQ, there is no early look. If you see NASDAQ here, it's because that's from the morning on NCNA. We'll see in about 15 seconds, I can tell you if there's an imbalance on Open. There was none yesterday when it did 1.8 billion shares, or if there was one, it was tiny. And I would suspect more of the same here today. So just a couple seconds and we'll get these imbalances and let you know whether Block is a disappointment or not.
Yeah, no, Neil, I think you said it right there.
Yeah,
oh
9
boy, 9 million.
So it was 10 million expected.
Boom.
And then it goes 9 million, 6 back up to 10. So I'd say a little bit disappointing. I wanted it to come out bigger than the double digits it was showing. We were expecting as much as like 70 or 80. So I wanted it to at least be in 15, 20 range. A lot of it's going to be paired. So the paired volume is already 40 million shares paired off. So the actual open interest is 48 million shares in Block, but most of it has been paired off. It's the only big name out here. I don't even know what is ENVXW.
Yeah, I'm just about to look that up, Neil. I was like, what is going on here?
ENVXW?
ENVXW.
Innovix Corporation warrants. How do the warrants have a 1.4 million sell imbalance?
Oh boy, it is SPAC season.
Okay, that's just a little bit weird. Apple's got a small buy and balance of 800,000. That's pretty much nothing, everybody. Open does have a buy and balance, but 600,000 shares on the buy for Open. It's done, and it just crossed $1 billion again. So 600,000 to buy on a stock that's done $1 billion. Open is not going to move. And as you can see here, you get this back. It has moved absolutely nothing. So big disappointment if you were looking for an imbalance. It was a short all day long on Open, really. You could have just held that short the entirety of the day on Open without ever
had some of the best prices off the Open as well. Yeah, we had pretty much the same price. So that was relatively in and around that $4 area. Definitely the best prices to get in. But no, I like what you said earlier. A lot of people disappointed that Hood didn't get into the S&P 500, and also a lot of people disappointed that they didn't get into Hood as well. So it kind of it's a give and take. But we'll see what we have in store. A little bit of a squeeze. We had that chaser on 1676s, but he still hasn't come back just yet, but holding quite strongly here on Webull. Market just consolidating sideways, nothing too crazy. We kind of made those legs earlier on during the midday session, I would say. When is this a strong push all the way back up towards highs? Yeah, around 115-ish. So coming into the midday session, SPY came all the way back up to opening range highs. And then we've just been pretty much sideways since then. This XYZ, nothing too crazy, but it seems like the buyers are getting a little blocked here, even though it's a buy imbalance. We're selling off. Some strong selling coming into XYZ. I'm going to continue watching that one as well going into the close. But yeah, nothing else crazy that I'm seeing. Maybe that ENVXW, but like I said, it's traded 2 million shares on the day. It costs just under $6. It's about 12 million notional. I'm probably not even going to touch that. What's
go
going on?
Figure. CVX is only a few 100,000 to sell. It was just 500,000. Now CVX is gone. So I don't even see CVX anymore. It was 500,000 sell, and this is the one that was falling. So you're expecting Block to do some big things, and it looks like Chevron wrapping up that deal with Hess. That's sort of the reason why it'll be on the locator, because it was a significant stock portion in that deal. I don't even see it on here anymore to the sell side.
CVX is up there.
NVIDIA is a small 600,000 sell. Marvell is a sell of 600,000. But CVX was before the imbalances came out, it was 2 million sell. It then came out smaller, and it still dropped. So you never really know how these are going to react for sure. But let's be real. Yesterday it was open. This morning it was KSS. This afternoon it's been Webull for sure. And it's still at the high. Webull is refusing to pull back. This gets to about 69. This stock doesn't want any part of a pullback.
Yeah.
I will say this though. What have we seen time and time again, Obi, when a name is added to the index? Block,
bid.
There's your run up, there's your gap up, there is your lack of breakout, there's resistance above 80. Now that it's into the index, my first thought is if we're not through $80 tomorrow, I'm thinking sell the news on block. So it goes in, you get the gap up, you don't break out any higher. I'm going to be looking for a reversion. It was an inside day on block. It's been an inside move since we got the announcement. Now that it's in, if it couldn't push through 80 on the news, are we going to push through 80 after it? Unless something spectacular is happening, I'm going to just simply write down block 80 fade. And if we're under it, I'm looking short. And if we're over it, then I'm not.
Yeah. I like the anchored VWAP as well. Just like, where is everyone sitting from that gap up day? I want to know when they're all offside. And yeah, that could definitely add strong confluence to the trade as well, right? It doesn't necessarily mean executing on the line. It's just an arbitrary, well, it's not arbitrary, but it's a line. It's an indicator, but it could definitely give strong confluence for the trade idea. Still pushing up a little bit higher here is bull. No real chaser there that we saw earlier, so that's interesting. Maybe Buddy's going to show up after the close. Going to keep an eye on it. Oh, Lucid is now on here as well on the NASDAQ leaderboard. So let's take a quick look at LCID and see what that one is up to. Let's go to a 1 minute chart right here. So you see if there's any sort of a push on that. Nothing. 315 high a day. And Neil, guess what? You see that low a day? See that low a day? Yeah. So it seems like that 280 bid is still there on Lucid.
Still there.
Sure, you go down to 70s, but like that's like 5 pennies from prior day, maybe even 10 pennies. But look at where we are now. 313s back to the high of the range. I have an anchored VWAP here. Let's go to a higher time frame. Anchored VWAP from this gap up on Lucid. You see we attempt to break down yesterday. Some more lower prices in the pre-market coming all the way down into 271s, but recovering pretty decently back into that anchored VWAP in this consolidation zone. So Lucid could be interesting going forward. And wow, there goes GM finally breaking through even more of its day lows, some fresh day lows coming in on GM. Yeah, sometimes certain things I'm just like, all right, if you're still in the money, just take it as far into the close as possible. And I think I did well just putting that rep in and taking it into 50. But at the same time, it's like if I'm just leaving a trail on, just leave the whole thing for the close.
Put it into the auction.
Yeah,
too.
I could just throw it in the auction. I think that's a good habit to get into, especially if I'm looking to size up in the future. Yeah.
If there was a trade that when he was trading equity, if he found something and it was still valid and you're into the last like half an hour,
you just
like unless the imbalance comes out the other way, it's like there's no reason to get out. Just get out at the close, and it's not giving you a signal. With only about 2.5 minutes to go, I can tell everybody XYZ paired off all the way down to 4 million. It's continuing to pair off, but hey, we got Texas Instruments after the close reporting. But we also have a special, exciting turn of events. It's Tuesday, so I got to coach my daughter's baseball. That means you get Joey options on the Market Recap Show with Adara. You know it's going to be an absolute banger. TXN on the earnings. A recap that's going to give you a lot of movement, whether it was Kohl's going absolutely ridiculous, crazy in the morning, bull in the afternoon. Great run. You know what? A name that we didn't even talk. 2 minutes to go. Snapchat had a big day, 5% to the upside. This trended all day long. There's so many things you could look at. This actually looks great on a daily chart. Look at it, hold that 200 period moving average. Go Bill says, look at the move back in CVX. All right, I will look. Oh, there's a nice bounce. But it wasn't, if it was a big sell imbalance that flipped, then you take the long. But it wasn't even a big sell imbalance. It just kind of small sell imbalance flipped, and the reversion still worked out there for CVX. But hey, opportunities abound when it comes to the end of the day. Small move to the upside on block. It's gonna, here, I'll show you the black chart with a minute to go.
Oh my God.
It's not even breaking out the high. And as I said, that imbalance is pairing off. So it might have a chance to push into the top, but no breakout past 80 bucks on block, which I think is a little bit of a disappointment. The big move this afternoon was definitely in Webull. Bitcoin tried 120K.
Really?
And couldn't go. Goes all the way back in. It did a big volume run to break it through 120,000. We're right back down to 119. Still, we'll take that. I mean, when we're sitting for in the 90K range for so long, you'd be happy to be consolidating the 120 level in Bitcoin. I know I have no problem with it. I'll take it for sure. And yeah, dangerous red day for LMT. This is
Lockheed Martin.
Lockheed is a nasty looking earnings name here today. Lost to 420, down 11%. I know this is one that we'll discuss in the aftermarket show by Adara for a fact, for obvious reasons. But you know what time it is, everybody. I don't have to hit a key because it's going to be automatic right in here. With just over 10 seconds to go, let's get over to the closing bell. Everybody, with only 10 seconds, it's been an absolutely crazy and wild day. Led by Bull upside, Lockheed downside, ring it, Adara.
Boom.
And as I said, I got to give a big shout out to Joe, of course, filling in for myself tonight in the aftermarket show. Big shout out to you filling in for Sean. Sean's back from vacation in Boston tomorrow. So thank you, Obi, for filling in. Thank you, Willis Addison, for the super chat. Coreweave calls paid you well today. Coreweave with a nice rally. Where'd it close? Coreweave for you. Oh, yeah, it got right up to that.
Yeah.
Hey, that continued. That reversion kind of continued. 3.5% to the upside on Coreweave. Looks like it's catching a bit of a bid. Maybe it can go squeezing again, everybody. That's what it's all about. Just, hey, as long as you bag those wins, you can make money in either direction. As Kohl definitely showed everybody in the pre-market, everyone won long, and then after that, pretty much everybody won to the south side. But hey, we got a lot to discuss, and the best thing about this show is that, in truth, it's never really over. Because when you're done, you're preparing for the next day. But right now, you don't have to do anything. You can sit back, relax. Don't recline too far because you want to make sure you have some good posture in there. And then get right on over because your Beta Pro Market Recap show starts right now. Joe and Adara, get them.
See you guys. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon market recap here. I'm joining Adara here. This is her big desk on the recap show. But a lot to talk about, guys. We got TXN coming up momentarily, and we're looking at about a 4.9 expected move here. So if we can pull up my screen, we can see that one. And here it is. Brought to you by Beta Pro. So here it is, guys. We're looking at a high of around $225 and a low of about $204.33. Adara, how are you and how was your day?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. I can't complain.
Yeah, nice. I mean, we're going to wait here for TXN earnings. I have them, actually. They came out. So TXN, Q2 revenue, $4.45 billion here versus $4.36 billion. Expected Texas Instruments Q2 operating profit, $1.56 billion versus $1.47 billion expected. Q2 EPS, $1.41 versus $1.35 expected. So there really isn't anything here to suggest this move to the downside. We're going to have to wait and find out there. But yeah, keep an eye here in TXN earnings. What a drop here, Joe.
Absolutely. Well, it's not displayed on mine for some reason. So if we can pull up Adara's chart, but we're getting a move to the downside apparently. See, mine's frozen, so I think Adara's is slightly more accurate than mine. So we got hers up on the 3-minute chart, and you're saying it's a move to the downside. Yeah. So I'm curious to see what's going on and why I don't necessarily have that. So we'll go to a different time frame to see if it has been accounted for here, but it doesn't seem to be the case. All right, so there it is. We're trading around 197 here, 36. Adara, is that going to be south of our expected move to the downside? We have a low of approximately 204. So we have exceeded that expected move, guys. So some big time stuff. We'll get into it later for the options traders to see how we can benefit from a move that beats the expected one.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's happening here. It looks like Q3 GAAP earnings here, $1.36 to $1.60 per share versus $1.48 expected. The lower end of that is below estimate. Sales here, $4.45 billion to $4.8 billion, much like the EPS estimate. The lower end of the sales guidance for Q3 is going to be below estimate. So the higher end here, above estimates, lower end below. Basically mid-range guidance, but like I said, they did beat across the board. So who else are we waiting for? We're going to be getting Enphase at 405. I'll pull up that chart for you guys to be prepared because these are going to come in about a minute. Also at 405, COF And then we're going to be Capital One. And last but not least, ISRG. We're going to start here with Enphase, the most closely watched. We'll move on. And it looks like ISRG is already moving. So let's see what's happening here with Intuitive Surgical. Intuitive Surgical, I was seeing an expected move here of 6.2%. And I know one thing that you've talked about that I know Danielle Shea, who's come on our show, did options talk about. If you have these things bigger than the expected move, that usually implies it'll make a bigger move during the day, right? Also, ISRG just popped.
So essentially, Daniel Shea brought this to us, and we obviously do some forward looking as well too. So when an underlying asset exceeds that expected move, what you want to look for the following session, and obviously in trading nothing is guaranteed, is but a continuation in the direction in which the expected move was exceeded. So that's going to be really big. I got some more information here on TXN here. Texas Instruments revenue increased 9% sequentially, led by the continued board recovery in industrial, and 16% from the same quarter a year ago. So there's some more numbers for you on TXN, guys, and still moving to the downside, it seems.
Yeah, so I'll mention, I don't have any other reports here to talk about, so we'll just go over these numbers again. 141 for EPS versus 133 expected. Sales 4.48 billion versus 4.329 billion expected, but the lower end of both of their guidance ranges for Q3, so GAAP EPS and sales, both missing estimates. It seems to be this guidance that is the issue for TXN, because the numbers, as Joe just alluded to there, certainly do not seem to be. ENPH dumping, says Dylan Plays. Yeah, ENPH down, ISRG up. I wish I had either of their earnings reports, but unfortunately I do not. I'm going to see if I can refresh my Benzinga. I don't see either of these. But as I said, we're going to get you guys ENPH first. Enphase definitely the more closely watched of these earnings names. Enphase actually getting a price target decrease today ahead of the report. I have Capital One earnings first, so we'll just start with those. They are to the downside here, Joe. They provided a Q2 revenue miss, $12.49 billion versus $12.7 billion expected. Net loss this year of $4.28 billion. It looks like here we have losses per share of $8.58. I'm sure there's some adjusted number, but either way, this does not sound pretty. Bad look there for COF. I also have ISRG out now. Again, still no Enphase. I do apologize, but I will let you guys know when I have that. ISRG, initial move to the upside, now puking to the downside. Q2 adjusted earnings of $2.19 per share, above estimates of $1.92. Revenue $2.44 billion versus $2.35 billion expected. So I mean, not a bad look here for ISRG, but again, the numbers to the downside. We're still waiting for Enphase. I do not have them yet. I do apologize.
Yeah, no worries, guys. Here, let's take a look at Enphase here momentarily. We are moving to the top side. 45.92.
I have Enphase.
Okay, perfect. We'll take a step back. We'll go to Adair in 1 second. 4% expected move here on Capital One Financial. So let's see if we can move outside of this, guys. But yeah, there you go. Some numbers on Enphase.
Yeah, here's ENPH. They're beating estimates here with their Q2 adjusted earnings per share, 69 cents versus 62 expected. Revenues, 363.2 million versus 359.6 million. So double beat. Adjusted net income 89.9 million versus estimates of 84.1 million. So this is a beat across the board. Pegasystems also reported, I only mentioned them because they're one of Dan Ives' other top AI plays that he mentioned earlier this year. They did beat estimates. Adjusted earnings of 28 cents per share versus 23 expected. Revenue 384.5 mil versus 362.5 mil expected. That is a double beat. Adjusted net income also beating estimates. So ENPH here is the only thing that's actually strong off of earnings, even though none of these numbers were necessarily weak.
Yeah, absolutely, Darren. Here we go. We got some expected move on ENPH, guys, Enphase Energy. So that is going to be approximately 11.4%, with a high of around 47.36 and a low of around 37.64. Now, guys, this is really important to note. And with certain underlyings, we know with options that not everything and not every underlying asset is very liquid. But when we have more liquid stocks and more liquid options contracts in the likes of NVDA, Google, Tesla, etc., what we want to be able to identify is large put walls and large call walls. This can give us a big time gauge in where the stock might be attracted to and some possible levels of rejection, all right? So we can see that the expected move is 11.4% here on Enphase with a high of 47.36. Well, where did we top out approximately at? 46.28. And what does that lead you to? It says, okay, pull up your options chain. Make sure you have open interest selected on your columns where you're going to find the Greeks, the volume, etc., and then gauge that and then correlate that with how the stock is moving. Adara, bring us the news.
Yeah, so I was wondering here, thank you. Someone in the chat mentioned the CEG, so thank you to Jake Robert Snake for bringing that up. Here is CEG. All of these, I guess, nuclear kind of names moving. So CEG, Talon, that'd be TLN, VST, Vistra, and GEV, GE Vernova. Bloomberg reporting that the biggest U.S. grid is setting a capacity price at record $329.17 a milliwatt per day. So, or megawatt, sorry, I believe. So good look there for CEG. CEG's really been, I mean, I think if we could hold above that 330, that'd be a great look for CEG just off the top of my head. VST, great look as well. GEV, let's pull up this one. And then TLN, actually, GEV is not doing much. TLN just ran on its own catalyst recently, and they're poised to run again. I will say, as someone who trades some of these names pretty frequently, mostly CEG, just because of the spread. These, when they get going, they can really, really get going. Like they can just rally all day. So just be very aware of that. Also, the information reporting, sorry there, Joe, just one last thing here.
No worries.
The information reporting that Meta has hired 3 Google AI researchers. So yeah, Meta's just gonna keep buying people until, or not buying people, paying for the large salary, I shouldn't have worded it like that, paying for the large salaries of people till the cows come home, it seems like. So there we go, META.
Well, essentially, that's what they're purchasing talent. They're taking talent from one company. We've seen this on multiple occasions, and they're bringing them over. So that's fair enough. They're buying them out, and they're just trying to make a full-on stack team. And we were talking a little bit about it during the midday. Is there going to be a winner in this race? Not necessarily, maybe not. But people can lead, and what Mark Zuckerberg is doing is acquiring Alexander Wang from Scale AI and some other big-time names. Watch out for what Mark Zuck's doing, because he's not going to be spending this type of capital without expecting a return on investment, that's for sure.
Well, that's where I get worried, though, because then when you're spending like $100 million on the AI researcher from Apple and then his 2 people who work under him, I start to wonder, because this has not necessarily been a really great winning strategy in terms of Apple and making AI that people enjoy. Sorry about that. But also, Big Smile, thank you very much for the $1.99 super chat, Big Smile. Driving those Teslas just got more expensive. Yeah, this energy is certainly going to be something on watch here. I mean, if you were driving TSLA to the upside other than off the open, you did pretty well. This is a nice little uptrend. I'm sure, I know you two have your little bet there with regards to Tesla price that you and Big Smile.
Big Smile, yeah, he's already beat me on that one, so that one's long and done. We'll find something else to bet on, because I gotta switch things up on you, Mr. Big Kyle, because we can't be calling me Joey Smalls all the time. We got to figure out some new names here. That's what we got going on there. But sorry, ISRG here, Intuitive Surgical. We'll take a step back and see what we got going on for the expected move. You have the numbers for ISRG?
Yeah, I brought them out earlier. I'm just going to mention this VICR Vicor, because people were mentioning this. Vicor Q2 earnings of 91 cents per share versus 18 expected, 141.046 million here for sales versus 96.43 million expected. So these are massive beats, as you can see. Massive move up for VICR. So guys, I just want to let you know we already went over Enphase, ISRG, and COF and TXN for people asking. These are ones we went over. That being said, Marlon B just asking about TXN, so I will go over TXN one more time here, but I just want to let you guys know we did cover all of these right around when they came out, and I have no problem going over things again when we have a moment. So TXN here, the guidance seemed to be the issue. I cannot pull it up. There we go. So Q3 GAAP earnings here, they're guiding between $1.36 per share to $1.60 per share versus $1.48 expected. They're guiding sales here, 4.45 bill to 4.8 bill versus 4.533 bill expected. So both of these here, the lower end of the guide is missing estimates. TXN, though, did report a double beat. All of that said, Alex L here in the chat saying VICR beat includes patent settlement. Thank you for telling me. Lately, for some reason, I haven't been able to see the whole reports on Benzinga, so I usually like to read through those. I haven't been able to do so as much lately, but thank you very much there for that context. Last but not least, I really quickly want to mention this, if you don't mind, Joe.
No, not at all.
DNUT, Donut here. Farm Trader talking about this one. It's funny, someone else in the chat, I believe it was Carney, was asking about DNUT, and I didn't have anything then, but this move obviously a lot sharper here for DNUT. There seems like some kind of catalyst I don't have anything on it yet. On Benzinga, I'm going to check X right now. Let's find out what happens next, because I want to be able to give you guys all of that coverage, all that good stuff. Ship Diamond here is a super chat for you. We'll let you read that in a second. Okay. But I don't have anything here for DNUT except for lots and lots of social media attention. Keep in mind, when one stock squeezes, open door, a lot of the other ones tend to follow. They open the door, shall we say, for more squeeze opportunities. And I think Donut just stumbled through there. Krispy Kreme. I think these shorts are getting pretty crisp right now. If you were short this stock, 28% short float. So this looks like it could be a KSS, an OPEN, and just continuing that tradition of these heavily shorted stocks try to rip higher now.
Absolutely, guys. So with TXN coming out, what do we want to do? We obviously want to take a look at some sympathy plays as well. And you go and take a look at your NVDA and your AMD charts, and they're taking a little bit of a move to the downside. So we're going to continue to monitor these, and maybe we might continue in all of this semi space and have another red day on the session. So, or I guess NVDA was slightly green on the day. So some positive things coming out there. Let me double check. I was not keeping my eyes out on some of these semis. So still slightly red after that open. We had that massive flush, about 45 minutes or half an hour of selling in the likes of AMD. One of the weaker semis here in NVDA. We'll pull it up one more time. So it couldn't quite recover back to opening price. All right. So we'll keep that in mind. Potential sympathy play here with NVDA and AMD. Now I do believe that we have some super chats, Adara, that is going to be coming from our friend Chip Diamond. $2 super chat. Thank you for that, my friend. Joseph looking like Escobar's Bitcoin advisor. All right, I'll take that if it pays well, that's for sure. So we'll see. I'll have to go have a talk with Pablo, but I guess rest in peace.
Yeah, but even if it pays well, is that money that you can even like claim on your taxes?
Yeah, could I claim it? That's the thing.
That money is not claimed.
Everything would be cash. You got to pay everything straight up cash. There's no claiming there.
I would even be like checking out the cash. I'm like, I don't know.
You'd be thumbing through it to make sure there wasn't any tracking.
I'd be making sure it was like real. That'd be my big issue too.
You think Pablo's money would be?
I mean, I'm not sure. I don't want to be associated with any of that nonsense.
That's fair. We don't want to be associated with any of that stuff, guys. We're going to take a step back and take a look at ISRG, Intuitive Surgical. We're just going to go over this expected move, and then we're going to touch on a couple options things here as well. I'll go through this thoroughly when I'm on the show, and we have some big time earnings reports like in the likes of TXM. Now, for all those individuals who decided to sway from shares in earnings and decide to trade options contracts, well, when you've exceeded your expected move, what can we do to lock in profits? I've talked about this quite often. But, so for example, we're going to go in the favor in which TXN had moved after the report. It is to the downside. Well, guess what? For all the new or even veteran option shares, you guys know that we cannot close our contracts after the bell. So how do we lock in our price? All right, well, here's a little trick. So what happens, we get this move, our contracts are well in the money, we own some puts on TXN, but I want to lock in this fixed price at the lows. Well, what am I going to have to do? I'm going to have to buy shares. So you just buy 100 shares or however many contracts you have. You have 10 contracts, you have to buy 1,000 shares, all right? So essentially what's going to happen is when you buy those 1,000 shares and you have those 10 contracts, it's going to pin the value of them just in case it decides to depreciate the contract. Your long shares will now appreciate. And vice versa. You continue to move lower in your contract, the share value will start to turn lower, but that pins your price, so you fix it, you lock in that fixed amount of unrealized gains, because come the previous day open, you have the ability to close everything. You sell those shares and you sell those put contracts because you're essentially long, and you will still have the exact same unrealized amount of profit that you did the night before after the earnings report. So that's a little trick of the trade, something that I learned from a good friend of ours here at the show.
Yeah, pretty dope. You guys definitely let us know if there's any other type of stocks you want to look at or anything like that heading into earnings or otherwise. QS was mentioned yesterday. We can pull that up. I do want to talk about Lockheed Martin a little bit later when we have some time, because that thing moved crazy on earnings, and I suspect it probably has a little bit more in the tank for tomorrow. But QS, the start is crazy. We have this massive gap up here. It's been running for a while. This is June 25th. We gap up. That was, I guess, we open here around $6. Push higher. We make these recent high around $15. Yesterday we close lower. Then today we do this kind of gap down, close higher business. So QS looking pretty good into earnings. Thank you, Dolly, for the kind words. I do my own makeup, so shout out to that. But also GOOGL. Here, let's take a look at Google. This thing apparently netting its largest winning streak since 2010 ahead of earnings. Now this stock,
Look at the
great push
daily.
here. This is the daily. Yeah, this is like a crazy
There,
little
that
like
181 break was insane. That's insane. I'm so frustrated at myself for not swinging that position, but you can see that there's a clear resistance zone right around that 181 level, I believe, and I didn't take more shares. So I'm kind of kicking myself about that.
Yeah, it always sucks when that happens. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think this like tightening of this uptrend though was a really good look. I was actually eyeing this one today to see what we did at that 191. 60s, 191.30s level. So we sold off from it. It is worth noting, like this is a bottoming tail candle, which looks really good from a technical perspective. But the fact that we can't nicely clear 192 looks kind of bad, in my opinion, from a technical perspective. So I think this is going to be a pretty key level, at least in my opinion, for tomorrow. Then we have Kryptonian Nolan. I'm sure you you watched the Superman movie, or your name is just a good pun on crypto. But either way, asking how Fluence is looking. Fluence, this double bottom, or this rounded bottom, sorry, is just gorgeous. This almost resembles that Carvana double bottom there from Lowe's. The one bottom is slightly higher here. Double bottom, rounded bottom, what have you. This thing is trying to fill a gap. Now that gap here is at $12. We're currently around $10.21. I want to see if I can find out what led to that gap to the downside. It is certainly not Liberation Day. So that happened February 10th. I'm going to quickly find out what happened there because I am deeply curious. Then we had a whole bunch of downgrades after that. Oh, worse than expected Q1 earnings. So earnings gap down. Can we fill it? Time will tell, but I think we're really at a place where that could potentially happen here, Joe, for FLNC.
Yeah, oh, exactly. Good look there, Adair. I'm just reading some of the comments in the chat. Los Polios, double check with your orders because I believe you should be able to place them. I could stand corrected, obviously, but just make sure you're putting in the correct order, and that's going to be day plus overnight. So it's not going to be anything limit marketable or anything along those lines. Once you select day plus overnight, it should allow you to make some exchanges in the pre and the post market. Now, again, I'm only familiar with the brokers that I use. I could be wrong, but in the chat also check me as well. Even if you select the specific order, are you allowed to execute some of your shares, which you should be able to do so. And what else do we got here in the on the chat here? Dara reading through some things. Okay, so they're talking about, okay, never mind, Douglas, we're not going over that. We got another $5 super chat here, Dara. Loads of chatter on Twitter about DNUT, a bunch of meme and Chinese traders talking about a 30%, 33% short flow, maybe a deliberate pump to squeeze. Yeah, totally. We were taking a look at DNUT not too long ago, and it was moving to the top side.
Yeah, that's usually I find how this happens. Like I've even pointed out the last couple days, both of the last couple days, Joby, I would say Joby's was a less obvious example. Archer's is pretty obvious. Then yesterday there was another stock as well. But lately these companies have been pumping their own stocks on X. Like they're like, oh, the other one was Grab a Gun. Grab a Gun was the one yesterday. So they'll just post exciting stuff and be like, more to come, whatever. And then in the case of Grab a Gun, actually tag their tickers. So really weird stuff here. There's a lot of pumping. Obviously, it's a bit different when it comes from the company, but with DNUT, we're getting meme levels of attention. I want to talk about LMT here as well, because this chart looks decidedly unhealthy. Sellers were certainly taking heed of that 420 level, and when it came in pretty viciously. So, I mean, I'll talk a little bit. I kind of want to talk a little bit about what I did on this because I think this is like an example of, so I don't look at my P&L throughout the day. I'm going to zoom in a bit. I've always said that because I just find I get in my head. So my first trade here, I tried to take this 422 breakdown, push into the low of that 418. Actually didn't work. It did not work. And I took an L on it and I got slipped, so it was a slightly larger L than I wanted. But I'm like, you know what, Adair, just breathe. Something sets up, it sets up. Then we go long off the same level we got stopped out. We add, we push higher, it breaks the trend line, we get out, then we get short. Then I benefit from a news catalyst. The point is, and then we took the flat bottom break at the end. So all of this is to say, if technicals set up, it should not matter how you did on this. It should not matter how you traded it yesterday. It should not matter how you traded it earlier today. If you are following your rules, if you are trading it appropriately, you have absolutely no reason to avoid the trade. You are doing yourself a disservice by not getting back in the trade. And I'm going to zoom out here again. The reason I got back in this LMT, this flat bottom break here at that not quite flat bottom, but more or less consolidation break at that 420. Now, at first I was like, oh, well, Adara, you already had the trade on LMT. Why are you trying to get back in? And it honestly, I owe it to myself if it sets up, regardless of the fact that I did well at it earlier. I'm not trading well if I avoid it just because I'm scared to lose profit. And I actually took a couple risk units on this because I thought it deserved it. And
let's break this down here.
Let's break it down.
All right, so your initial thesis was short. You then flipped long.
Yes.
But then you reverted back to your initial thesis.
Yes.
Hence why you're stating it would do you a disservice if you didn't go with your initial game plan to start with.
Actually, no. That's actually not what I think. What I'm saying is I went with what the stock told me. Initially, I thought the stock was telling me short. I was wrong. The stock clearly was a flip long, so I listened to that. Then when it became a short again, I listened to that. Like that's, you know what I mean? That's, I don't know if this really answers your question, but that's what I'm saying.
It totally does, and that's what I was getting at. So you were thinking short, then the stock told you like, no, it's a long for now, and then you went back to say, hey, it displayed itself. It gave you the setup that you were looking for, which made you in order to go short once again.
Exactly. Yeah. No, that's a good way of putting it, right? And it's like the thing I'm trying to say too is, if it sets up, if it looks good, ignore any noise in your head, follow your rules, follow your game plan, give it the size it deserves, give it the opportunity it deserves, because stocks who don't have personal vendettas against you, they don't care. If it looks good, take it.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you. William Knight saying your inner voice seems to have a hoarse voice, Adara. Give it some ginger and honey tea. That's a good one. Yeah, I don't know why I do that deep voice for my internal monologue, but there we go. Chubb earnings, says Austin. Yeah, well, let's get into those CHB. Is that there? Yeah, CHBB or CHB. Let me find the Chubb. CHBB. Thank you. OB. Why can I? No, it's CHUB. Okay. Why am I? Yeah, CB. It's just CB. Look at that.
All right.
Apologies, guys. I will pull up CB. Sorry, that was not on my list initially. They did beat earnings here. Adjusted earnings of $6.14 per share versus $5.96 expected. Sales 12.394 bill versus so sales were a miss here, 12.394 versus 12.577 billion. This was actually the secret purchase that Warren Buffett was making last year. Like you were like, what stock is he picking up? It ended up being Chubb. So yeah, I mean, right now I unfortunately don't have access to the whole report, so I can't see. But sales miss and Q2 earnings beat. Hope that helps, Austin.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we'll take a look at the expected move here as well too, guys. So we're looking at approximately, okay, there's no percentage metric here, but a high of around 2, oh yeah, here it is, 4.1% with an IV, and at the money IV is, though, keep that in mind, guys. The options market will always price in implied volatility into those contracts. That's why it's really key to understand if you are trading options, that the volatility is going to be priced in, and then day after day, it's slowly going to decay, and it's going to hurt the value of those. But anyways, back to what I was referring to, 4.1% expected move with a high of approximately 290.11 and a low of 267.35 for CB there, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty interesting look. I didn't realize how kind of wild this is intraday. Like we've got sell-off, rounded kind of reversion thing, sell-off. Push up, then sell off. Push higher, sell off. Like this chart is, I mean, it's kind of an odd one for sure. Let's take a look at the daily, just for myself quickly. We looked at the 3. Yeah, I mean, the daily, this is kind of choppy, as I kind of implied with the intraday action. We're gonna have to wait and see what we get. But CB is not necessarily, I mean, I'm not gonna be here tomorrow, I'll be on vacation, but I don't know if we're gonna be seeing this one be on any people's charts or whatever looks for the day. Speaking of which, we'll actually get Sean back tomorrow, guys. So that'll be exciting as well. If there's any other earnings people want to look at, let me know. I will pull them up for you guys quickly, because that is what we're here to do at Trader TV. But, you know, we talk about Sean's Tomorrow's Trade Today segment that he wanted to do. Joe, what's your Tomorrow's Trade Today? What are you looking at for tomorrow?
Oh, Tomorrow's Trade Today. That's going to start with GOOGL. That is after the close, though, guys. But I want to take a look at this name. I've talked about Amazon and Google being laggards compared to some of these other Magnificent 7 names. Now, we know that Microsoft has established a new all-time high since its previous earnings report. NVDA has been on an absolute monster run, going through the Gulfs, solidifying some new contracts there, and then now the H20 is back on the table. But I really want to see what Google is up to tomorrow, because it is starting to play catch up. We were just going over the daily. It broke that 181 resistance level, and now we're approximately less than 7% from those all-time highs. There's going to be a couple key metrics that I'm going to be looking out for on tomorrow's report. That is going to be Google Cloud and how much market share ChatGPT has stole from them.
That's a good point.
Right?
Yeah.
So those are going to be two major factors coming into Google's earnings report. Now, we see that we have a 5.3 expected move with a 66.6% IV. That's an at-the-money IV, so that can put us at a high of around $201 and a low of around 181. Now, let's see where our previous all-time high is on Google, 207. Now, I'm going to think, and this is speculative, if Google beats on clouds and the loss on search engine is less than expected than what the street is expecting, I would not be surprised if Google makes that push towards its all-time high. So I got my eyes fixated on Google for tomorrow, Adara.
Yeah, that's a good look. And I was just actually putting to Harry Lou in the chat the expected move for Google and Tesla, 5.7% for Google, 7.2% for Tesla. Dinkelberg mentioning an interesting ticker that we don't really talk about at all. So NAIL, NAIL. You said you did well in that one, Dinkelberg. And I mean, you nailed it if you were long. This is a great push here. Now, this daily chart is a little bit unfortunate, but this home builder supply, let me guess, I bet this is maybe has something to do with DHI, which had earnings today. A good look there. Yeah, DHI, cap up, push to the upside. Great look there for both this one and NAIL. Now, I am actually not going to be in tomorrow, as I mentioned, but if my tomorrow's trade today, probably LMT continuation or NFLX. Really quickly, Dr. Muhammad asking, why did I choose to short LMT at the lowest price in the year? Honestly, I didn't even see it was that low. What I saw was I liked the price action, and so I went for the move. And I think sometimes you can't bog yourself down in technicals. You have to go after it. But Joe, we're done. So do you want to do this roll call?
Ooh, it's roll call. Let's see who we got going on. We got to hit the button here first. All right, guys, it's time for a roll call. Let's see who we got here in the chat. It's 420 Bud Monster, Sebastian, Just Play, J-Do. What's going on, my friend? I hope all is well. Front Porch Trader, Marlena, my guy John Von Sawyers always has the kindest words in the chat at all times. I know who I'm not going to be calling out, and there it is. Jacques Desmore, T-Money, Gorev, my guy, Stevenson, Etienne. I've been missing you during the midday. Where have you been, my friend? We need you back in that. Profits, what's going on? We got Pelosi, Stonk Trader, and one more time, my guy, Stevenson, Etienne.
Yeah. Get it? We'll see you guys. I won't see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you guys on Monday. You'll see Sean again tomorrow. And shout out to everybody here in this chat. And we have a great night. Thank you for being here with us, Joe.
No, thank you for having me.
Yeah, and we'll see you guys. Have a great night and happy earnings to all. See you.
Have a good one, guys.
Take care.
Ciao.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.